Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCo Nation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 299. Today we have special guests, Brian O'Neill and Chris Spry. How y'all doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
All right, still on the right side of the daisies.
I'm not on the right side of snow. I'm going to have to shovel after this.
All right,
I feel for you, Curtis.
Hey, we just got rid of the ice. But my Mauser order has been delayed by 2 days because they got iced out, and I guess they're hopefully only started coming back to work yesterday.
Well, I remember Brendan Donahue. I was talking to him via chat on Discord, and he was vacationing or visiting or something in California, so he wasn't at home in Texas. But they were having power failures, and the site went down because the power went out in Texas, so because of the ice storms.
Mm-hmm.
Not jealous at all.
Well, let's see. Who do we got with us today? Starting in the top left corner, we got Mark Overhoser.
Hey there, glad to be here.
Okay. And then we got, let's see. Let's just do things different today. Next up, the Music Man, Brian Schubring.
Hello.
And then we got Terry Steege.
Hello, everyone. Welcome.
All right. Bottom row, Sloopy Malibu.
Greetings.
All right. Next over, Jason Reichard. Boy, that is one heck of an imitation of a statue there.
He's just being stoic today.
Next up, Ken Waters.
Good day, everybody.
And L. Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone.
There's Jason, back with us again, unfrozen.
Unmuted.
And still silent.
He was doing his Sam Eagle impression.
Oh, still muted.
He's a strong silent type.
There we go.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Yes. Welcome to the CoCo Nation. Make sure you have David Ladd stamp your passport at the door.
Yeah, I think we're about to get some sign language. All right. Next, we got Ron Delvaux.
Oh, back from the COVID negativity.
All right. Let's see. That's me next. And one of our special guests, we have Brian O'Neill.
Hello.
And Jim Rye.
Howdy, CoCo Nation.
And David Ladd.
Why, hello, everybody. I hope you're ready for today's show. It's going to be extremely exciting.
Okay. Now, on the last row, we got Nick Marentes.
G'day, everyone.
And TJB Chris.
Happy Saturday, everyone.
Okay. And the second half of our guests, we have Chris Spry.
Thanks for having me on, you guys. I'm glad to be here.
All right. And last but not least, Patrick Euland.
This was a dot-to-dot, wasn't it? What did it draw out?
I don't know. We just lost somebody too.
Oh.
Okay. Curtis, your turn.
Oh, sorry. I think Jason dropped off, but maybe that was a connection problem he was having there when he was stoic statue mode.
Statue.
It wasn't
right.
David Ladd, so no one important.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, a big welcome to our two guests today, which is Brian O'Neill and Chris Spry. Now, Brian did a few games for the CoCo, starting at least the ones that I know of that were released were started in 1990. And then Chris joined him on the last one, which came out in 1992. And we'll kind of be going back and forth between both of you here. But obviously, the beginning bit will probably be a bit more Brian-oriented since you were running solo on those projects. But so the first question for both of you, and you can just take turns answering this. So what was the first computer you ever used, whether in school or a friend's house or whatever? And what was the first computer you ever owned? Brian first.
Me first. Oh, okay. First computer I ever used was Commodore PET in grade school. So probably would have been like 8 or 9 years old at the time. They had bought all these Commodore PETs. And so, I fell in love with the Commodore PET initially.
Did you have the full keyboard or was it the little calculator square keys?
It was the good keyboard.
Oh, I started on the original one. It was bad.
They also had a bunch of disk drives as well. So I didn't have to deal with, they had cassettes too, but they also had disk drives. So I didn't have to deal with cassette held too much.
I'm so jealous.
I can go straight to the next question, which is, what was the first computer I ever owned?
We'll do it as a twofer.
Yeah, of course, my parents realized that I probably should have a home computer, so then they went out and bought a CoCo 2, 64 KB extended color basic cassette tape, though, no disk drive.
I'm guessing due to cost.
Yeah, due to cost.
And Chris?
The first computer I ever ran across and used was in my third grade class. We had a TRS-80 color computer too, and we primarily used it for logo. And and we all got to mess around with it with logo. And somebody, I'm trying to remember which classmate it was, was doing something with the computer and broke into BASIC, and he knew how to do like a hello world kind of thing, up and down the screen, just loop. And I saw that, it's like, you can do that? And that started it for me into computers. Like, I can make my own stuff on this thing. That's awesome. So that was my first experience with the Color Computer 2 in the classroom. And then wasn't until much later that I got my own first computer, which I had to pay for with my own paper route money.
Yep,
and
that was
too. That was
paper route money too.
That was the Tandy Color Computer 3. That was my first home PC.
And just out of curiosity, because the CoCo's had multiple versions of logo. There's DL logo, the original color logo on cartridge, and there's a third one too by ran under OS9. Do you remember which version of logo you ran?
That's so long ago, I couldn't tell you. Might have been color logo. I remember. I'm trying to visualize the cartridge itself. I think it was the standard, the standard TRS-80 label type that they had back then.
They have a picture of a little boy with a pen or something like that, or
man,
is if that's the original color logo, if that's the case.
I think so. I really don't know. I'm gonna say yes.
Okay. That's pretty cool, because I know like a lot of people work with pets or apples at school type thing, but I don't know too many people that actually had CoCos in the classroom. So that's kind of cool that that's what you had.
Yeah, and we had that in third grade, and then fourth grade is when I learned how to program, and that was with the TRS-80 Model 3 that we had in the classroom.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Brian, did you go through several different computers when you were going through school? Like in my case, I went through the PET, then the Apple II Plus, and then the Mac. In first year university.
I was always fiddling with whatever the school had at the time. And of course, my friends had different computers. Like I had friends who had like a Commodore 64. And I always thought it was rather odd that the grade school got Commodore PETs, because at the time they're kind of on the way out. But middle school, they had Apple IIs. High school, they had Macs, they had PCs. So very different experiences.
It's a trickle down effect. Those pets came from the high school and the middle school.
Yeah, I remember our first pet, and I've talked about this on the show before, but we got it in late 78 is when we got the first one. and the public school board can only afford 2 of them at the time, so they just rotated between all the public schools in town, like for a week or 2 weeks each. So you got a little burst of it, and then it disappeared for months. And they finally bought them out the next year, so we actually had a couple permanent ones, and then replaced them with Apple IIs the year after that. So I was kind of just learning as we go. Hey, you know what? Basic's actually different between different machines. I was just assuming you learn programming once, you're done, right? No, not at all. So, so in your case, Brian, like what years were you in school? Like you were quite young when you started programming some of these games that you actually released, if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah, I mean, all the games I did those in high school. But I first started doing assembly programming when I was 13. I actually remember doing that because at the time I had the Rainbow magazine. I was reading Bill Barnes' column, and I really need to understand assembly programming. So I remember going to a Radio Shack store, buying a copy of Bill Barnes' book and the Editasm cartridge. I remember the clerk there just surprised, like some kid just buying this. Like, this is pretty complex stuff. Are you sure you can do this? Like, of course. I taught myself BASIC, right? Surely I can figure out assembly. And besides, Bill Barnes is a great teacher. His book was fantastic. So I had no problem figuring it out.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to understand his book than, say, Leventhal's. Leventhal's is more like a reference work. It's not one to pick up if you're just trying to learn it, I don't think, personally.
Which book is that? Is that the one with the grayish cover? Okay, thanks.
Live prop coming out, folks.
That's Bill Barton.
Yes, I had the same one. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Is this book even easy to get these days? Because if you're trying to learn assembly, this is a great book to have. And I'm not giving mine up, that's for sure.
Well, I will mention, like, we've gotten permission for some of the other assembly books, like Don and Kurt Idemans and Lawrence Tipholtz, because they've done CoCo assembly language books as well. Barden is one of the ones that's not on the archive because he specifically requested he does not want it up for public consumption. You have to, go find it on eBay or something if you want to get it. Which is one unfortunate thing, because like you said, it's one of the better ones for learning on. I don't know if he maybe has plans to maybe re-release it at some point for the nostalgia or something. I'm not sure.
I can't imagine he's getting royalty payments. No one sells it anymore.
Yeah, and if you are selling it, it's usually, like I said, through eBay, and then you're not getting, because that's out of the retail market, so you're not getting anything out of it anyway. So I don't really understand the reasoning behind that, but I guess he has his reasons. And Chris, did you do some assembly language programming too? Like, were you doing any of that at the time you helped?
Not at the time, no. I was having a hard time grasp some certain concepts with the assembly language, and I was knee deep, or I guess neck high in BASIC, and I was just doing everything pretty much strictly in BASIC. In fact, at one point, Brian wrote something for me for my senior project I was working on with the color computer. He wrote this assembly language program to help me in my project for my BASIC game that I was making, that would load up screens, these game screens, like instantly, so you didn't have to wait, which is really nice. I still appreciate that you did that, of course. But I didn't really start diving into assembly language until much later, and now I know enough to do simple things, but not enough yet to be to do more complex applications with it.
Yeah, and that's how I started too. Like, I think the first time I ever used assembly language was one of my Rainbow simulation entries there when I did them together. And all it does is scroll the bottom of the screen, because trying to use get put to do that was painfully slow. So just kind of the one part I couldn't get running at speed, and that was enough to solve it. I'm assuming, Brian, you probably started with small subroutines and basic programs too, or did you delve right in the deep end?
Oh, I mean, there's always just little sample programs, little things here and there. I mean, it wasn't until I was writing the games that I actually had created a full program in assembly.
Okay. And had you done any other games previous to PacDude that you were just didn't deem well enough to release, that you were still learning on, or was that your first real assembly project? I
mean, I would say, the first PacDude game was the first of many things. It was the first game I ever wrote. It's the first, full assembly program I ever wrote. And it was also the first software package that I distributed to other people. Most of the programs I ever wrote were just for my own personal amusement. I wasn't writing, complete programs at all.
And what made you, especially, like, that was 1990 when the CoCo was still a bit more popular. In fact, Radio Shack hadn't quite cut it off yet. What made you decide to release PacDude as freeware, basically, as opposed to trying to sell it through some publisher? Or had you tried that and just never got any bites?
Well, I mean, I didn't think that there was any value in selling a Pac-Man game in 1990, especially just a simple thing like that. And there's so many available already, free ones. So I didn't think that I could produce one that could compete with a free one. Certainly.
I'm just trying to remember though. In 1990, were there any other ones that were CoCo 3 graphic specific? Or
Yeah. The primary reason why I wrote PacDude in a way as a demo to show that it was possible to create decent looking games for the CoCo 3. Someone had created a Pac OS 9 for the CoCo 3.
Yep. Larry Olson.
And I looked at the game and thought, okay, they got the colors right, the gameplay is correct, it looks pretty good, but the animation is a little bit choppy. And part of that is it's running in OS 9. There's some limitations there.
Yeah, and it was written in C too, not in assembly.
Okay. So I thought, okay, someone's got to show, yes, you can create smooth, fast sprites in animation in the CoCo. And that was my prime motivation. And, there's some elements of the gameplay which are weak. It doesn't match the original Pac-Man game. I didn't have time to research it, and I just wanted to get the thing released. And I always hoped that maybe other people were inspired by that program to say, look, maybe I can create a decent CoCo 3 game as well. There's no reason to have, choppy looking sprites or low frame rate.
Yeah, because I know one of the complaints when the CoCo 3 first came out, especially from people that hadn't learned tricks like stack blasting, et cetera, was that you've got a machine that has twice as fast as CPU. Great, we can run stuff twice as fast, but now the screen is 4 times bigger. Or 6 times bigger, actually. Oh, no, 4 times, I guess. 4 to 6, depending, I guess, on which mode you're picking. But like 320 by 200 is 32K roughly.
Mm-hmm.
And the original P-Mode 4 screen is only like 6K. So you have twice as much CPU time, but you have to move so much more graphics around that people are going, oh, this is going to be worse. I mean, you had a few tricks you could do, like palette animation, which was brand new in the CoCo 3, et cetera. But, and then I was going to ask you, as far as distribution, because you released it as freeware, did you upload it to some of the big things around like CompuServe and Delphi and Genie at the time, or did you go straight to BBSs? Because I got my copy, I think, off CompuServe, but I don't know if you directly put that up there or not.
I didn't have CompuServe or anything like that. I just uploaded it to a couple local BBSs, and I assume it would just replicate, and it did.
Okay. And then, Chris, did you find any of these games at the time they were released here, or were you?
Let's see. Good question, because I'm trying to remember how I got my hands on most of this stuff. I did at the time as well call all the local BBSs, and there was one in town that was also a CoCo BBS, although it didn't have a ton of stuff on it. And then I had my own BBS, of course, that I ran on my CoCo for like 4 years or so. But I think I ran across a lot of these programs actually from somebody I was like kind of pen pals with. We would exchange software with each other back and forth through
distributed
the mail.
backups. That's what we call them.
Yeah. So we would just send each other like software in the mail back and forth. I forgot who it was, and I forgot where you even lived, but we would do that like about once a month or so, and it was a lot of fun. And that's how I got a hold of a lot of color computer software that way. And especially like, I think that's how I got PacDude and a whole bunch of other like CoCo 3 related games.
Okay. But you guys didn't know each other at all at this point.
Not until what, 91, 92-ish?
Yeah, I guess we met at some point. I actually forgot the details of that though.
Yeah, you called my bulletin board system. And
oh yeah, that's how we never met in person at that point though. No.
Not at that time, no. And you started calling my bulletin board system. I guess you were in Seattle at the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I was surprised I was getting a long distance caller because I only had maybe one other one at the time. And I guess you got it from some sort of bulletin board listing on something somewhere.
I can't remember how I got all the listings.
Yeah, because I know it was on a few listings, so it's probably one of those. That's how we met. Was he was calling my bulletin board system. I don't remember if you paged me or I saw you and I broke into chat with you. Either way, we chatted with each other on my BBS, and that's how that started.
Cool. Yeah, I always find it fascinating if I'm logging into someone's BBS. The whole point is me trying to, download stuff that I probably shouldn't be downloading. But and there's always like, hi, I'm the sysop or whatever. I want to chat with you. Oh, okay.
I like talking to the users on my bulletin board system, so it's quite possible I was the one that broke into chat with you.
Yeah, I did the same too. So as far as BBSs go, though, I think, Brian, if I remember correctly, you were actually on the CoCo and FidoNet Echoes on FidoNet too, were you not?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's where we first briefly talk to each other type thing way back in the 90s, because I was quite active on both those Echoes as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we talked too much. I was probably more doing OS9 stuff at that point. But
Mm-hmm.
I think your PacDude, the original PacDude actually has a mention of, if people have any comments or suggestions, contact you versus via one of the Echoes.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to respond to any of those if
Yeah, and then of course Ron Byler created Ribs, which actually was a FidoNet compatible BBS system for the CoCo itself, and quite a few people, including Bill Noble, one of the co-authors of Nitrous 9.
Yeah, I went to Ribs later on in my BBS life.
Yeah, that was quite nice, actually being able to be part of that whole system directly with a CoCo instead of filtering it through and doing things like that. But yeah, it's kind of interesting that all three of us did the whole BBS thing, and I'm still jealous that Chris got to use a CoCo in school. I mean, I had to take mine there once in a while on a Friday just to show them that, it wasn't trash. I'd load up Zax on it and watch them try to play Zax on the Apple II and kind of snicker a lot when they play Daggrath and blow their minds. But
yeah, we only got to play Logo on ours, though. So you were lucky.
Yeah, we used to have game nights. It was fun. So with PacDude, and I'll just share a screen here now because I've actually got my site and it's got screenshots. Now, you actually went a little bit beyond just duplicating Pac-Man, fairly close graphically, because you actually did multiple mazes for them. And they're not based on the Mrs. Pac-Man mazes, as far as I can tell. So were those all originals, or did you make the first one based in the arcade and the rest originals? Do you know?
Well, I had no access to the arcade, so I couldn't make the game completely faithful to the arcade. Nor did I have at the time even a decent Pac-Man on a console. So I would just look at screenshots of other Pac-Man games for other machines like Atari 400, 800, and I copied the first maze from that. But I had no memory of what the other mazes should look like. So the other three, I just made them up. And I would just, I'd try out a different maze pattern and then see how the ghosts would behave in that. And one thing I wanted to make sure is that the ghosts didn't get caught in a loop or things like that, because the ghost AI in that game isn't that good. It's just barely good enough. So I had to tweak the maze so that they could actually find you and not get trapped.
Yeah, because one thing I liked about yours, particularly on the fourth level, is you actually have dead ends that you can trap yourself in. It's a one-way street and you have to come back out type thing.
Yeah.
Which I don't believe.
I don't think any Pac-Man games ever had dead ends. No.
So that was kind of a cool one when I hit that one for the first time. And for the audio listeners here, we're just looking at screenshots from my site where you can see all four of the levels.
Mm-hmm.
And you actually colored the mazes differently for each one. And of course you had the various bonus fruits and stuff. Unfortunately, I don't have any screenshots of those. But
yeah, I was playing the game again recently. It's been a long time. I made that really difficult. But getting the bonus fruits is a pain in the ass.
That's why it's fun.
Well, it's a long-running discussion on here that gaming expectations nowadays is to make games a lot easier, and so that you can actually make it all the way through easily, because people have no attention spans now. But back in the old days, like in the 80s and early 90s, you had to work at it. You had to be good. Otherwise you just only saw like the first screen. So, and up here, I'll just scroll it up a little bit here. I've got the original version 1.0. That's when I downloaded off CompuServe. And then you do 1.3 version. We can get into the changes there. One is the push T to play a training game, which I'll let you explain in a second. But here's actually the little credits blurb where you actually mentioned, questions, comments, or suggestions about this program can be given to me through the CoCo Echo, and then or at your address at the time. So that was kind of cool.
Do you still live there? No, I'm just kidding.
My parents live there. You can go bug them.
Yeah. But anyway, like we were mentioning, the original PacDude, which I don't know if had you publicly released above 1.0 at the time, or was that something you privately did? I don't know.
I don't know. I thought at one point I did a 1.1, but once the first version of the game is out there, no one's going to bother distributing it again. I don't think.
It depends if there's a really significant bug. I know Nick Morantes can attest that he just had one. Rick Adams had one. That was actually on a burnt ROM cartridge and had a bug in it. He had to send updates to play it off disk instead, type thing. So yeah, I think it depends on whether it's more mild things like you wanted to change a color or a graphic or something like that versus the game crashes or the game doesn't function properly at a certain point.
I played the game a lot myself before releasing it, so they didn't have any bugs to speak of. Although there was one bug I listed. There was a high score bug
Yeah,
in
the checking for
version.
the high score, whether you'd beaten it or not or something, I think.
Yeah, that was the only bug in any of the games that I released.
Now, did you
everything
have
else
play
was pretty-
testers locally?
Was that?
Or was it just you?
It's just me.
Yes.
So I didn't have anyone, any friends who had CoCos. Actually, no, I had one friend who had a CoCo, but he didn't do much with it anyhow, and he wasn't interested in the stuff I was doing. So most of the folks that I was contacting with would have been on like FidoNet and whatnot, but no one was doing any beta testing of that either. I figured if I distributed a beta, then that would get distributed widely anyhow, and then I would have.
This is the beta. Have fun.
Well, I guess so in a
Yeah,
way.
basically, yeah. So I have a couple other questions here related to this. One is that you'd mentioned during our pre-call that you had designed this and some of your other games specifically to use the Black Beauty free-floating joysticks as opposed to say a deluxe or a pistol grip or
Absolutely.
something. So what exactly did you do? Like, what was the thinking as to what you were doing differently to accommodate the free-floating joysticks?
So in the PacDude game, I know people, the first one, people look at it and say that moving around corners is really, really wonky. And that's actually by design. So unlike the regular Pac-Man game, all of the sprites move at a constant speed. And the reason why I had them all moving at a constant speed, because if you're displaying the game on a CRT, I couldn't believe how smooth the motion is. You don't notice this on an emulator, but if you're looking at this on a CRT, it's absolutely perfectly smooth. And I didn't want to disrupt that at all. And I thought, well, there needs to be a way for Pac-Man to have an advantage. And I found it accidentally initially that the way I was having him navigate through the corners, that he wasn't actually aligned to the grid properly. And I realized actually I could take advantage of that. So if you want to get ahead of the ghost, you can actually sort of speed up around the corners. But in order to do that, you need to have the Black Beauty, because you can easily make the circular motion. And so if you're going to play this game and you want to do it well, you get the Black Beauty and you roll around those corners very quickly, and the ghost will never catch you if you actually know what you're doing.
If I remember, the original arcade had it so that you can go around a corner slightly faster than the regular, going through the corridor, so you could get a little bit ahead of the, say, red ghost.
Yeah,
so
but it wasn't much. It was very, very slight. But in fact, it was very pronounced. And I think people who are playing the game are utterly confused by it initially. They don't understand why it does that. So if you have like a self-centering joystick, you might be confused. If you have like real corners like the deluxe joystick, or if you're doing a keyboard, you're going to be baffled why it displays or plays this way.
Yeah. Now, one thing you did not put in there, and I don't know if it's just because you didn't want to take the time to do it, or maybe it was memory constraints, was there's no intermissions like in the original arcade, like little, theatrical bits. Did you ever have any design to do that and just didn't have the room or time, or just didn't think it was critical of the game?
Well, there's two reasons for that. One is I didn't think it was critical for the game. Two, I didn't have time to do it, and actually many reasons. Also, I didn't know how to do it. I didn't know how to code up a scripted scene.
Oh, okay.
It sounds pretty simple today. To me, it seems pretty obvious. But at the end, I didn't even know how to create a game initially. I didn't know how to put the AI in or the controls and whatnot. I was happy to get that working. But to also do a scripted scene would have just been unnecessary work as far as I was concerned. And then, of course, I'd have to have the music playing. I didn't know how to create any music. And the sound effects, I wasn't using the 6-bit DAC for this game. I'm just using the 1-bit audio channel, which is the weird one.
The Apple II compatible one.
Huh?
The Apple II compatible one.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Cool. Now, my next question for you is, what at this time, and I don't know if your development changed as you went through the games over the next couple of years, what were your development tools at the time? Like, what did you design the graphics with? Which assembler were you using? Was it on disk or cartridge, etc.?
So, I mean, yeah, thanks to paper up money, I was able to keep getting new acquisitions. And by the time I did PacDude, I finally had enough, I think, to do a decent, any real program for that matter, of a decent size. Because of course, I had a disk drive at this point, and I had, I also had Edtasm, the original cartridge, but I had it patched for disk. I got the patch from the Rainbow magazine.
Yeah, Roger Schrag.
Yeah, there was also a patch for the CoCo 3, so you can use the large screen, but I found that to be so defective, I never used it. So I was just always using the 32x16 screen. Which would explain why there's no comments in any of my code, because it wouldn't fit in a screen. I mean, it could. I'd have less to see. But for me, the important thing was a printer. I was always printing out copies of the code, and I'd write notes all over the thing. And by the time I was doing the last game, the PacDude Monster Maze, I had printouts everywhere. I had printouts on the wall, printouts on the desk, printouts on the floor. you had to like walk carefully in the room to not step on paper, and everything had a place. Nothing could be moved.
So did you ever have your parents come into your room and decide to clean it, and you would just flip out on them, or?
They knew not to do that. Occasionally the place needed to be cleaned, so I'd carefully pile up all the papers, and I'd make sure they're stacked in the right way, so I knew how to unstack them, put them back where they're supposed to be again.
That's funny. I did do printouts, but I was doing that at work usually because we had these super high speed printers, so like to jam out a 50-page thing only took 2 minutes or something like that.
Oh, I mean, I remember when I was in college, the Printtronics print dot
P300.
Those things would blast it. Sending a core dump for one of those things is always fun.
Yeah. Yeah, we had Printtronics at work. Those were slower ones. And then we had to think of it management tallies later. Now, one thing I did want to cover here, it sounds like you might have released 1.1, which is basically a bug fix for the high score check.
Mhm.
And then I don't know what happened with 1.2, but by 1.3, you changed a few things. And one here is actually on the screenshot if you're watching the video version of the show. Push T to play a training game.
Mhm.
Now, that was something that was not in the original release whatsoever. I was kind of surprised to see when you sent the new 1.3, which is up on my site now and will be on the archive soon. I already sent him to Glenn, but he's been pretty busy, so he hasn't had a chance to approve it yet. But there's a bit of a story you mentioned during the pre-call as to what that is, why it is, and if you can explain that, please.
It was just it's a little easy mode for my younger sister, because I wanted her to have fun playing the game, but she couldn't play the game. So I said, well, maybe I'll add this little mode for her. So that's all it really is. I mean, if you play it, you see that you don't get a score, you can't cheat, you get an extra life, and then you randomly sometimes magically can pass right through a ghost and not die. So you can be forgiven for that sort of thing.
And did that help her? Did she enjoy the game a lot more after that, or?
I don't think so, actually. I just don't think she was interested in games.
Oh, okay. Because I remember I tried it and I noticed right away, okay, you're not getting a score. And then I went through a ghost, I think 2 or 3 times. I thought, oh, okay, so you can just go through the ghost and you kind of get used to the controls. And then I died when I hit a ghost. I'm going, wait a sec, what is going on here? I don't understand. Because I didn't realize it was random until we talked to you afterwards.
I think it's a bit of random, and it's based on a timer as well. So if enough time elapses that you haven't died yet, then you might be lucky and pass through a ghost again. But
okay. That was a rather interesting take on it, too, because, I mean, there was a few games that kind of had training modes, but most of the time the training mode was either you don't die or you get a ton of men that you can go through, and that was it. The fact that you made the ghost sometimes not and sometimes make you die, because actually, can you get out of the training mode via a key press or something, or do you have to keep trying to die until you die?
Yeah, there's no way to abort the game. You have to just die, lose all your lives.
Yeah, because I remember I was trying to get out of the training mode. I was going, I don't know how to get out of here, because I tried to run and hit a ghost and it would pass right through me. I'd have to try to figure it out. Eventually you do die though, so. No, it was quite a good game. I remember when it came out, it was for the exact reason that you'd mentioned. It showed that a CoCo 3 game could look so much better than the CoCo 1 and 2 games, because I think a lot of the companies initially, like when the CoCo 3 was first released, were going, we have this huge market of CoCo 1s and 2s out there. And we've got a new CoCo 3, which is great, and people are buying it, but there wasn't enough, critical mass of those players. If you wanted to sell something to get a lot of people to buy it, you'd have to make it backwards compatible to CoCo 1 and 2. And basically your floor then was, I think, 64K. So there wasn't too many CoCo 3 dedicated games. And honestly, the first couple that came out from third parties especially were kind of like taking a CoCo 1 and 2 game and slapping CoCo 3 graphics quickly, but leaving the game the same. Return of Junior's Revenge by Computer is one specifically I remember, because it came out of the exact same sound effects as the original CoCo 1 and 2 one, basically duplicated the graphics, just more color and wider, and it played a bit slower because it was moving a 32K screen. So I didn't view it as much of an improvement. It was more colorful, so the screenshots looked good, but as far as play goes, it actually was a little bit worse, if anything. So I wanted to personally thank you for kind of kickstarting, because a lot of PD ones actually started coming out after this too, not just yours. Some other semi language programmers started releasing stuff, and I think this is one of the first ones that kind of kickstarted that whole thing. By 1990, there were some third parties like Diacom, maybe early Sundog, Jeremy Spiller, and some others that started to come out.
I mean, a lot of those games graphically were fantastic, but I think they suffered from frame rate, and I always wanted to see a game that had high frame rate. And for me, in my opinion, the best CoCo 3 game is Xenix for its speed and smooth animation.
Yeah, while playing multi-voice music.
Oh yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, there's some modern ones I would definitely rank up there now too, but that's what.
Oh yeah, well now,
Yeah.
well people keep getting better at it, right? So
yeah, you keep discovering the little tricks. So you used the patch at TASM. Did you ever get disk at TASM, or was the patch one good enough for you for the whole
the
rest
patch
of your
was
program?
fine. I heard that the disk-based version didn't work as well. I can't remember what features it was missing, but the cartridge was fine.
I know there's a more modern, and Nick Morandi's, you can probably speak to this because you use it regularly for your game projects today. Robert Galt did a patch to AdTasm. One, it supports the 4D and 80 columns, but also supports like 28 line screens instead of just 25 or 24. And it's got a 6 through 9 support natively in it now, and probably a bunch of other things I'm forgetting here. What do you know what else added in that, Nick?
That's the main things that I use. Yeah, it's just really a super patched version of AdTasm, really.
Is it any
Seems to work.
faster?
No, I think it's about the same speed. I don't think he did any speed ups.
Oh, okay. And I also want to mention Brian has graciously actually let us release the source code for PacDude 1.3. So the latest version, that's also on my site. In fact, it's included in the same disk as the actual game because it all fits on one disk image. And once again, that'll be in the archive soon.
I'm sorry that it has no comments, but like I said, I couldn't put comments. Oh, there were comments on the paper, and a lot of that paper is gone though.
Well, having actual source code where you don't have to figure out where all the tables and stuff are versus actual code, that still saves a lot of time. And I'm assuming that some of your labels are somewhat self-explanatory as well.
Hopefully, I mean, limited to 6 characters and then abbreviated to 3 and some digits is unfortunate though.
Yeah.
Like what does PLC OBJ mean to you?
Place object.
It is
Place object.
Place object. Okay, that one works. That's good.
See, self-explanatory.
I do it all the time.
All right. I guess that's the standard. I guess I followed the de facto standard.
Consonants are not necessary.
I still overcomment everything because I'm usually involved with multiple people working on the same project. And if I pass Bill a chunk of code, I don't want him to have to waste a day or two trying to figure out what the heck I was doing. It's like comment every line, but mind you, we're good assemblers now that memory isn't so much of an issue. Okay, so I guess the last question the last question I have is, how long did it take you to develop PacDude start to finish, do you think?
Oh man,
because you were just learning assembly and stuff in the CoCo 3, I'm guessing at that time too.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, I didn't have infinite time, of course. Man, I don't know, a few months.
Like, was this mainly a summer project, or were you doing this mainly during school nights, or what?
That I don't know. I don't remember the exact time. I mean, I had a tendency in school to not do my homework except during the class immediately before.
Same here.
So I was probably doing a lot of programming at home that I shouldn't be, because that's what I'd rather be doing that than homework. But I don't know the exact time of year I wrote this game.
But did it take you like a couple months, or did it take you like half a year? Do you remember even roughly?
Anywhere from 2 to 3, 4, I don't know, a few months.
Just a few months. Okay.
Yeah.
For a first project, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
And then the next one you did was Tetris. So I'll switch over to that, which was our Game On Challenge of the week. And thank you, Brian, for actually coming into the chat during the first week of the challenge there to talk with some of the people playing the game. And I think you mentioned the pre-call. It's just that you wanted a decent CoCo 3 version of Tetris. We did have a Tetris official written by Greg Zumwalt, and it was a fat binary cartridge, so it played both CoCo 1 and 2 and CoCo 3. But because of that, he shared the asset. So basically all he did was he kicked in a 320 by 200 4-color mode, not even in 16, and just used the exact same shapes that he'd been using on the CoCo 1 and 2 version. So basically, I think the background spires of Moscow or whatever are just wider, and you can see more of it. And basically, it doesn't look much better than a CoCo 1 or 2 game. This one actually looks like a CoCo 3 game. And did you pick this particular game just because you were a real fan of Tetris, or did you think it'd be an interesting challenge or easy to do? Like, what was your motivation for picking this one as your second project?
Well, this is actually an interim project. So I was actually working on the next big game already, and that was going to take a long time. And I just wanted to have Tetris. Tetris is a new cool game. It's like, I'm thinking I could buy Tetris, but that's easy. I should make Tetris instead. So that was the motivation that was really the main motivation for doing it. And of course, I didn't want simple looking blocks. I thought it would be a little bit cooler if the blocks could somehow be pseudo 3-dimensional, sort of slide past each other. But this game wasn't that difficult to make because, well, Tetris isn't that difficult. And you know, I think you asked earlier what kind of tools that I use for developing, and I forgot to mention that I use CoCo Max 3 a lot, and that's how I develop. I mean, the Tetra rather background screen. That's literally just CoCo Max 3 fonts right there. So I just load that thing up, and then any little sprites I would have just designed those using CoCo Max 3, and then I'd have custom basic programs to convert them to a format that I could quickly digest in the program. But I wasn't trying to make a Tetris game that I thought was somehow better or add any new features. I just wanted to have a Tetris game.
And not have to pay for it.
Not to pay for it, because it's actually, because time is money, right? It makes more sense for me to spend a couple months writing my own Tetris game.
And spend $30 on a cartridge.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, for me, I because it visually looks so much better than the official one. I mean, for me, it was one that at the time I played more than the original one, and I had the original cartridge. I mean, if I wanted to bring out the old CoCo 1 and 2 for a bit of nostalgia, then I'd obviously play that one. But this one just looked nice. Now, one thing I did want to ask you, I'm guessing that the play of Tetris is something that really appealed to you because you didn't spend any time doing sound effects on this particular one. I think you just basically got the graphics and the gameplay going, and then did you just stop on purpose at that point, or did you have any drive to do sound and just didn't bother, or what happened there?
Like I said, I just wanted a Tetris game. So once I got the game working, I was playing it. I didn't want to spend any time working on it. I was playing it. It was perfectly fine. I didn't need any sound effects.
Okay. And then, Chris, is this one that you also picked up on? Were you a Tetris fan back in this time period, 1991?
Well, I like the game for sure. And I do remember having this on my CoCo 3 as well. It's one of those, though, I don't remember how I got it. Maybe I got it from Brian. Brian, I'm pretty sure you uploaded all your CoCo games.
They're all distributed by upload. Nothing. I wasn't doing SneakerNet for anything. I don't recall. No, it's all uploaded somewhere.
Yeah, so you probably just uploaded it and I played it. It's like, this is cool.
Okay. And Brian, did you ever belong to the larger Genie Delphi? You said you weren't on CompuServe, and it was probably the most expensive.
No, I wasn't on any of those special services. No, just FidoNet.
Okay. And then one nice thing you did here is that for levels, I mean, sometimes they'll change like the color of the blocks, or just say the word level is bumped up, and then you do have that here, but you actually changed the tile backgrounds.
Yeah.
And I thought I'd show, because you actually graciously provided us during the live Game On Challenge here your designs here. You got basically 10 levels, and then I'm assuming you wrap and just restart over. I couldn't play that good to get up to.
Oh yeah, I think they would wrap or something like that, but showing off my artistic skills there. Simple patterns.
So this is another CoCo Max 3 special is what you're saying? Or?
Oh yeah, exactly.
Now, I wanted to ask you about CoCo Max 3, because I remember at the time, and I was actually at the Rainbow Fest when these two started to battle, but Color Max 3 came out first. That was by Eric Gavrilic and Greg Miller, who also did stuff like the Mac Picture Viewer and a bunch of other things too. And then CoCo Max 3 by Dave Stamp came out literally just a few months later, and it was a bit more advanced than the original Color Max. And then the next year, Color Max Deluxe came out, which actually went a little bit ahead of CoCo Max 3 in some aspects. What made you choose CoCo Max 3 versus Color Max 3 or Color Max 3 Deluxe?
I can't remember at all. It might have been a review that I read on it. I don't know if it was a price difference. I have no idea.
Okay. I was wondering if maybe it was something like familiarity, because I mean, CoCo Max 2 were huge programs for the CoCo 1.
I never had CoCo Max 2. So CoCo Max 3 was the first, graphic editing program that I had. Actually, that's not true. Do you remember the original art gallery cartridge?
Oh God.
I had that. That was terrible.
Oh
yes.
boy.
Yeah, save it on cassette. Awesome. Yeah, because I mean, the first one I ever used on the CoCo, I did use Art Gallery, but I don't really consider it a proper drawing program. But
No.
I think Graphicon Part 2 is the first one I ever used, and that had that weird one joystick move, this little 64 by 64 crosshair, like the $6 Million Man Eye effect, and then you just edit with the second joystick within that chunk.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because there was no high-res interfaces back then. But now, Chris, I don't know, were you fiddling with graphics at this point? Because you're more of an artistic person at this time, I think, and probably still are, versus a programmer type person. like Brian was. So were you starting to fiddle with graphics and stuff like that at this time?
Yeah, I remember having I think it was CoCo Max 3, I think it was, with the high res adapter. And yeah, I wasn't like doing a whole lot of graphics experimentation with it, but I did use it from time to time just to play around with it, see what I could do with it, see if I could use it in my programs somehow, like the graphics I would create or whatever. I do remember one time I had a Nintendo Power magazine, and there's a picture of Mario's face. I thought, I'm going to try to replicate that in CoCo Max 3. And so I actually put I had a like plastic wrap and actually put a grid. I drew a grid with a ruler on it. Then I put it over the top of the page in the Nintendo Power magazine of Mario's face. And then I used that to help guide me, to draw the face of Mario on there, and I did it, and then I made a GIF of it through a converter program that would convert the CoCo Max 3 format to the GIF format, and then I just uploaded it to the local BBSs, and so it was just me just playing around essentially.
Okay. And Brian, did you use CoCo Max 3 mainly just for game development, for doing tiles and sprite shapes, or did you actually draw pictures for the fun of drawing pictures too?
Oh, I do some pictures as well, just for the fun of it. Usually, I would look at maybe a cartoon picture that someone had created, and then I would try to create my own version of the cartoon with different details, that sort of thing. I was also experimenting with different kind of sprite animation for a while. I was designing little animated, men walking, sprites and things like that, but I never turned that to anything usable. I was always copying sprites from other things as well, like trying to design. I remember I was thinking, could I make a Super Mario Brothers game? So I was copying those sprites at some point, but I never made that in a game. I didn't think I could do it justice. But I think for the most part, I was in the zoom mode on CoCo Max 3, placing pixels for sprites.
Okay. Now, before we get on to what I consider the premier title, and you both worked on that one, and it's still one of the best show-offs of the CoCo 3, honestly, even this many years later. But before we do that, since we did have Tetra as our Game On Challenge this week, I wanted to bring the panel fully on board here instead of me hogging you guys for the whole show. And just any questions for Brian on Tetra, or any comments on it from those of you that took part in the challenge or have tried the game in the past? And
yeah,
Ken Waters, I'll let you kind of direct that if you can.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say I really liked Tetra better than the original one, actually. I had a much easier time getting adjusted to it, and I really enjoyed playing.
Well, thank you. I'll go back in time and let me know.
Well, I do know there were some emulator issues with this one, too, with the keyboard. There were some people saying it started double pressing or something. Ken, do you remember?
Yeah, a few people were complaining that it was double pressing on...
That's not surprising. I wasn't using the standard keyboard routine. I was just sampling it directly. So, and at the time, I would not have understood what a key bounce problem is. So there's almost certainly nothing in there to try to correct it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't remember hitting that too much on the actual hardware. Did you, Ken?
No, I never ran into it at all.
So I think it's more of an XOR.
Yeah, I was on VCC and I didn't have any of those kind of problems.
Yeah, it was fine on VCC.
So I think, it was just an XOR problem.
And his case, 60's in the chat there too. Well, he says it's on real hardware too, but I didn't encounter that.
I did actually come to think of it. I think I did see somebody say that they had a problem on real hardware, but something I couldn't replicate. The only thing I could replicate is that sometimes it wouldn't read fast enough, and I would double press the key, and then it would turn and then turn again.
Yeah, I wasn't doing a good job. So there are many aspects of the game I could have done better, certainly, like the key. So I don't think I was sampling the key with an interrupt, even though I could have done that. I don't think I was doing that. I think I was only sampling the keyboard, like in between painting the frames. So it wasn't sampling off enough. So it's possible that you can miss keys.
Yeah.
Now, I just 60 Karen, the author of Extra in the chat, I just want to mention this here before it scrolls off on me. He mentioned that rotations would stick sometimes. That was a problem he was having. He said, but I like that you had the time to slide a piece under on the last line. A lot of the clones at the time did not do that. And he also says, I have a PAL CoCo 3, so that's 50 hertz, not 60 hertz, like our NTSC. And he's wondering if maybe that is part of the problem. Ken, do you recall the people that are reported keyboard issues on real hardware? Were they all PAL based, like
I'm
Australian?
just looking back actually, and I'm not sure. I think I don't actually know the people that were reporting the problems where they're from. So
I know Karen was one of them, and he has a
Yeah.
PAL base, 50 hertz, which might change the timing.
it could
on
be a
the key
problem.
reads, et cetera.
The other main person that I saw making the complaint about that was, I don't know where they're from. So
Okay.
The only, like I said, the only times I would over push the buttons, but that was usually in the higher levels where things were going a bit faster and I was getting a little overexcited, and because I was like, yay, I finally made it to this level. Ah, crap. But
anybody else on the panel? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I love the changing tile texture. I thought that added a really nice dimension to it. And even today, it looks really good.
I agree.
would agree. And as Karen pointed out, the part that you could slide the tiles, because I did play some other ones that you couldn't do that. You would just fall straight down, and then you'd never be able to get to that point unless you could eliminate everything over top of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I knew that feature had to be in there because I knew people who were playing Tetris and they'd be mashing on the keys to get it slid over. It's like, okay, I guess that's a feature that's got to be in there.
I should also mention Karen, the guy who wrote Expert that's in the chat there talking about it. He actually has done a modern Tetris with some of the more modern Tetris rules using semi-graphics for the Dragon and the CoCo that he just released last year. I think it was from Blockdown, I think it's called, isn't it? Ken, do you remember?
Yeah, that sounds right.
So if you like the more modern Tetris rules, and also has a little outline thing to show where your piece would appear on the line, wherever you're
That's
lined
cheating.
But that stuff wasn't out on Tetris back when.
Back in my day, we never knew where the block was going to fall. Especially playing on a CRT that could be warped a little bit.
Yeah.
Get off my lawn.
Except if you spend how many hours a day looking at a spherical screen, you begin to think it's flat. So then when you look at a flat screen for the first time, you're thinking,
it looks like
this
it's
screen is
inwards.
warped inwards. What's wrong with this thing?
I did that too. Now, one thing I forgot to ask when you were doing both PacDude and Tetra, did you have RGB monitor already at that point, Brian, or were you actually on composite and then just kind of translated based on people's translation grids?
I'm pretty sure I had RGB monitor at the time because the RGB colors are absolutely correct. I think the composite colors they're a little off, but you can't match them anyhow. But I had the Magnavox monitor, like the one that's behind you, Curtis. That had a composite input, so I could switch. So
that was the reason I bought it. I had a CM8 for a couple months. Went to Rainbow Fest, saw this, and sold the other one off immediately. Chris, did you have RGB, or were you running on composite or TV at the time?
At first I was running a TV, and then I got the CM8 RGB monitor like around 91, 92-ish.
Just in time for Monster Maze, then.
Yeah.
Any other comments from people on the panel about playing Tetra, or any Mark Overholzer that I may have missed in the chat?
I don't think so. 60 had some comments about Tetris, but no, I don't think I've seen any.
Anybody else in the panel that participated in the Game On Challenge last couple of weeks?
David Lord did have a question about what was their assembler of choice.
Oh, Ed Tasm. The cartridge Ed Tasm with the Roger Schrag patches from the Rainbow. And on the 32x16 screen, because I couldn't get the other patches to work properly, that is the ones that could do, higher res screens.
Old school.
Yeah. And I said, as I mentioned earlier, the printer was my best friend.
What, just out of curiosity, what printer did you have? Because I mean, some of those listings I imagine got pretty big after a while.
Oh, the printer's long gone. It would have been a Star printer, which was
Star Micronics or something like that.
Yeah, with a color ribbon.
Oh, right. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
NX100.
Yes.
Yeah, I had one of those.
Ribbon. The thing is, I hated that printer. I mean, it had color, that's cool, but the ribbon there's nothing in there.
Yeah.
Why don't you just keep buying more ribbon cartridges? And I wouldn't.
Yeah, you do a couple screen dumps and there's nothing left.
Yeah, so I just learned to live with very faint printouts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I only had that one for like a year myself too.
I actually still have a Star Gemini 10. That's the one that uses the spools like the old Underwood typewriters. So, and I've got like about 20 of those in a box still. WD-40 is your friend. Spray it on, and then they come right back.
I've heard of that trick.
Okay, if there's no other comments from the panel on Tetra, I'll get on to the main game, as I would call it. So last chance. Anybody in the panel any comments on Tetra? Or you can even talk about PacDude too, because I didn't really let anybody else speak during that time. So. I know the cornering did get used. I had to get used to that for PacDude, and I didn't realize it was because we were trying to aim for the black beauties there. But the other thing is too is you can stop, unlike Pac-Man, where you can only stop if you run into a dead end. Like you hit a wall, and if you are in a quarter, you can't just center the joystick and stop moving. So that was one thing that was a little bit different. Took a bit to get used to. No further one. Okay, we'll go on to the main one. Let me just bring up the screen here. Okay, and this is PacDude Monster Maze, which is one of the premier titles for the CoCo 3, honestly. It features multi-voice music, full horizontal and vertical scrolling, requires 512K. It's basically based on, what is the name of the original? It's Pac-Mania, I believe. Yeah, it's right on the screen there. So I'm guessing you were a fan of Pac-Mania at some point in the arcade there, Brian?
Was I a fan of Pac-Mania? I mean, honestly, I thought Pac-Mania was a bit cheesy, but it was cool that it was 3D. But I thought the game was a little bit slow, I thought, Pac-Mania, and I never thought it was a very fun, challenging game. I mean,
so this isn't just a clone. You tried to improve it.
Well, I wanted to create what I really wanted to do is I wanted to create a scrolling game of some kind, and I experimented with different things, and I concluded that the only scroller that would make me happy, because I wanted something that was very fast and very smooth, would have been a diagonal scroller, because the horizontal scroll in the CoCo 3 is limited to 4-pixel or 2-byte resolution. And so you either have to be moving very, very fast, horizontally too fast, or I'd have to use a double buffering trick, which would have its own limitations. And if I want to Pac-Mania, its projection is a little different, and it would require much smoother horizontal scrolling to even work correctly or to look correctly, in my opinion.
Yeah, and we've seen games using both horizontal techniques, like you were mentioning Xenix before by Jeremy Spiller. His other game, Crystal City, uses the 4-pixel scrolling, and it's fast. Mm-hmm. It's almost too fast in some ways. Oh, and then Nick Marentes, who's on the panel, did Popstar Pilot more recently, and he actually did the double buffering, so you get
I looked at that. It looks pretty good. It looks like I looked at it and I instantly realized, oh yeah, he's using double buffering trick.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that was actually, Nick, that was your main focus on that. You wanted a smooth scrolling horizontal.
Like Brian said, the 4-pixel scroll would have been too fast. Fine if the game was meant to be fast, but I needed the craft to be able to travel a bit slower, like in Scramble, and a 4-pixel scroll would have been too jerky. So I had to find a way to do 2-pixel at least.
One nice thing. This is when I was experimenting with the different scrolling techniques. One nice thing about the diagonal scroll. Now, PacDude Monster Maze is not a 60 frame per second game; it's 30 frames. And so there's a slight amount of blurring that occurs. But because the blurring is in the direction of the motion, the way it works, because you got all these walls you're looking at, it actually doesn't look bad at all.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'd have to play it again to even notice there isn't any blurriness, because you're so busy, just concentrating on dodging ghosts and getting pellets and maneuvering the walls and the maze that I've never noticed.
The only time it goes to 60 frames a second is when it recenters. After you die and it recenters, but when it recenters, all the sprites are off the screen, because I couldn't recenter the screen and have the sprites at the same time at that speed.
Okay. Now for the actual rendering here, I'm assuming you enabled the 256-byte wide mode, so you have the virtual horizontal. Then you just draw like the right hand or left hand strip depending on the direction you're going to have it wrap around, or how did you exactly do that?
Yes. So the first question is yes. It's the 256-byte mode, of course. If it wasn't, then that's you'd get horrible artifacts on the sides if I didn't do that mode, and then I had to have like clipping modes for the sprites, which just slows it down. The nice thing about this mode is that I can paint the sprites off the edge, and they're painting off the screen, who cares? I mean, if they're very far off the screen, that I don't bother painting them at all. I don't know if I answered your question though completely. You just want to know more about the mode, I guess. I mean, if it would be really cool if I could fire up a debugger, like VCC has some debug options now, but it'd be really cool if there was a mode where you can visually see what's going on in memory, in which case you absolutely see what's going on. The game is completely interrupt driven. So I've got all these different tasks going, and one of those tasks is actually to keep the tiles in the corner up to date. And they're going as fast as they can, but they'll be interrupted by the sprite display or whatever else.
Or the music just background play and stuff too.
Yeah, and of course, when I have to update or flip buffers, there's a check somewhere, and I don't remember how it works, but there's a check to make sure that everything's done. All the sprites are done, all the tiles are done, and if it's not, then it will drop frames. It's very rare, but it can drop frames if it's not it hasn't updated everything, and because it's all interrupt driven. If you actually run an emulator, I'm glad that the emulators actually do work correctly in this regard. If you crank up the clock speed, the game plays exactly the same. All you're doing is giving more CPU cycles to the background tasks, but I'm not flipping the screens until the timer kicks off, and I'm not playing the music samples except based on the programmable timer. So everything's the same.
Okay. Now, obviously, when you started this one, I'm assuming you knew this would require 512. You couldn't pull this off in 128K.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out how to do vertical scrolling. I mean, if you're going to do vertical scrolling, infinite vertical scrolling, either painting the screen all the time or you have a looping background. Looping background is really fast, but then I can't loop the background. I actually have this maze. So the size of the maze is dictated by the amount of memory. And the reason why the maze is the size it is, I wanted to max out the memory as much as I could while still having music. So I'm carefully fiddling with sizes and making sure I'm using everything.
Yeah, and you have 6 mazes in this game too. So I mean, you have a fair bit. In fact, you load everything, including the music and all the graphics and mazes, etc., on a single disk image too. Like some of the other 512K games that came out around this time or a little bit later, like say Contra, is actually you had to load 3 discs worth of stuff in. Sinistar is another one, but you actually managed to compress everything in to fit on one disc.
Well, the Contra mazes are much more detailed, much bigger.
True.
I think.
And Sinistar, I think, was mostly the sound samples and stuff that Dave used.
Oh, I mean, I don't have. Yeah, what's encoded in the disk image is the equivalent of a MIDI file essentially. And then when you start up and there's that delay asking you please wait, that's because I have a background task running which is expanding that into just audio. So I'm using like 160K of memory just for the audio, so I could just send it to the DAC as quickly as possible.
Okay. And of course, now since we're talking about audio, and that was Chris's main contribution to PacDude Monster Maze. So first of all, how did you guys end up collaborating on this? Like Brian, had you already started trying to do music and just kind of said, this isn't working for me, I need somebody who actually is musical? Or was it because you guys had already been talking to each other through the BBS and other stuff and Chris volunteered? Like, how did this whole situation where you guys end up working together on this happen?
I'm trying to remember myself, actually. Brian, do you remember at all?
No, I don't. Actually, I don't.
No.
It must have been just a simple conversation. Hey, I'm working on this game, whatever, and I'd like to have some sound effects and music. And then you might have said,
something like
I've been experimenting with music.
Yeah, I was experimenting with Bells and Whistles too at the time when you were talking about that, and somehow we just got into a conversation about it. I remember at one point I sent you one of the songs I had done with Bells and Whistles 2, and I guess you thought it was all right and asked me to work on the music of the game.
So Bells and Whistles 2, I'm trying to remember, was that a program in Rainbow or was that a commercial product?
Yes,
Rainbow.
It was a Rainbow program, but there was kind of a alteration that Brian, I think you did that fix with it, didn't you, Brian?
I was making all sorts of custom music synthesis software at the time, and I would reverse engineer stuff and then modify it and speed it up and improve it and whatever. I don't know.
Because I remember using a modified version of Bells Whistles 2 for this.
And Brian, do you remember what sampling rate you had as far as music? Like, were you doing 3,500 cycles per second or something like that? Or do you remember? I remember Jeremy Spiller mentioned that Xenix runs around 3,500. And I think, Nick, yours are usually quite a bit higher than that, usually around 7 or 8, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right.
I have no idea. I'd have to I had to look at the code.
Go through all that uncommented code?
Well, exactly. Well, if you know what registers are setting up the FIRQ timer, you could figure it out. right?
Yeah. I just was wondering if you knew off the top of your head, or had you experiment with different ones and then you decided, size wise, I need to shrink it down, or maybe because the gameplay was starting to slow down. Like, how did you decide
I
on
just
that?
kept doing all sorts of random experiments until everything fit. I just don't remember all the details of that process though.
And then Chris, did you use bells and whistles a lot before this, or was this?
I'm trying to get my mind back into 1991 and 1992. I think it was, I came across it on a disc, I think. I'm pretty sure that's how I came across it. And like, oh, you can do music, 4-channel music on the CoCo. This is cool. And I wanted to mess around with it because, I was in all the choir classes in high school, and I was in stage band as well as the pianist. And I was messing around, writing my own stuff and experimenting. So I found that program on the color computer, and I started and I figured out how to use it, and then I started taking actual sheet music and plugging it in, like doing the conversion, because you have to type in like numbers and things like that for the program. So, and there's like a chart in the Rainbow that shows you how to convert the notes and the length and all that stuff into the numbers for each track. And that I started doing that and discovered what I could really do with this program. And after that, I started writing my own music. So I was using it for probably like at least 6 months at that time.
Okay. I just to put this into context for people that are listening and watching right now, how old were the two of you when you started doing this? So like, Chris, you're writing your own original music. Brian, you're already on your third arcade game, and you're actually going for broke here and going for one that's, one of the most advanced time for the CoCo 3. So how old were both of you around this time?
I mean, I'll answer first. I mean, I released PacDude Monster Maze in my first year of college. I was 19. I was working on it on and off for 2 years in high school, and I eventually was able to finish it. And the music was one of the last things I added. That's for sure.
So between 17 to 19, basically, is when.
Yeah, that's when I was doing work on that.
And Chris?
When I was brought on, I think I was, let's see, if it's 92-ish, I was like 15 going on 16 or around 16. Yeah, pretty young.
And how many different songs did you design for this? Because I know you wanted one, from talking to Brian as well about this before on the pre-call. There was you wanted something fairly pleasant to the ears as the main theme, but you wanted something that was a lot more peppy and jumpy on the second. So did you guys have to go back and forth and Brian go, no, I want this a bit slower, a little bit faster, or something like that? Or was it basically like first try was good, or how did that work?
Almost first try was good. I remember there wasn't a whole lot of changes, at least on my end, that needed to be done. I remember on the first song, not the first song, should be on the song that was for after you eat the power pellet. I had like a little bit of a intro in there, but that got taken out for a reason. I forgot what the reason was. And then there was also a drum beat in there, but it used like the fourth track, and I think you were using the fourth track for sound effects or something like that. So we couldn't have it in there. But for the most part, what I did ended up being in the game. And I also did sound effects as well, although I know Brian used a few of his own sound effects too.
Mm-hmm. And what did you create the sound effects in? Was that with bells and whistles too, or some other program, or custom?
Yep, use the same program.
And same for your sound effects, Brian, as well?
Yeah, I mean, I never figured out how to create, electronic sound effects. A lot of video games at the time had cool buzzing noises. I never figured out how to do that. I just figured out, I'll just make sound effects by playing notes in a fast rate. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay. Got a comment here from Ken Reichert, who did Nightmare Highway, one of the more recent games in the CoCo. And he says, at that age, I made the CoCo go beep.
I was programming basic. There's the sound command, the play command. You play, you make more beeps.
Yeah. Tempo 255, you can kind of make sound effects.
Yeah, I did that early on too.
Now, one thing, of course, that a lot of people ask, especially when you're getting to high-end arcade games like this, is did you use a lot of self-modifying code? You already mentioned using like FIRQ and stuff for timing the music and timer interrupts to be able to screen everything to match 60 or 30 hertz. But we're using a lot of self-modifying code tricks and stuff like that to keep the speed up too. Do you remember?
Oh yeah. I mean, I've been looking at the code recently, partly to figure out what changed in version 1.1 of PacDude Monster Maze. So I was actually looking at the code again. There's less self-modifying code. In fact, usually to like instead of saving registers onto a stack, sometimes I would do is save the value of a register in the next instruction or the instruction ahead at some point.
Stored over top, so a load A immediate would immediately put A back to what it was before.
Yeah.
And that's a technique I know Nick uses constantly.
I mean, I remember some of the tricks, like, I'm using the U register for copying memory more efficiently. I only found out recently that you can use the U register and the stack register in conjunction to do fast memory copies, which I didn't.
Yeah, that's a full blown stack blast. Yeah.
If I knew that I could have done that, I would have absolutely been doing that, because I could absolutely. There are times in the program where it's actually acceptable to completely trash the stack, and it wouldn't actually be problematic. But I kind of wish I knew how to do that then.
Yeah, the only risk of doing it that way is you usually have to shut interrupts off, at least for part of that, because otherwise, it can go snaky. Your return address could get modified or something weird.
I would have used that to speed up the tile painting.
Oh, okay.
And I was just thinking about this, like what would happen? Well, if the interrupt came in, it would trash the tile. But if I painted the tile in the right order, and if I painted all the tiles in the right sequence, it would correct
itself as it goes.
It would self-correct.
That's what Glenn Dahlgren mentioned that they did with I think it was Kim Guy to be Ninja, the Sundog gave for the CoCo. He had the exact same thing, because he's trying to scroll a pretty good chunk of the screen at the same time. And that's exactly what they did. They went from the lower right corner. So you'd get an interrupt and you get a bit of garbage on the screen, and then as soon as the interrupt's finished, we'd immediately finish redrawing everything, so you'd never really see it.
Yeah, I wish I knew about that trick. Although I was able to get everything working, so there's no reason to do it now.
Yeah, true. Now, one thing I wanted to show, like one of the things you included in the PacDude 2 source code, thank you again for releasing that, and thanks, Chris, you actually gave me the original 2.01 a version of the source code that Brian had given you years ago, and I've had that on my site for years. Now I've got the updated version, but you actually done some kind of like GIF versions of some of the CoCo Max 3 stuff you'd done for actually drawing things. So I'm going to show those, but first of all, the one I want to show first was the first ad in Rainbow, which I think was from November of '92. So Rainbow was only around for another 6 months after this, and that's just bad timing on your part. But it mentioned specifically that this was kind of like the rave hit at Atlanta CoCo Fest that year. And Atlanta CoCo Fest was in the fall, if I remember, I think September or something like that. And then, the April was when the spring one for Chicago was done. I remember it was a huge hit the following spring, too. Of course, we're all depressed because Rainbow was ending at the same time, but I thought I'd show that first. So here they just called it PacDude 3D. But for those of the audio listeners, I'll just mention what the typed copy says here. It says, "What did the folks at the Atlanta CoCo Fest have to say about PacDude 3D? Incredible. Find out why even hardcore OS9ers said, I have to have this program." And then it says, author Brian Neal runs a 9512K CoCo 3, requires a joystick and a disk drive in only $19.95, which for a premiere title, that was darn cheap. Most of the time, the premiere titles, especially for 512K games, was like $29, $34.95 type thing. So was that price something that you had specified, Brian, or was that something that Eversoft Games had done?
I can't remember.
And did either of you get a chance to attend Atlanta CoCo Fest and bask in the glory?
No. I mean, I had no money.
Yeah.
Catch 22. If you wanted to go see it, you had to sell a bunch first.
Yeah.
But did you guys get feedback from this? Like, did you guys know that people were so impressed with it? I remember like that, even the OS9ers want to buy it. That is something I experienced myself at CoCo Fest in '93.
I was completely in the dark.
Yeah, I had no idea.
Checks would come in from Eversoft. I mean, I didn't make that much money on the game, though. I'm amazed I made any money. I didn't think I'd make any, because I knew that the CoCo was going away. I didn't think anyone would pay money for the game, but hey.
Well, that was another thing. I mean, you don't have to give dollar figures per se, because I don't really need to know what your royalties rates and stuff were. But do you remember like roughly how many copies were sold?
I don't remember. I don't remember how many copies. I mean, I remember maybe about 20 years ago, someone had emailed me and said that they were actually selling the games on behalf of Eversoft. And he was apologizing, saying that some of the payments may have actually arrived late. Some payments may have been missing entirely. And he felt really bad about that. And I told him I didn't care. I mean, I was amazed. I was happy to get any money, but I didn't think I'd get any. But at the time I had a job and I was happy. So I was getting paid anyhow. And the thing is, PacDude actually got me my first job, believe it or not. Because
let's hear the story on that. I'm interested to hear this.
So this was at a job fair at the university, and I was my resume had at the bottom. I listed some other things I've been doing. I said, oh yeah, I was doing assembly program at age 13. I wrote these games, PacDude and whatnot. And this is just for an internship, and my resume popped out. So I was the only one that they contacted. So I got a job as an internship because of this. And sometimes my boss would call me, hey, PacDude, that was my name apparently. I didn't particularly like that. But yeah, that turned into a full-time job, and I was actually really grateful because at that time I didn't know how to enter the job market. And here this company reached out to me because I did this game because it made my resume stand out. So in many ways, PacDude was successful because it helped me get my first job. And if I didn't get much money in royalties, or even if some payments were missing, I didn't care. I got the job. That's much better.
Yeah. Long
This
term.
is why colleges today have so much emphasis on the students doing external projects where they work on like a group project where they build something. Like one of my coworkers worked on a rocket. Basically, he's working on the navigation system so that when you go to a potential employer, you have hard skills. So excellent.
And I'll be honest, when I was hiring at my job, because I was a department manager, when I was hiring programmers, the thing that stood on my resume, have you done anything on your own, or are you just university trained? Because if you've got the self-incentive to go out and write stuff on your own just for fun, that's the type of ones that usually did much, much better and could pick up things a lot faster and had the motivation to keep going and try to solve a problem rather than just, throw up their hands in the air. Because I had a couple of university students I hired, that were nice guys otherwise, but they just didn't have the self-motivation. You had to tell them every step of the way what to do, type thing. And the people that actually wrote their own stuff just for fun as a hobby were the ones that were the keepers by far.
Right.
It
My
sounds like that's how they
primary
hired you.
motivation here was to show the folks who were creating games for the NES that they have it easy, and that you don't need that fancy hardware. You can create fancy games. Of course, I mean, there were games I would have loved to have made, but I had to make do with the limitations of the CoCo.
And this, hopefully this is not too personal of a question for the two of you here, but did you guys share the royalties?
I think I just gave Chris a flat check, and
Yeah.
I don't think that's all. It was.
You did. I remember.
You're kind of like the music gun for hire type thing.
Yeah. I said, whatever, it's fine.
I did not get rich selling this game, that's for sure.
No, it was too late. If you'd been able to do this like in '89 or something, you might have had a pretty good shot at it. Like honestly, if you'd done it early enough, this might have been one that even Tandy might have considered selling at some point because it's that good, honestly.
Well, if it forces people to get the Tandy 512 upgrade, of course.
Yeah, I mean that's why they sold.
They'd have a
King's
little
Quest 3
disclaimer: only works Tandy 512 upgrade, none of those third-party ones.
Oh yeah, exactly. And now pretty well most CoCo 3 games 512K is required standard for almost all new ones. Not all of them, but the majority of them. No, this game is actually, to me, it's a tour de force. It's one of the very few that has both horizontal and vertical scrolling with a full screen game and a musical soundtrack on the back, and several musical soundtracks, not just one repeating one. I mean, I would rank this up here with Contra's, Popstar, sorry, Nick, Photon, some of the higher end Dicom ones like Gauntlet 2, etc. I would definitely rank it up in the top 10. I remember there's another show, the CoCo Show, which basically is CoCo oriented but games only. That's what they do on their podcast. It's run by the Amigos, who do other podcasts for other machines like the Spectrum and the Amiga 2. And the first time I told Aaron, who actually had a CoCo 3 briefly when he was young, he had a CoCo 1 or CoCo 2 when he was growing up, and then eventually switched to Tandy 1000 not too long after the CoCo 3 came out. And he was taking some suggestions on a live stream. What game should I try to play in the CoCo 3? Because he managed to reacquire a 512K one. And this is one of the ones I suggested. And he was just jaw dropped when he saw it. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it was scrolling that smooth, that fast, with multi-voice music running in the background. And he was just stunned. He didn't have a clue that CoCo 3 could pull this off. So I just wanted to pass on the kudos to both of you for that, because he really liked the music and he really liked the gameplay and the graphics. So I can't remember if they've officially covered this one on their CoCo Show. They've had 40 episodes now for covering games, and they used to do 2 games at a time. And I think they're doing 1 at a time now. But one of 3 CoCo oriented podcasts we got going currently. But definitely kudos. And I was really curious whether either of you had been able to make it down, or at least had heard feedback of how much people liked the game at the Atlanta CoCo Fest, which is the first time it got publicly shown, other than any promotion you guys may have done.
I do remember the Port Orchard Cocoa Fest that happened every year back in the day in the 90s. You were there, Brian, and I was there. I mean, that's where we first met in person. And there was a display that had PacDude 3 going, and I was pretty surprised with the reactions that I was getting from people.
Yeah, because if I remember, that's the one that like Chris Burke and some of the other big Cocoa Luminaires at the time used to show up at, because that's where he lived out in that area too, I think, at the time.
Right.
And Bill Noble made it down there for one of them, I know, with West Gale when Gale Force was still running. So, by the way, Amigo Aaron, one of the guy that actually did play it on the streamer that I just mentioned, he said, "Yeah, it blew me away. Great work, fellas." So, kudos to you. Now, for the people on the panel, we have had PacDude Monster Maze as a game on challenge before. And I think if Sloopy's still in the call, I think he actually almost made it all the way through all 6 mazes during the live stream. He's much better playing at it than I am. So
I don't think I've done that.
I've made it up to 3 once, and I've made it up to 2 probably about.
I had 5 on there.
I remember my high score. I played a lot. My high score is 265,000.
And did you make it through all 6 mazes, or?
Oh, I'd looped through them. I mean.
Oh, okay.
And there's no cheat, brothers. There's no cheat codes. There's no.
But for those of you on the panel that have played it before, I was just wondering what have your opinions been? And did you see it back in the day, or did you only see it more recently?
I only saw it recently.
And what was your opinion of it, Sloopy? I'm obviously the fact that you're really good at it.
Up to level 5, it's really good. Level 5's where it goes downhill.
It's not an accident, by the way. I mean, the maze generating program that I created for that, I tweaked each level so that as the levels go higher, there's more passageways. Because the Ghost AI is very primitive. If you open up more passageways, then they can get to you very, very easily. I also deliberately created confusing color schemes. I know some people look at these things like this thing's burning my eyes. Like, that's the idea. The idea is like, it's getting harder, and I'm doing that with colors and with mazes that are more open.
The burning means it's working.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing I did notice in the earlier levels is that it was easier to get the ghosts trapped in other parts of the maze, where it would take them a while for anything more than 1 or 2 to get over to, like, go up into one, like the top left corner and get them all up there, and then you go down to like the top right or the bottom right, and you get a significant portion of the course cleared before they get down to you. If you like got them, I'm trying to remember which level it was, but there was like a round, like a long loop in the top left, and if you got them in the right spot and came out the right way, instead of coming out and following you, they would continue around in the loop until you got.
I remember that. Yeah.
And that would make it significantly easier to clear out other sections while they were all trapped up in there. And because there was also a power pellet up there, you could also go through, and once you got most of the board clear, go back and get them trapped up there again and just go through them and chow down on them and have ghost for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And this didn't seem to work as well in the later levels, and I guess that would be why.
There's a reason why they gave more open passageways for those ghosts. It's not like you're getting tired. It's like the ghosts are given cheats essentially by being able to cut through walls.
I'll have to talk to Bugs Bunny about getting detour signs for the ghosts.
There's
I
actually
also want to make a comment for those that are looking at the screen here. They can see the PacDude 3D first ad by Eversoft. And if I remember, wasn't Eversoft one of the ones that also sold Crystal City and Xenix? So you were in pretty good company there, if I remember correctly. But David Lord said this is one of the few ads where the artwork in the ad doesn't look as good as the actual screen graphics. And that's true, because I remember Diecom was sometimes famous for publishing what they thought the game would look like several months ahead, and then when the real game came out, it was quite different. So, and of course, this is only a black and white ad, so it really doesn't show all the color that you've got on the actual game.
Yeah, there was a bit excess in the color department.
Well, it's kind of like, they design casinos with really bright carpets. You don't keep your eyes on the floor. You have to look up at the machines to get enticed, and it's kind of sounds like that's what you were doing in a virtual graphical way on the later levels.
Yeah, because I tried playing this last week, I guess it was, on the Game On Live, and I was having problems with the controls, so I probably have to talk to Kieran about that.
Yeah, it sounds like XOR's got a few issues that have to be worked out because that seems to be the common thread.
By the way, I should mention that the next version of the game, which was never released, I did make some tweaks to the joystick code, and I completely forgot about it. I was reverse engineering the code and figure what I did, and I noticed that I completely encoded the values that you send to the PIA for sampling the joystick. I completely screwed that up. So if you're actually trying to move left, originally I was intending to search for a joystick value less than 3. I later changed it to 6, but what I coded was effectively 0, which means you have to go full hard left for it to go left. Now it's possible at XOR, the way it's doing the joystick sampling, hard left isn't registered as hard left, which may be the reason why XOR is not working so well. I'm curious how the new version that should be available now works with XOR. I have not had much success getting XOR working though. I use VCC though.
Yeah, left was the thing that I was having issue with, and when on Thursday when the show comes, when Game On Challenge Live comes on, come and join us in the Discord, and we can help you get XOR set up and running.
Well, I use VCC, and VCC works fine for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I use May myself because I like the debugger best there. So, but I use them all for testing various things.
I use both VC. I have both the XOR and VCC installed, and generally I'll use XOR unless there's a specific problem. Then I'll go to VCC.
Actually, yeah, Kieran just answered in the chat here too. He says, I do think XOR used to have a problem with how the joysticks worked in this, but not now. And then after you were explaining what you were doing there, Brian, he goes, and that might have been the reason. So next up, I've got a couple of these screenshots here, stuff that you drew, I'm presuming in CoCo Max 3. Kind of showing some of the designs and stuff here. So here's like your font with the masking, I'm assuming on the top, and the actual font in the bottom.
Yeah, well, the thing in the lower right was just me experimenting with, how to translate a top-down view to the 3D view and make it look accurate. I was very much a perfectionist. I wanted to make sure that every pixel was placed perfectly. That if you're just curious what the thing on the lower right is, and as I was painting, pixel or sprites to see how they would look on the screen and how the sprites would be clipped and whatnot. But most of this,
because on the lower right there, for the audio viewers, of course, you can't see this, but there's basically 4 little mini images, and one's of a Pac-Man going diagonally, a ghost going diagonally. But you have one like a ghost, almost like a top view.
Yeah,
which actually never gets used in the game, as far as I know.
No, that's how I designed it. I took that and I squashed it. So I wanted to see. I figured this would be the right amount of space for the ghosts and PacDude and whatnot. Then I just squashed it vertically, and that's how I got all the tiles. That's how I got the right the basic design done, just by squashing things down like that.
Okay, and then you've got 2 different sizes of fonts, because you got the main one for scoring, etc., and then you've also got the little mini one down at the bottom there. Now, were these based on anything, or did you come up with these completely on your own?
I did this on my own. I used to do this a lot. I would try to design funny little fonts and things like that, placing each little pixel. This is the same font that I used in the first PacDude game, but it didn't have the. I don't think I had the mask around it in the first game though.
Okay. And then next up, here's some of the basic tiles for doing the isometric view of the maze.
Right.
And you'll see here that the dots actually are not a separate mask that you're putting on. You just have tiles with dots and tiles without dots, and basically you just swap the tile number as the dots are eaten, if I understand correctly.
Yeah, I don't remember what the uppermost tiles there are for, the ones with the floating dots. And I don't know what happened to the power dot. It should have been also on a tile, but it seems to be missing from this image, and I don't know why. But
Can Make It said, don't forget the audio viewers.
Oh, yeah. Describe an image to the audio viewers.
Yeah. Well, in the first pixel, it's gray, and then
language.
I think you have to go to the second audio channel for that.
Yeah, I'm not going to run length encode the text description of the graphics here.
Then
go hit my website. You can see some pictures. So
yeah, you just use MFM. But
this is my favorite one, because this shows all the animation sequences. You've got the background masks on the bottom, so that you can overlay them over top the graphics. On the top, you have the Pac-Man in various rotations, and also when dying, it shrinks into a ball. And then the ghosts with the eyes and without, depending what direction they're facing. But the nice thing here is you have these little personalities that you put into the graphics too. Like the different ghosts have different facial expressions, which I think, if I remember correctly, the angrier looking ghosts are the ones that pursue you more religiously, and the calmer ones are the kind of the ones that might slide off to the side and skip you. Is that correct?
Yeah, the AI is different. I can explain that too. I'm sure people are curious how the AI works. It's completely deterministic. There's no randomness to it. It's the same AI that I put in the first PacDude game, but I made a few enhancements. So the 4 classic ghosts, red, orange, green, and light blue, those have pretty much the same AI as the first game, except I gave them a memory buffer. I think it's like 20 steps, so they don't go in a, so if they detect that they're at the same spot again, they won't follow the same path, so that prevents it from going in a loop.
And those first 4, actually, from looking at the graphics here, they have the same eye expression. So
Same
basically,
eye.
they're the same AI and the same drawing, just the
Right.
colors different.
The 3 new ones have different eyes, and they have different details. Like the red ghost is typically the smartest, and the way the AI works is that any of the ghosts have a target that they're seeking. So usually they're seeking PacDude as their target, and they only make a decision when they hit a grid intersection point. If they're dead and they're trying to get back home, then the home is their target. But what they do is I compute the X and Y distance to PacDude, not the X and Y that you see on the screen, but the X and Y that's in the game representation. There's 2 representations of the maze. There's the maze you see, which is diagonal, and there's the maze which is actually a top-down version, which is where all the calculations are being done. So what I'll do is I'll compute the XY distance, and the red ghost will always try to close the gap. So if the X distance is greater than the Y distance, he'll go in the X direction. If he can, there's a wall, then he'll go second choice, which is the Y dimension. And if he can't do that, then he'll go the opposite of the Y direction. And he can't do that, he'll go all the way in the wrong direction. So the red ghost is always trying to close the gap as quickly as possible. And he'll do a second choice if there's a wall in the way. And then I think the different ghosts have different rules. So I don't know if it's the orange ghost or the green ghost, but the rules are flipped. So if the choice order for the red ghost is 1, 2, 3, 4, another ghost might be 2, 1, 4, 3. So this means that if you have the red ghost and the green ghost are pursuing you, they're more likely to split up on a corner and then meet you at the end. So it gave them different choices in this way. And with respect to what the ghost is seeking, here's the funny thing that you may not notice is that the blue cross-eyed ghost, his target is actually not PacDude. He's spending the entire game seeking out the purple ghost, the one with the angry eyes. Presumably he's angry because he's being chased by this other ghost for no good reason. And if, by the way, you actually get killed by the cross-eyed blue ghost, you should feel bad about that because he wasn't even trying to get you. And the pink ghost with the really angry eyes, he is the most aggressive. He has the same logic as the red ghost, but he has a very, very short-term memory. That's what makes him more aggressive, but he's the most likely to get stuck in a loop and never find you.
Yeah, for those who can't see the visual, like I mentioned earlier, the red, orange, green, and light blue ghosts all basically have the same facial expression. The dark blue ghost is Google-eyed, kind of looks like he's, I don't know, mentally handicapped or something.
Monster.
The purple one's got kind of an angry visage to it, and the pink one's like really mad. Like he's trying to get past level 5 like Sloopy was and just can't do it type thing.
The purple one looks annoyed. The pink one looks pissed.
Yeah.
If you wanted to get rid of one of the red ghosts, if he's on your tail, just go in a loop. He'll go away. But the pink ghost, no, he'll just keep following you.
Yeah. Also, I wanted to make sure I mentioned that I really like the angle of the isometric view on this. A lot of the isometric views that you see in a lot of games, it looks odd to say the least. This actually looks reasonable and like a good angle for viewing a large play field, so to speak.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And technically it's not isometric because to be truly isometric, all the angles have to be the same. I guess it's sort of a squashed isometric.
Right.
But I did it because I had to. Because I'm limited to 4 pixels horizontal scrolling. So that kind of dictated the ratio there, the 4:1 ratio. But it did, yeah, I agree with you. It really worked out well. That's accidental. I didn't expect it. And because you can see, not only because you can see so much of the game field, but also because you can see all the ghosts moving around. And that visual complexity makes the game feel much, much faster and more engaging than it would be otherwise. Because if you're playing along and you see these ghosts in your peripheral vision, they're bouncing all over the place. And by the way, they're all synced up. They hit the corners at the exact same time, which is intentional to make sure they're spaced apart. But that also creates this visual effect of so much more action going on. So some of that is accidental. Some of that is just me experimenting and figuring out what works best.
And then, Chris, I wanted to ask you, like, you were brought in a little bit later into the project, I would guess, to do the music. I know a lot of people that do like Hollywood movie scores and stuff like that. They will have an initial version of the film or whatever, and they kind of design the music based on that. Is that kind of how it worked for you? You actually had the game to play, and then you did the music off that, or were you just given some screenshots and like wing it?
Yeah, I remember Brian gave me some early versions of the game for me to play and try out. And so, yeah, I definitely had that at my disposal.
And how long did it take you to write these? Like, were these like a quick, one-day project and you kind of had it done, or was it like several weeks or months?
Almost. One of the songs is a song that I had already done that I altered a little bit, and that's the Power Pellet song. The main maze song I wrote specifically for this game, which I did in a weekend. Sound effects, I think were pretty quick too. I don't remember how long that took, but those were pretty quick. So yeah, it didn't take me long at all.
So, Brian, when you got the music and the extra sound effects from Chris, was the game pretty well done at that point, or did you have to like tweak it for another month or something like that? And also, how long did it take to do Monster Maze? Because I imagine it's a bit of a bigger task than either of your two previous ones.
I mean, like I was saying, I think I was working on and off for about 2 years. I mean, there was another game I wanted to work on first, which I was hoping to get back to. I'll show some images of that in a sec. But the music was added late, and I found a problem which always annoyed me, and that had to do with the joystick sampling. Because I've been doing joystick sampling and I've been doing music stuff before, but I never had to integrate the two. I thought it'd be okay. So I have to, turn off the sound, flip the little comparator inputs and so forth, and sample the joystick. And I only send two signals to the X and 2 signals to the Y to do a quick sample there. And I found, to my horror, that sometimes the game was glitchy. That is, the keyboard, or not, the joystick inputs were glitchy, and I couldn't figure out why. And I realized that if I had a delay between each sample, that it worked out okay. And if I knew about that earlier, I could research it more. Maybe there's a problem with the hardware. But I was horrified that I had added this delay, and it's still there, and it drives me nuts. And although it may be, in hindsight, it may be because I put in the wrong values to sample the joystick in the first place.
Yeah, it's what makes the audio on that a little bit crunchy.
Yeah, but even without that loop, there's not much I can work. There's not much better I can do with it.
Yeah, because it shares that same address space.
Yeah, it's too bad they didn't have the 2 different PIAs where the sound and the joysticks were on different ones rather than the shared same one, because that does cause. Nick, you've had to deal with that too, where you get a little popping and stuff if you try to change it too fast, or you don't hold the value on the DAC. Assuming Nick's still awake.
Oh, it is really early there.
Yeah, it is. But yeah, I mean, PacDude Monster Maze, I have to, echo the advert. It was an astonishing game to see in person. And I still remember the CoCo Fest where I first saw it, which would have been a few months after the Atlanta one. And I can still consider one of the tour de force games for the CoCo. So I don't have any more further questions on PacDude Monster Maze myself. I just want to do a quick check with the panel. Mark, if you've seen any questions that have popped up in the chat that I haven't been able to check. And then we'll go on to some unreleased stuff and also what they're doing now. So, Mark, anything you've seen, and anybody else have anything to ask?
Just other than some side chatter, Sixy did say that he was able to check the Uxroar online version, and it's too old to play PacDude correctly. So it looks like it'll be on his fixing list. And other than that, I don't think there were any other comments other than the best CoCo 3 emulator to use on Linux, which I answered that.
And what is the answer to that for the audio listeners?
Yeah, you make me, won't you? I recommend Xroar just for ease of setup. You'll still have to find some ROMs. And then, of course, MAME is the other good one. And I've been able to get both those to build on Linux. So if somebody needs some help, hit me up.
Okay. Any further questions from the panel or comments on PacDude Monster Maze? Before we get into unreleased stuff, which is one of my favorite parts.
Well, one thing, there's a few things I wanted to show as well for PacDude as well before you.
Okay. Yep. You want to do that first before we get into the?
If there's no more questions, I guess. I mean.
Okay. Going once. Going twice. Go ahead, Brian.
Right. So what I need to, I need to share the screen, I guess. Hopefully when I do the share screen, it doesn't like create a big mess. Let's see, desktop one.
Yeah, you can share a whole screen or just a window too, depending on what you.
I'll do the whole screen. Hold on a second. The Mac wants me to do this. Wants to say do this. Wait a sec. Zoom may not be able to record the comments or contents of your screen until it is quit. Quit and reopen. What if I just say later? Let's see this works.
I don't get that when I do a share screen. Is
that working?
Yeah.
All
See
right.
screen recording window right now.
Oh, okay. But you can see my screen then?
Yeah, and your honking big cursor.
Yeah, I did that. So you can see it. I did it intentionally so I can point to stuff. First thing I wanted to see is, is this showing up correctly?
Yeah. This is called deadzone.ping.
If you're curious, so the first maze, there is a dead zone, which I found accidentally. And I decided to take a screen grab, and he's parked right there. If also you want to see what the AI is doing, here's the switch the cursor here to this. So, for example, these ghosts here, they have an opportunity to go straight at you. Because the way the AI is working, they don't actually do that. they'll go right past you every single time. So if you plant yourself here and you want to see and you don't want to sit here forever and see what the ghost how it works, you might actually figure it out. You'll see like the red ghost, he'll just be going around and around. He'll go in a big loop, but because the loop is so big, he forgets. And the pink ghost, he's off screen right now, but sometimes you get him in a spot where the pink ghost is going a very, very tight loop. He's never figuring what to go. And you can watch this blue cross-eyed ghost just chasing the purple ghost forever. Of course, you're not.
So you can use that as a parking spot if you have to like run into the washroom or something like that.
Yeah, but it doesn't always work though, because you have to get a power up, get all the ghosts out of the way. Because if they're trapped in that well to begin with, of course, then they'll get you. And if you move a little bit off that spot, of course, then they'll get you.
So is it very one specific spot, or is it a little tiny range of spot that works?
You've got a wiggle room of maybe about six units of movement. Because once you get to a different grid position, then the ghost they'll change their behavior. Because they'll seek out differently.
And do you think that the other mazes also have a dead spot like this too, or is that just unique to the first one?
I doubt it. So bear in mind, this corner here has these very long walls, which is interesting. None of the mazes have these long walls because the long walls means that their memory buffer isn't long enough, so they don't remember that they're going in a loop, and there's few passages for them to cut through. So I'm pretty sure this is the only dead zone. It's only the only one I've ever found. Something else I wanted to show. So I know people ask sometimes, like get rid of this. Is that people ask, what is all this memory being used for? Does this show up well?
Yeah, maybe expand it a little bit if you can, like just widen the screen a bit. Or the window, I should say. Yeah, that looks good.
So people wondering, like, what is all the memory being used for? And like you were showing all the sprites, and it takes up the full screen. So this thing here, that is, I'm consuming 32 kbytes just for the sprites, and they're sitting right there. And then, I've got all the tiles, they sit here, and it takes up 8K. Of course, everything's in units at 8K because I have these different these pages that I have to swap in and out. The maze encoding, the maze is, the data itself is only 16 kbytes. The way that, all the, I've got 6 mazes, but they can be encoded very, very efficiently. So that doesn't take a lot of memory. But if you realize that at this point, I've just consumed 64 kilobytes just with data.
Yeah, there's no code, no sound.
Exactly. Although I do have, if this section here is expanded, where I have the, the stack, the actual S stack and other buffers that I put in there. Title graphics, yeah, you showed the screen there. That takes up 8K, and then the font takes up another 8K. And these two buffers here under letter, this is when I'm painting the sprites or painting anything on the screen, I need to remember what was there under there before, so that's consuming a lot of memory there. As far as the screen scrolling is concerned, because I don't have an infinite vertical scroll algorithm, I'm using a lot of memory to do the scrolling, and I've got two buffers to do this. And you can see that there's an overlap. So each buffer is 160 kbytes, but there's an overlap of 88 kbytes. They don't need to both be displayed at the same time. So I'm carefully managing memory so that I can paint the tiles in the right place and switch the buffers at the right time and so forth.
I see you've got a table on the right there too, task. Is that what you were talking about for scheduling based on the IRQs, like what tasks you're trying to perform and complete?
So those are the pages. So, I have 64K address space, but I need to access 512 kbytes. So, so I have to do page swapping. You notice that the program is always there in the 3E, 3F range. So that when I switch between these two different sets, I don't lose my program.
Okay, so that's your task 0, task 1.
Yeah.
Registers. Okay, gotcha.
And let's see here. Also, I want to bring up the second screen. Let's see here.
Now this is Chris's area.
Huh? Oh yeah. So where's the rest of the memory being used? 164 kbytes just for the the music.
Wow.
Little tiny section at the end, 16K dedicated to the program. Of course, not all the space is used. I just needed to reserve that space.
So that music buffer would contain both soundtracks then, correct?
Everything, sound effects, soundtracks, all ready to go. Yeah. Yeah, if you open up a debug and you can see that, you'd see during the when you load up the game, you'll start seeing that region just sort of filling up with little garbage, or you can't visually see the sound waves, but that's what's being used.
Geez, I can just imagine what you two could have done with the modern CoCo 3 2 meg RAM upgrades, or even the 8 meg RAM upgrades we have now. So,
well, what I really want is a sound chip.
Well, yeah.
Mark
Siegel wanted that too when they were designing the CoCo 3, but sorry, go ahead, Chris.
I was gonna say, like the who is that Zipster? Yeah, the one with the MPI, the little mini MPI with the built-in OPL3 chip.
3 chip. Yep, I got one right here.
I mean, imagine if we had that back in the day. The kind of music we could do for the game, that would have been incredible.
Yeah, like 16 voice and
yeah.
Now
he also has the PSG as well, which supports 2 digital joysticks too.
As well as a sound chip. Yeah, I'm more primitive than an OPL3, granted, but
something else I wanted to show. The game I really wanted to make, but I couldn't do it because I didn't have CPU cycles. But this will probably give you an idea of what it was.
Oh wow, Tron light cycles.
So I took a screenshot. I took a screenshot of this because playing in an emulator and getting it. I'll explain why I had to get a screenshot. But if someone wants to figure out how to run it themselves, it's sort of, I'll leave that as an exercise. I could probably publish the code somewhere. But I wanted to make, as you can see, a light cycle game, and you can see some of the artifacts that later went into PacDude. I originally designed the screen scrolling algorithm using specifically for this game here, and I spent a lot of time designing the sprites, and I'll show the sprite sheet for that as well. But this game here, at normal speed, it goes twice as fast as PacDude Monster Maze. And then if you hit the button, it goes even faster, double speed, which means 4 times, the screen scrolling is 4 times faster than PacDude Monster Maze. So in addition to that, as you're moving the jet bike around, it would recenter the screen. For those who are listening, this is a Tron light cycle game that I was working on with the same sort of squash isometric projection. But it was very fast and very dizzying. And I couldn't figure out how to do it because I didn't have enough CPU cycles. I calculated, I realized maybe there's some optimizations I could apply, but I also didn't have the AI figured out yet. So I would probably first have to create a 2D version of this game to figure out how to get the AI before I went to doing the 3D version of this game. And
that looks really good.
It looks really amazing to watch too. I said I don't have a good way of displaying it right now, but that's a massive sprite too. It's a 40 by 20 sprite, which is drawn skewed slightly. And there's other few optimizations to speed up its display. I have another screenshot, I guess, just so you can see what the edge looked like. I don't know if it's it's just showing a different angle of the same thing. But there was so much that I didn't have ready. For example, I didn't have any way of repainting the jet walls. You can see that they don't get repainted; they just disappear once they scroll off the screen. And I didn't have any boundaries to the game grid at all. You can just drive off the game grid because I didn't get that far. So this is why it's a bit tricky if you try to play the thing, or just as a demo. There's no real game. It's because if you actually drive off the game grid, then you end up over here, where you can start overriding the sprite data.
There's the glitch in the matrix there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I used to do that. Just drive over this. You drive a little bit into the sprite zone and drive back out again. You have garbled sprites. You can see there. You can see in this image is actually the trick I used to speed up the sprite display. I didn't actually have to bother erasing the sprite because it's always moving the same diagonal direction and would just leave a streak of damage. But you can notice that there's a little bit of a blue region above and below the sprite, where the damage was actually the same color as the background game grid. So you wouldn't really notice that I'm essentially creating damage. And of course, there's a jet wall in the back, and the jet wall covers up any sprite damage. So I was able to at least speed up the sprite display using a trick like that. But even still, I didn't think I had enough CPU cycles. But I suppose if I was running a 6309 processor, I might be able to do it.
I was just going to bring that up because you did mention during the pre-call that you actually have a 6309, but you never really tried using it for its extra features.
Yeah, no, I never did. In fact, I don't know if it's a good idea to. Well, I mean, I was talking at one point about purity. Releasing a game that requires a 6309, is that pure? Is it standard? Is that a standard upgrade in the day?
For us OS 9 people, it was. Both Power Boost and Nitrous 9 used it. So,
isn't there
I
already?
know we
a game
we kept selling out of them. We were selling them with the chips, and we sold out every fest for I don't know how many years in a row.
Let's see who's going to bring up the. Well, this got to be made bigger. Hang on a second.
Also, I mentioned Nick Morenni's. You released a 609 base game Gunstar recently.
Yeah,
and it's one of your best-selling games, isn't it?
It was much popular,
Second,
more popular than I thought. Again, like Brian was saying, it's a matter of how many people have a 6309. Is it worth it? And it seems like a lot of people do have a 6309. If not, they can run it in an emulator.
True.
So, even though the game was very, very fast, the sprites are fairly simple. I really have two angles. There wasn't a lot of animation going on. I spent a lot of time actually trying to make these sprites look look accurate. So I'd put in the VHS tape and study the images as much as possible and paint each pixel to make it look just right. In a way, it's kind of sad that I spent as much time as I did designing these little sprites, even though I realized I couldn't actually finish the game.
Did you get far enough to even start considering the sound and stuff? Because of course, Tron has that iconic, racing sound that they use for the.
Oh yeah, I thought about it would be cool to make sounds, but again, I think I was I realized this wasn't the game I could do, at least not at first. So PacDude game, at least I knew how to do the AI. I knew how to make a Pac-Man game, and it's a slower game, so I figured I could pull that off. And then I figured I could do this first, or sorry, do this second. But I never got around to doing this.
Yeah, it's too bad because the assets look great.
Yeah, I agree.
And Chris, were you aware of this project at the time?
No, it's the first I've ever heard of it.
This is the first that anyone on the planet has actually seen it other than me.
World exclusive, folks.
Yes.
If
You saw it here first.
It looks as if the wheels were animated to spin.
Yep,
yeah, the little light bits there.
I did create a little spinning effect. It didn't show up that well on the screen because it's flickering so damn fast. In a way, it's kind of sad that I created all these different sprites. It's taking up a lot of memory, and the only thing that's different is the little spinning wheel.
Yeah, probably could have used a palette animation.
Oh, yeah, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, that would take no CPU time at all then.
Yeah.
Well, depends on how you allocate the colors, yeah, but it would have saved
were you planning this to be a multiplayer game or quite a few enemy cycles, or?
There's only be two cycles. One game, so the green cycle would be you, the red cycle would be the enemy cycle. And again, I hadn't figured out how to do the AI. If I would do the game justice, I would have to first develop the 2D version just to keep my sanity to develop the AI first. I didn't want to try to develop the AI and try to build this game at the same time.
Training
We
wheels.
got a
for your
comment from
brain.
Terry Steggy in the chat, who's also on the panel here, but he said that looks amazing, Brian. Flynn would be proud.
If I mean, I could probably create a little CoCo disk that if you wanted to like run it yourself, what you'd have to do is have to load up I don't know what the rules are for distributing editasm. I don't know if that's legal or not. But if you were to load up, you have to load up a special file, then you have to load up editasm. You have to load the program, then you have to assemble it, and then go to run gstart, and then you can start fiddling around with it. And you can see how fast it is. Just don't drive off the screen because it'll just start corrupting memory.
No, it looks really good, actually. I'm kind of sad it never went past this.
Basic editasm is available on the archive. So yeah, if you want to put the source code up, I'd be interested in seeing it.
Right. I'll try to see if I can. I don't know how to make a CoCo disk properly. I can try to send the each individual file out, and someone can craft up a CoCo disk for other people to use.
Yeah, that's pretty easy. There's multiple tools to do that. That's how I took the PacDude source code and mixed it with the binaries and put on one disk image.
So are you running a floppy disk at the moment? Or have you got a floppy drive, a real floppy drive?
What
have you got a CoCo 3, I should say first?
I have a CoCo 3. It's in the closet. It does work. I every now and then I verify it works.
And a real floppy disk drive, like you don't have a CoCo
floppy
STC
drive, yes.
as we use nowadays.
Yeah.
So you'd be looking at trying to convert a floppy disk to a DSK image.
Well, I have all the assets on my PC, and I can run an emulator just fine. That's how I was able to get. That's how I was able to get this. This screenshot. I was able to get. I was able to. I was able to remember how to do this. I fired it up again and played it a little bit, but it's very, very tricky to get the screenshot at the same time because it's moving around so quickly, and if I don't capture the screenshot at the right time, it dries off the screen. So you get the idea.
Yeah, it might be easier to use MAME for that kind of screenshot because you have the P pause key as a default. So you just hit it and it'll pause the emulator right where it is.
Oh, okay.
Take a screenshot. So you were developing this before, like between Tetra and PacDude Monster Maze. And then did you keep coming back to revisit it as you learn more stuff doing PacDude to see if you get further, or did you kind of just give up on the thing after a certain point completely and then concentrate on PacDude?
I never went back to it. After I finished PacDude Monster Maze, I was in college at this point, and I had no time to do any CoCo projects. I mean, I was trying to develop a completely different program at that point. I was trying to develop a new editor assembler, something that would save me from having to go through that hell again. But I never finished that project. I never get very far with it.
Okay. So after this, you kind of went away. You became busy with like real life and a job and stuff, and you never really went back to the CoCo, though you did keep it over the years, or did you occasionally fire it up and use it for a bit and then?
Well, actually, it was in the closet for a couple of years, and then and I mentioned to one of my coworkers, and I said, "Oh yeah, I got this old computer in the closet." And he says, "Really?" And I have all the floppies too. He said, "You need to copy that stuff." Oh, I guess I should. So officially, the last program I ever wrote for the CoCo, it's kind of sad. The last program I wrote for the CoCo was the transfer program. Well, I still remembered how to write the thing, transfer all the data over serial port, still remembered how to, convert the CoCo disks to separate files and convert the CM3 files to GIS so that I wouldn't have to remember how to do that ever again. I still have the CoCo 2. It's in the closet. That thing has been powered on in over 30 years. I have no idea if it works.
Got a comment from Brian Walsh in the chat too. He said it would be a cool feature of the Finnish game to have a corrupt memory if you drive off the screen. Higher stakes. It's not a bug, it's a feature.
Yeah.
CoCo 2 will probably work.
In the movie, you can drive off the game grid and you can escape. But here, no, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, then you can battle the recognizers and stuff later on and have a whole sequel.
Yeah.
That's cool. Now, Chris, after PacDude, where did your career path lead you to? Because you've actually gotten into a lot of creative stuff from the sounds of our pre-call.
Yeah, well, I was still in high school at the time. So after graduating high school, sadly, I had to get rid of my Tandy Color Computer 3 and all the accessories and everything I had for it because I had bought a PC. And my first PC was a leading edge 46 DX266. And when I got that, my mom gave me an ultimatum that I had to get rid of my old computer stuff if I was going to get that.
Yeah, moms are like that way.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, big sigh there. But later on, I did get Color Computer 3 again and upgraded it to 512K and accessories. And then I changed my career at one point, and then I had to get rid of it again. So, yeah, it's just an endless cycle, it seems like. But no, after high school, I did some community. I went to community college for a while, and then kind of bounced around a little bit. My first computer job was working with my friend. He had his own internet service provider service at ISP, and I worked there for almost a year. And then after that, I went and was a computer repairman for about 3 years. Then I was a web developer after that for about 5. And then when that job ran out, I was trying to find more work in the tech field, and I was just having the hardest time, like getting anybody to even take me seriously or even get back to me. So I decided, okay, what else did I want to do in my life as far as a career went? And I thought about, it's like, well, animation was always a thing that I wanted to try as well. Because I was also an artist, and I like drawing and stuff and music, of course. So I went into, I applied to go to a school specifically for animation up in Vancouver, BC, and was accepted. Did that, and after I graduated, it took me a while, but I finally made it into animation. I had the studios look at me finally, and I've been doing that ever since 2008. That's what brought me to Quebec here, also. So
Are you allowed to talk about some of the projects you've been involved with the animation? Or?
Sure. I mean, I've worked on a ton of stuff. Probably quite a bit of it you've never heard of, and probably never will hear of. I've worked on plenty of things that nobody wanted to see, I'll say that. But I have worked on a few things that were like on television, like Unikitty. I've worked on some of that. That was a Cartoon Network show, I think. Worked on DC's Superhero Girls, the one that was on YouTube. I've worked on a whole bunch of YouTube-based animations for like Mondo Media. What was that one? Geek or Geek.com? I can't remember exactly what it was. So a lot of different outlets online. And then when I got here, I worked on actual television shows here in Quebec. And I worked on the most recent stuff was the last season of F is for Family, and a new show that came out on BYU's streaming service, which I had no idea they had a streaming service, but they do. And they hired the studio that I worked for to do a show for them. So I worked on that. And right now I'm kind of on vacation because right now we have nothing to do. So I'm just kind of sitting here working on my own personal projects. Like,
so it sounds like you're doing mostly animation now, though. Do you still do some creative music writing and stuff too as part of this, or?
Yeah, not as much as I used to. Like back in the late '90s, early 2000s, I did do a lot of tracker music, like with a mod plug tracker and those kind of things. Write my own music, so I was still doing that. I still play music. I play 2 instruments still, so still do that.
If you have you come out to CoCo Fest and join in one of the jams, then.
Oh, yeah. That sounds like an idea. Should look into that. But I also have other projects going on too. Like I've made some Atari 2600 homebrews, and I'm working on making my own color computer on a breadboard. And last night I actually got something kind of working on it for the first time ever. So I was really stoked about that.
So you're getting more into the hardware side of things now.
Oh yeah, I've been really experimenting with like computer hardware, like 8-bit computers, stuff like that, how they work, all that kind of stuff for years. And I finally got to the point where I could finally start doing something like that, where I could finally start putting together my own system. I wanted to go and buy like a Color Computer 2 or 3 again, just to have one. And then I saw the prices. I'm like, wow, the prices have really gone up over the past 20 years.
It's an investment now.
One of these, yeah. So it's like, you know what, maybe I can try to make my own and see what happens. So it's been a process, a lot of failure. So I'm
No,
not even
you're
using-
mentioning before, if I caught
Yeah.
that right, you actually done some homebrew game programming for the Atari 2600. You said?
Yeah. But because I mentioned earlier, I think it was in the pre-setup stream that I don't do a lot with assembly. I don't have a lot of assembly experience, and it's not my forte at all. But with the Atari 2600, there's software, like development software you can use, and one that's called Atari Basic, and that's the one I've used to develop my homebrews. I did what I called Princess Rescue, which was a Super Mario Brothers game for the Atari 2600. That one got some attention. In fact, like IGN did a review of it. Wired magazine did an interview with me on that. So that got some attention. And then it got Nintendo's attention. And they did a cease and desist with Atari Age for just selling it.
The wrong kind of attention.
So that happened. And then after that, I decided, okay, I did that. That was fun. Seriously though, I wanted somebody to make it before me because I knew I wasn't the best like programmer out there. I wanted like somebody who was really experienced, knew what they were really doing to make like a Super Mario game for the Atari 2600, but nobody did it. So it's like, okay, fine, I'll do it. And so I did.
I have to say, if you're programming for the Atari 2600, like I've never used this Atari Basic to see if it really does a lot of the hand holding, but that's like chasing the scan line. 'Cause you have enough RAM for one scan line at a time. You have to build everything on the fly as it's going.
Yes, it's called Racing the Beam, and Atari Basic takes care of that for you, thankfully. So all I have to worry about is everything else.
Because I was going to say, if you're doing that in assembly language, you're not as bad at it as you think you are, because that's not exactly easy.
Yeah, because I actually, with my project right now, I'm building the CoCo on a breadboard. I made my own code to test with. I actually did it in machine language. I didn't even use an assembler. I just went straight up opcodes to write directly to memory, the video memory, 0400, just to see if I was getting text on the screen. And last night I finally did. So it's starting to work out. And by the way, I'm doing this without a SAM chip, by the way. So I'm using like logic chips and timing and all sorts of things. So, and even a shadow video SRAM. So the video and the CPU side access that, and then the regular SRAM that the CPU uses, that gets left alone all by itself just for the CPU to use. So I'm not having like things like try to battle to try to use that memory. Instead, I just have the SRAM, like its own shadow memory for the video part by itself. So yeah, it's starting to work finally. But I plugged in the Color Basic ROM that I had been using, and I put it back in there just to see what it would do. And yeah, it has no idea what the hell's going on. So, so it's like, okay, yeah, there's still some more work I need to do to make this more CoCo compatible, because the Color Basic ROM is still not working. Like I don't have any PIAs on it yet. So that may be a reason why it's not quite working out, but I got a lot of more messing around to do.
You must be doing some sort of a hardware emulation of the SAM, because that's not exactly an easy chip to get these days. From
no, I'm right now I'm just using like logic chips to take over the functionality that SAM did have.
Okay.
Yeah, so like for like the timing, I'm using like the Q clock, E clock, for like switching back and forth between which side of the system has control of that video bus. So I'm using like 74LS157s multiplexers to basically share that bus, and it's using like some logic, like looking at the E clock, the read write, and A15 line. At least for now, that's how I'm doing it. It won't be that way in the future. Just to see if it's accessing the higher 32K or lower 32K, because right now it just has 32K of SRAM in there. So if it's a lower 32K, then that's the SRAM. If it's a higher 32K, then that's the ROM and all the other IO stuff. So that's just kind of how I'm doing that right now. And it's working out. I'm just keeping it really simple and basic. So when that part finally starts working, I could expand, because I want to do a lot more with this. I want to start experimenting with the CoCo 3 memory management kind of way of it, doing things of 8K chunks. I mean, the service manual has been excellent, has been great.
Yeah.
For like figuring this stuff out. I mean, there's even like a diagram of how the CoCo 3 does its like MMU. It's like, okay, so you load the values into this little itty bitty SRAM for which page, and the A13 or A19 lines and all that kind of stuff. And and it says that you multiplex. It's like, oh, I understand how this works. This is pretty cool. So like later on, I want to use that scheme and perhaps have CoCo 3 graphics capability, although that's right now it's way beyond me. I just wanted to get working like a regular CoCo. So yeah, I just got a lot of things I'm working on. I mean, I like.
Now, are you blogging this anywhere that people kind of follow your progress, or do you have a
Yeah,
website?
I was holding off on this until I like made sure I had something that was working. I didn't want to do like yell it out to everybody going, hey, I'm doing this thing, and then it just doesn't work and I give up on it and then disappoint everyone. So I just wanted to make sure that
Which is why Brian never talked about his Tron Light Cycle game before, I guess. Too, so.
So yeah, I mean, I have mentioned it here and there and posted some things on the CoCo Discord, but I haven't like divulged a whole lot of info. But now that I've got it partially working, I might talk about it a little bit more and show more screenshots and maybe ask some questions to some experts who know more than I do. I want to give it like SD card access. I mean, have an SD card capability, have PS2 keyboard and mouse capability, use the Wii nunchuck controllers for the controllers. So
that'd be awesome.
Tandy controllers. Also, I want to have OPL sound capabilities, just like the mini MPI. I have some OPL2 chips, like the DIP packages. Actually, you can put in sockets. I have some of those that I could try out. Of course, they're OPL2, not OPL3. But the real difference is like you have 6 less channels of sound with the OPL2. But yeah, so that's a huge project I'm working on right now. And
we have a lot of people in the community that could help you with that kind of stuff. Like Pedro has actually been duplicating the CoCo 1 and 2 motherboards. Kieran, the guy who does Extra, is also duplicating the Dragon 64 motherboard in his case.
Right.
Julian is doing the Dragon 32 motherboard. So we're basically trying to, because as you both have seen, CoCo prices have skyrocketed on eBay.
Yeah.
So now we're getting to the point where we're just going to make our own, darn it. And
and I saw a few videos lately. If you want to talk about like the Commodore 64 a little bit, of a brand new board. What's it called? The Evo 64, I think it was called. Where it's like a modern recreation. It fits in a regular bread bin, and it's got some modern like chips. I mean, you have to still have some of the old chips put in there, but you can have a dual SID, and it has some extra stuff that's been developed over the years to help with the video display and things like that. And it's really cool. So I mean, it's kind of along the lines of that. I got this idea when I watched the video. I can't remember which one it was. Somebody had taken like one of those old UK computers. I don't remember which one it was, and they actually made a modern recreation of it using all original hardware, like original CPU, original like
might have been the Spectrum,
74LS logic chips, like all over the place. I don't know. I don't remember which one it was. It wasn't. I don't think it was the Spectrum, but it was in its own place. It had expansion slots like all over, and you can plug in your own cards, like Wi-Fi cards and stuff like that. And that's kind of, I saw this, like, this is pretty amazing. I mean, this would be great if like somebody did this with the CoCo. So
yeah, we have some stuff like the Gimme X. I've got some of the original prototypes here, which has got extra graphics modes, streaming capability. It's got 2.86 megahertz because it's using static RAM. It doesn't have to do dynamic RAM refresh.
Yeah, does it have like VGA out at all?
Yep. It's VGA, S-Video, composite, RF, and RGB analog.
That's amazing.
5 outputs. And you can run all 5 at once if you want.
That's cool. One thing with my project too is I'm using a 63 CO9, and I'm trying to get it to run at a maximum of 3.58 megahertz.
Yeah, most of the 639s are capable of running at 4 to 5, to be honest.
Yeah, I've read somewhere that somebody got it up to 7 megahertz reliably, which blew me away. So yeah, I'm trying to make this 3-speed select. This part's actually working on the system where I've got 3 different speeds you can feed into it. So the original CoCo speed, right? And then the CoCo 3 high-speed poke speed, and then the brand new turbo speed of 3.58. So I'm just testing everything right now on the slowest regular CoCo speed, just to make sure everything works before I even try to turbo blast the thing. But yeah, I mean, like putting a guy like the GaiMeX on something like that could, that if it was like altered to run at 3.58 megahertz, that would be amazing.
Yeah. So it's funny because when we talked to both of you on the preview, like you guys are complete opposite ends of this purity scale. Chris is just like, I'm going to put everything on here and make a new motherboard that runs at twice the speed and adds new stuff.
Right.
And Brian, you're like, I don't even want to touch 609 because that's not stock.
Well, I was there's that, but also, I mean, when I went to college, I studied. Well, I got a degree in computer engineering, which is hybrid of electrical engineering and computer science. So I was designing digital logic and CPUs and stuff like that in college. But I realized that there's more. I was more interested in developing software than developing hardware, so I didn't pursue that any further. So I don't even know how to design a digital circuit anymore, but I used to in college. I used to have a whole bunch of the 7400 series, chips memorized. What these were, and I don't know. The only one I know is that 7400 is a quad NAND gate. That's all I remember.
7400, yeah.
This is all way over my head because I solder my hair. If you guys are aware of me on the show, so I suck at hardware. But yeah, it's really cool. Just the fact that you guys ended up working together, but you have such diametrically opposed views on what is retro, what is acceptable, like you were saying, Brian.
My thing is I just want to keep it alive and put some modern stuff into it to be able to, just make it a little bit easier to use, like SD cards, and have it, you can hook it up to just a VGA monitor, things like that, and keep it going.
If I was going to write anything new for the CoCo, the first thing I would do is I'd develop a better development platform. But then at the same time, is that pure? I've got a cross assembler. I can now assemble programs instantaneously. But that's not how I would have done it originally. To me, pure would be you're developing it the way you would have done back in the day, right? You've got a 32 by 16 screen, you got a printer and whatnot. And every time you run that program, this is something I learned a long time ago. When you're going to run an assembly language program, before you run it, open up the drives.
Yep, in case it crashes, decides to wipe it out.
Why is the red light on?
Development tools, that is very
I've done that.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's an ongoing discussion in the community as a whole, because everybody has a different idea of what brings them to the hobby of getting into retro computing. Is it I can run some old games I really liked when I was young? Or it could be I like being able to design hardware, and for modern machines, that's a lot more difficult because it's a lot higher density stuff than you were doing back then. Adding extra hardware, I mean, we've been doing that since the CoCo 1 came out. People have been manufacturing all kinds of weird hardware for it, hard drives, whatever else. So for some of us, it's just convenience to, an SD card's easier to get. I can find those. It's really hard to find a replacement gimme chip now. So if we can make a duplicate of that, and why not throw in some extra stuff on it?
Yeah, I've seen the photos from that project of like reverse engineering the chip with actually.
Oh yeah, the electron microscope scans.
Having scans,
electronic
high-res scans, and seeing what's on the inside. It's incredible to see just a little bit of that whole die is for the main part, and then you have all this like I guess decoding logic or whatever is going on in those rows.
Yeah, Roger Taylor's been spearheading that project. He's got scans of both the 86 and the 87 versions of the gimme.
Yeah, it's pretty cool seeing the two different versions of like how different they are.
Yeah. So do I, from happening in the talks here and actually getting some of the responses from the chat here, obviously, Chris, you actually are still doing some CoCo related stuff. You're actually kind of duplicating on yourself. Brian, do you have any bit of an itch and urge to get back into things a bit, or is it more like that was the past and it's great to think about?
Every few years, I start thinking about it again. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. And then I started thinking, oh yeah, but the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new compiler and assembler, and like, oh man, that's a rat hole. I'm going to be spending all my time working on a tool. I'm not going to make anything else but that tool.
Now, if we got you a better tool that actually ran on the CoCo, not some cross compilers and cross assemblers like we have now, if you want to do it in half a second, we are trying to get Phantasms the nickname for it, but I think was it Roland Knight designed it for Diecom, and then Diecom gave it to Glenn Dahlgren. That's what they used at Sundog. So it was actually used by multiple companies, and it was an optimized 512K required CoCo 3 assembler. Did almost everything in RAM, so it was lightning fast. If we actually could get that released, would that be something that might prompt you to get back into things? Because it is quote unquote period correct.
Well, there's the other side of me. It's like I doing it the pure way, the correct way, is still slow and tedious, even if I had a faster tool. And I guess maybe someday I'd want to do that again, but not today.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. I just I took a picture of this last night, the breadboard, if anybody wants to see it.
Yeah, if you want to share your screen, go ahead.
All right, I've never done this before, so let's see how, hopefully I don't crash. So I just click on
Share screen at the bottom of Zoom.
Oh, is it more? Okay. Or how do I? Oh, share screen. Okay, it's in more short share screen. Okay. And then do I choose? Oh, I do.
Yeah, you can choose a window or a screen.
That's cool. Yeah. So let me try this. And wow, my computer is like not liking this. Wait, did it do it?
Here it comes.
It come on. Oh,
there it is.
There.
We see
there it is.
Holy cow, that's a lot of wires.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know if you can see my mouse cursor or not.
Yeah, we can.
Boy,
Okay,
We can.
good. All right, down
that would
here.
make Ben Eater proud.
And now we
Oh
know where
yeah.
all the
Oh,
proto
Ben Eater, I
boards
love
went.
his stuff. I learned a lot from him. I learned a lot from those guys, those YouTubers. But yeah, down here is just the power stuff, and those LEDs down here show like what speed it's running at. So red is the regular speed, green is CoCo 3 high speed, and then the yellow will be the new 3.58. And then that chip, I know it's a MOS chip. It's the only 74LS139 I had, so I used it, and that's just to help make it light up the way it's supposed to.
Now you understand the benefits of a slow clock.
Mhm.
I have a question.
Sure.
You don't you run into problems using breadboards like that with clock speeds above like 1 to 2 megahertz?
No, there's a person I watch on YouTube. He says that's like once you get in about the 20 to 25 megahertz range, that's when problems start happening. He actually built his own like CPU along with a pretty incredible video display all on a breadboard, and it's pretty cool. And so yeah, so I'm not too worried about that. I mean, the fastest speed I got it going on this, of course, is the 14 megahertz speed that you see in the over there on the crystal oscillator, which is getting fed into a 74LS74 JK flip-flop to help produce the other speeds that are being used. Then that goes into a multiplexer here next to it, which then selects which speed to use, which gets fed into the 63C09P. Now this is the P, not the EP, the P, because I'm not using a SAM. So I'm using the P version because it needs to get the clock from a regular source like this, and then it
not
produces the E and Q from that itself internally.
I mean, considering my soldering skills and general skills with wiring in general, this just looks like a nightmare to me. But if it's working, it's great.
Yeah, it is. Or yeah, when looking at it like this, but as you're building it, I could build a little bit, test it, make sure it works, then go on. Like this morning, I had swapped a few of the address lines by accident on the VDG, which is right up here. And yeah, it's the 6847. And I fixed that, and it displayed the contents I have in ROM, all the letters, like it's supposed to. However, I noticed one thing. There's on the first character, it's like constantly like trying to do different characters, like every scan line on the very first character for some reason. I'm not sure why that is. It's like maybe it's a legacy timing thing that I'm not aware of. And the fourth character, like for one frame, every once in a while, wants to change to a different character, but all the other characters are correct. I'm not sure what's going on there, so it's something I have to figure out. But yeah, there's stuff going on. Like there's some logic decoding happening here. Right here is going to be a GAL chip and a 74LS138 to activate like which IO space and chips are being accessed. I don't need that right now. I'm waiting for those GAL chips to come in so I can program it. And then up here's the multiplexer to switch between the two buses, and then the regular RAM, you can't see it's under all those cables, and then the video shadow SRAM's up here, and then some like buffers and latches and stuff like that for the video memory.
Now, do you have this on paper too?
I do have some things kind of sketched out, and I do have this old schematic. It's no longer accurate to what I got here, but I could update it. Like here's I'm not sure if it's gonna, like here's just how the
You'd have to stop sharing the screen because of this. We can see it.
Oh, okay. I'll stop sharing screen then. And there we go. But I just realized I think it reverses the
Only for you.
Oh, only for you. Okay, good. So you can make it out. But this is just the timing for like the video SRAM. Just the general idea for how it is right now. It's not gonna be like this in the future. But for now, this is what works, and it's working out. So like that's just an example, just for that simple thing.
I'd say we have enough hardware people. There's quite a few on the panel, never mind in the general CoCo community, that would be interested in this. And I think you should start blogging.
All right.
Honestly.
Yeah, I'll share more on
In fact, we could even set up a channel in the Discord specifically to your project.
Is there a CoCo? Is in the Discord? Is there like a specific channel for that?
There's too many channels, but here I am asking for another one. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Don't we have the channel to request a new channel?
Yes, there's a channel for about everything. If not, there's a channel.
Oh, I know. I look at all the channels and I'm like, there's so many. It's like there's got to be one that's for something like this in there somewhere.
Yeah, there's a hardware section.
So posting in hardware general. I think
maybe we should have a maybe we should have a section where it's for people like Chris Spry and such, where they can, and maybe AC and Pedro Pena, where they can actually put like updates and such for their projects.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'd love that.
Call it Blue Smoke.
The whole section.
Magic smoke.
I'm surprised I haven't done that myself, because I have plugged in chips backwards a couple times, stuff like that, and they get really hot really fast.
Dude.
Yep.
Yeah, they make and when you do it with diodes, they go for or LEDs, they go from LEDs to SEDs. Smoke emitting
diodes, yeah. That's cool. That sounds like you got some really interesting hardware projects going there, and you weren't originally a hardware guy, so.
Yeah, it's just something I picked up over time and wanted to get into, and so I just kept learning and experimenting until I got to the point where I'm at now. It's been a long process. I'll tell you that.
You need to go to the CoCo Fest.
Yeah.
Right.
You both should come out. You guys would be honored.
The official last one that's in where is that at again? I can't remember.
Chicago area.
Chicago. Okay. I don't live too far from there now. It's possible.
Yeah, the next one here is on April. What's the dates of it again?
22nd,
23rd.
Right. Thanks.
23rd of what month?
April.
Oh, so soon. I might be moving to Ontario too, so I might be even a little bit closer. We'll see.
Yeah, and this year we're not charging for admission, so if you guys want to pop by, you don't have to pay to get in the door. So.
All right then. Yeah, I got a lot on my plate right now, like get my work permit all renewed and possibly moving and all this other kind of stuff happening. So we'll see how my life's working out here in a few months.
Now, an open invitation to both of you. If you ever want to come out there, we'll definitely. If you guys want to even do a little seminar together to kind of go through the old days and developing stuff, you could, or just to visit and say hi. Either way.
I love going to these kind of things. I've gone to the Portland Retro Gaming Expo like every year since 2012, just about every year. And
yeah, you ran into Tim and AJ there. They're for the first time having a booth at the show this past one.
Oh yeah, Atari Age. Yeah, they're there like almost every year as well, and that's who sells my Atari homebrews. And I'm coming out with a new game. I'll just throw that out there right now for the Atari. Going to come out probably, I would say. It's coming out this year, but I'm just not sure exactly when this year. It's all done. And I'm working on the manual for it right now. And that's almost done. So once all that's done, sending it out, and it's going to be made and will be sold through Atari Age. It's called.
Is it too early to spoiler what the game is, or?
It's called Robot Zed. It's something I've been working on for years, off and on, which is why I've been working on for years. And it's like, it's if you took Mega Man and Kirby, like smushed them together, and you have a video game, and it's like all my other ones for the Atari. It's side scroller, platformer. You have power-ups and enemies to fight, and it's kind of its own original mechanics where you don't have lives, you just have energy, and if you run out, you have like another energy bar for your power, and you have some of that left over. You can use it to refill so you don't die and things like that. So it's like one of the most complicated projects, at least programming projects I've ever worked on, which is why it's taken as long as it has to finally come out. But I'm finally happy with what I got.
Definitely let us know. I mean, we have a lot of people in our retro community that is not exclusively CoCo. They have all kinds of retro machines, and it would be kind of interesting to just let them know.
Oh yeah, I love talking about this stuff and sharing. So yeah, if anybody wants to hear more, just let me know.
Yeah, pop on the show when it's getting released, and we'll give you a little bit of a plug there. Brian, do you have anything on the go, or any websites that you'd run, or anything like that you want to talk about or promote?
No, I don't have anything. I don't have anything exciting to promote. I'm not working on a CoCo, not building any new. Sorry.
I'm sorry. It's just,
Sorry, you win there, you know.
Are you maybe
You have
taking on
building a
some home
CoCo, what are you
improvement
doing?
projects?
I mean, I can't thank you enough for making PacDude Monster Maze anyway. That is seriously one of the primo
it's
titles
incredible.
on the CoCo 3. So I think you did your due back then.
I did my time. Wait, no. I mean, here's the way I look at it. I mean, so the computer was bought for me for education. And by the time I was done, there was nothing left I could learn on that platform. And to me, it felt like that was my capstone project. So in a way, I felt like I graduated from the CoCo Academy. So that's kind of why I didn't go back to it.
And you said you got your job from it too. So it
did
worked.
help me get a job, made my resume stand out. Yeah.
Yeah. And you actually got a little bit of pay for making PacDude Monster
I
Maze.
got a little bit of money for it too.
I'm sure if you brought some, baggy versions of it to the show there and, got autographed it, you could probably sell a few more if you want to make a little bit of money going to a fest. So,
How many Ferraris?
Oh yeah,
like Nick does. Anyway, I'm out of questions now, and we've kind of promoted stuff you guys are working on now or talked about. Thanks for bringing up all the external stuff, like some of the old diagrams of the memory maps. That's really cool to see, how the development was done back then. Any further questions from the panel, or Mark, have you had any other questions or comments from the chat that you are deemed worthy before we end the interview?
Nothing I've seen really for the two guests.
Are you guys
anybody on the panel?
You guys familiar with WeFax?
That's an ongoing
Everybody's
joke for
drink.
Brian because he's probably
yeah, I'm not aware of this one.
If not, I think we can use a
for Chris. I can't talk about it.
Go ahead, Brian.
Oh, Dave Wormfood did ask, why not just one big breadboard instead of a whole bunch of little ones? I assume
CoCo 3
Mag.
Seriously, everything I use is what I just have lying around, except for like some of the logic chips and stuff like that. So, and the DuPont connectors and all that kind of stuff. But I've had those little breadboards for like 20 years now. So
yeah, I probably have some that old too.
One thing, I mean, as I recall, when I was designing hardware in college, I would first run it in a simulator. I'd run all the logic in a simulator first.
Yeah.
And I didn't do any breadboard stuff. I found that it was far better to use a wire wrapping system.
Yeah, I wish
I had faster. I had a wire wrapping gun, very fast. The connections were perfect. And I swore I would never use a breadboard again after I did that.
I bet. Yeah, I've tried to make my own boards, actually solder together some boards. I made a CPU board and a memory board, but something always seems to go wrong. I'm not sure if there's like a flaky connection or something, but it doesn't quite work out. And I've always had to go back to the breadboard again, which I did here. Before, I used to have it on different cards on a bus that I made out of like old IDE cables, and stuff like that. But yeah, something wasn't quite working, so I just put it all in breadboard, and now it's starting to work. So it's gonna keep on at it. And then eventually, I would like to start like designing PCB boards and putting it on that. That's like the next step, but I'm not there yet.
Then you can work on the MM2.
MM2. So the MM1, that was the 68K CoCo, or is that
there was a bunch of them, TC70, the PC68K4, the MM1, MM1A.
Right. Yeah, I remember those back in the early 90s.
Yeah, my TC9, which is the only one that was actually kind of CoCo compatible, is actually still down here. So the hard drive's dead. Well, if there's no more questions from the panel, I just want to thank our two guests, Brian and Chris, for coming on the show and sharing all this history and knowledge of the games that you made and some of the premiere stuff and the music that Chris did. The fact that you guys did all these games back, when you're still in high school, just boggles me, because I was like Ken said in the chat here, I was making you go beep. Well, it's a little bit more than that, but not by much. I didn't do the assembly stuff until my 20s and finally learned that. So thank you so much. You guys are welcome to stay on for the rest of the show if you want, or leave whenever you want. You can stay on for a little bit if you want. We're going to take a commercial break here right away, so some of us can run off and grab coffees, etc. And then we'll come up with the game on challenge, and Ken will start going over some of the scores and techniques for Tetra.
Okay, here we go.
The CoCo Nation Show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCo Nation Show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCo Nation.
The CoCo Nation Show would like to thank the following patrons: Alex Gayer, Brendan Donahue, Brian Weasler, Dainty's Hideaway, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Mike Rayburn, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, Terry Steege, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., Tony C., and William A. Thing. Thank you so much, patrons.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
S. Batson01 says, my info is requested. My name is Steve B. The retro systems I'm into when I have time are the CoCo 1, 2, 3, Dragon and MC10. I've been involved in the CoCo since the CoCo 1 came out. I occasionally play games, do a little programming and mostly enjoy thinking about the good old days. Gilbert says, hi everyone, my name is Guillaume. I am interested mostly in Tandy and Commodore systems. The only computer I had growing up was my trusty old Tandy 1000HX. I heard about the CoCo Discord from Mr. Dave 6309, whom I had the pleasure of meeting in person recently. I miss programming and tinkering with electronics, and hope that I can share this hobby with my kids. First thing I would like to do is relearn assembly programming. Jimbro 1000 says, my intro, my name is Julian B. I've been at this too long, 40 plus years and counting. Started with a Dragon 32 of my own and went downhill from there, now a professional software engineer and occasional electrical engineer. How do you retro? Original hardware, replicas and emulators, keeping old stuff alive, making new ones, and if all else fails, cheat. P. Garcia Vitno says, hello all. I am Paolo, maintainer of the site Vintage is the New Old. My childhood computer was a CP400, CoCo clone, but today I collect whatever non-PC from the 80s. I am particularly fond of the Tandy computers, and also Atari. I prefer the programming side of the CoCos, but sometimes I play some games as well. Solomon Seal says, hi folks, electronics hobbyist in his 30s, grew up with a TI-99/4A, a ZX81 and a C64. Always wanted a TRS-80 to restore and just got my hands on a TRS-80 26-3134 Canadian version in unknown condition. I plan on restoring it like my TI-99 and my C64 and figured this place would likely be a good place to discuss this platform with others who have more knowledge about it than I. The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Boys in Tech, Glenside Computer Club, Nightbeard, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCo Nation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
Because CoCoing is better together.
And now, party-approved CoCo Thoughts with Comrade Games.
So I'm soldering.
Tetra. More proof of corrupt imperialist capitalist West stealing brilliant ideas of glorious Soviet Union.
Welcome everybody to the CoCo Nation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Tetra. We had a total of 17 players. We had Mr. Dave 6309 with 1340, Ken Reichard 5330, Mark O 6930, L. Curtis Boyle 10,260, Allison 11,680, Shenley, 22,690. Canadian Retro Things, 22,890. Mark B, 25,580. Rich N, 29,080. Kieran, 36,980. Ed Rhodes, 39,800. Jim Rye, 42,140. Coconut Bob, 57,840. Buck Owens, 61,780. Flutterball, 71,640. Brendan Donaghy, 77,260. And the number one score this week is TJB Chris with 189,530 points. Thanks everybody that played, and we will see you again next week.
Wow.
There we go. There was a little bit of a gap between first place and second place.
Yeah. I was hoping TGB Chris would still be on the call. Oh, he is still there.
He's right there. I see him.
So how exactly did you pull that stunt off?
My general strategy with Tetris is if it's not a 4-line combo of Tetris, I'm not doing it unless I absolutely have to. And the key for it was I had a real good run. I almost died about 90,000 points. But if you get at the higher levels, you get a higher bonus for those 4-line combos. And when I'm level 12, I got 3 or 4 in a row that just gave me a good 60,000 points on top of what I had. And that was where it kind of came out. So that's pretty much how I play Tetris. I think I noted in the Discord too, I may have skipped a class or two in college to kick someone's butt in Nest Tetris. So I still think that was money well spent. Maybe not, but yeah, that's pretty much it. If I can't get mostly 4-line like a Tetris, it's
so
not.
You've been training for this Tetra High Score Challenge for decades already here.
Yeah. I've been playing since 1990.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Okay, Chris, ask Chris a question.
All right, I will.
Chris, listen.
Have you ever seen? They do this at the Portland Retro Gaming Expo every year. They have the Tetris World Championships.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever seen any footage from that or anything?
I have. I've seen the newer methods for really high-speed tapping the controller for like Nest Tetris especially I'm not into that. I'm not quite that dedicated. But I do watch them. I used to when I was in college. We had a gaming fair and I would wait until about an hour before it ended and, then go and just trounce the score and walk away. So the finally got to the point where the organizers just asked me what prize I wanted because that was kind of how I played it. But no, sorry guys. I normally suck. I'm trying to play the other game on game for next week, and I'm sucking pretty bad at that. So you don't have to worry about a blowout next week.
And Brian, since you actually authored the game, do you have any tips and tricks for playing Tetra yourself?
No, I'm sorry, I don't. I mean, it's just
don't die.
Any secret cheat codes or
no cheat codes. I never put cheat codes in anything. The problem is that if I put a cheat code in a game, I would be tempted to use it.
Good point.
As a side note, I would just like to mention to TJB Chris, don't be sorry about blowing us out of the water. We're just glad that Buck Owens wasn't first place for once.
True.
I expected a challenge. Actually, I had a couple. I remember what game it was, but I played one and I had the high score for a while. And then at the 11th hour, I got taken over. So I was kind of waiting for one of those to happen again, especially since it was a week ago. So I figured someone was going to be gunning for that score. But
by the way, did you experience any weird key bounce problems or delays?
No. The only thing I learned was Ken mentioned because sometimes I would try to go too fast. And what I learned was if I was on the arrow key and I hit the space bar before I was off the arrow key long enough, it wouldn't take the hit, but wouldn't take this press. But I unless I got really into it, I was able to kind of train myself out of it and give myself a good quarter of a second between the two key presses. And that helped me a lot. So I did it on real hardware. I didn't have any bounce problems. So.
Yeah, I did notice that it didn't recognize the multiple key presses at the same time or sequentially.
Yep.
That might have just been how you're reading the PIAs, I would guess.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't doing anything sophisticated. I mean, if it works correctly on real hardware, I mean, it always worked correctly for me, but if it's not working in the emulators, it just seems like another area for the emulators to improve.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're emulators. So that's the first tip and trick is don't push the keys too quickly.
Yeah, or multiple ones at once, expecting him to cascade in order.
Also, I looked through a few magazines and I never found any mention of the game, so I don't know if it got any press coverage at all back in the day. But
Rainbow might have the most they would have done for a public domain game, like a freeware game, would they'd mention like in the Delphi uploads column, but they would never review one, as far as I know. So
okay, so
also a good tip is don't let your stack get too high.
Really, why not?
And just before you continue, Ken, I just wanted to mention one comment in the chat that happened while we were on commercial break from Wayland. He says, "Thanks, Brian and Chris. Very interesting stuff. Takes us back to those days when it was all news." You're muted there, Chris. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I did that when I was trying to mess with my lights. But yeah, you're welcome.
I like the comment from Rob Inman said about if a bag of cash was accidentally left at your parents' house, could the Tron game be ready by the end of the month?
Asking for a friend.
If a bag of cash was left at my parents' house, the question would they let me know that they received a bag of cash?
Well, it's the only address you've docked so far.
Oh, this must be a tax return. Yeah.
Kind of like an old school GoFundMe.
Yeah, we'll Patreon this sucker. That's what we'll do.
No, what I should do is I should release the assets and then someone else will finish it.
Exactly. You've heard about GitHub, right?
There we go, Nick.
Just like the last Ninja.
No, Nick's got another game project we're not allowed to talk about yet that he's working on. So I'm going to leave him doing that one.
He's got to have some spare. He's got spare time. He could finish the Tron game in.
Spare time.
Yeah, I don't know what that concept is.
Along with one of those distraction projects you like to do, Nick.
Yeah.
Well, I'm doing one of those too.
Yeah, that's the Orchestra 180.
Yeah, you could do it on your break during lunch.
Oh, that's
Curtis playing while you're eating supper. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, if Curtis can get high scores, you can obviously finish a game.
Did you see my score this time? I did not get a high score.
I didn't see my high score either.
Even I beat him.
Actually, I didn't see your high score either, Sloopy.
No one did, unless they watched the CoCo Nation Game On Challenge live. Then they saw my high score.
So, anyways, as I said, I couldn't find any reviews or high scores on it. So, I don't know. Does anybody remember any kind of relation to how our high score did this week to how the scores used to be?
We did play it at a couple of our club meetings, and I'm trying to remember. I never was the greatest Tetris player. First of all, I'll be blunt honest. No matter what version you give me, I suck at it. I'm just trying to remember what some of the people back then would have had it.
Yeah, I don't want to be that guy, but
I don't think it was TGB Chris levels.
Considering we're older and we're not as fast in our response times, I would say there's not quite as high.
Well, I don't know. Look at the score that Chris gave us.
Well, he also looks like a young lad.
I'm 43.
He is a young lad.
You're what?
43.
Yeah, we did.
Dang kids.
Kids these days, I tell you. Kids and their video games.
Mm-hmm.
Young whippersnappers.
Get off my lawn.
I need a cloud to shake my fist at.
All right.
And so Ken, we had a second game going on this week too, didn't we?
We did. We started Treasure Island Defense, which was a game that a year ago was available on cartridge but it had some special stuff in it. And I have seen the people ask if they have the cartridge, can they use it for the game on? The answer is absolutely.
Yeah, those actually, Sheldon McDonald who created that game, actually talking about sound chips and stuff earlier. He actually sold this game with 2 different sound chips, your choice, which one you wanted, the one from the PSG card or the one from the GMC card. So you actually had real sound hardware on the cartridge, and now he's released a version that doesn't require that.
So generally talking about any of the games this week, does anybody have tips or tricks or more about Tetra, more about Treasure Island Defense?
Yeah, use an analog control for Treasure Island Defense.
Yes, definitely.
I definitely do not use a Switch adapted one. You will totally fail. That one requires analog.
And keep an eye on your gold because they're trying to take me gold.
And when you get to the 4th level, watch out because they'll come from behind you as well. They'll come from the short side of the screen.
Yeah, and when Nessie comes, don't go, ooh, Nessie. Nessie's trying to take your gold also.
Yeah.
Shoot
or that
everything.
giant duck thing that looks like it's from Joust.
That's a rubber ducky. Somebody's riding a rubber ducky into the thing it's like a big pool toy.
Oh,
across the
rubber
ocean.
ducky can't be bad.
Until it
No, you
steals
can
your
get
gold.
a new one from Hack 5.
Just like Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. How can he be bad? So
And you have to kind of prioritize the fast baddies too, because some of them come up at you really quick.
Yeah, and some of them take more than one shot to take down, it seems.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also make sure you don't lose track of the people swimming because it's only a couple pixels high, so they're harder to see than the main.
Yeah, you can just see the tops of their heads through the water. So
yeah, bobbing in the water. So you have to make sure you take care of them because they steal your gold too. And sometimes you don't even notice they're there because you're too busy fighting off planes and parachutists
and lions and tigers and bears.
And Chris or Brian, have either of you seen this game, the second game we're talking about here? Or
Oh, the tower one?
treasure game?
Treasure Island Defense?
No, I have never even heard of that one.
Oh, I saw some clips of it just because of the Game On challenge, but I never seen it.
Yeah, I saw it on the Discord, but that was about it.
Yeah, so
yeah, because that's a newer release. The original cartridge was released in 2021, and then 2023 is released the one that does not require extra sound hardware.
What screen resolution is that running at?
128 by 112 and a half or something, or 100.
Yeah,
He's
something
using
like
one of the
that.
lower res ones.
Any reason why? Just because it was easier to get the speed, or what? Or just thought like the look, or
That's a good question because we talked to Paul Thayer because his recent game, Kokobon, is also using that same mode, and he just likes the aesthetics of it because he was basing that on a Pico based game, which is a bit of a low res, like a Game Boy style. So you're almost working with Game Boy resolution here, just on a CoCo. But yeah, it takes a lot less memory, so if you need speed. And I think he's using some assembly libraries there. It's not all hand tuned assembly, so that you might need the extra speed for that too. We'll have to have Sheldon back on to talk about it. We talked with him about it when he released the original cartridge version using one of the two different, one was an AY chip and I can't remember what the other one is. David Ladd, you probably remember what the specific sound chips are on each of those two boards.
I mean, my opinion is that despite the low resolution of the game, I thought it looked really, really good. So I would have thought that, you always need higher resolution. Higher resolution is always better, but that game, I think, looks pretty good at low res.
Yeah, and Kokobon was the same way, to be honest.
It's not really low resolution. It's chunky graphics.
Yeah, I mean,
it's retro graphics.
Yes.
The Atari 2600 shows us that you don't need like super high resolution to have good, engaging gameplay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, gameplay should be king. Graphics and sound is complementary, but not. It should never be the end goal. And there's unfortunately a lot of 3D action shoot 'em ups that's pretty well where they're at. Game looks really pretty. It's just as boring as the last 10 years worth of the same game.
Mm-hmm.
So since Chris and Brian, you haven't played it, I expect to see you on Thursday when the CoCo Nation Game On Challenge Live airs.
I'm out of here. See
ya. And Chris, you have an extra challenge. We want you to finish building your CoCo 3 version of the motherboard project you're going on the breadboards there and play it actually on that hardware.
I would love to get that far. It might be a while to get there.
Well, we're going to have we're in the planning stages of having a new tech related show here, so maybe you can get motivated.
Yeah, Chris, if you want a guest on that to talk about that project, that'd be perfect because we're just doing it could be a hardcore technical software or hardcore technical hardware.
Oh yeah,
project.
Definitely for sure. I mean, I would love to get as much feedback as I possibly could get on this. I mean, this is going to be a very difficult thing to try to do by myself. And any help, feedback, whatever, it's totally welcome.
Yeah, because I try to do the stuff that I'm tech working on, and they yell and scream at me.
Get that Vic 20 out of here.
Is that what that was? Okay. I only saw it for a few seconds.
And Brian, we'll have you on to talk about reading joysticks and keyboards, because that seems to be with emulators. That'll be your tech talk.
How to read keyboards and joysticks?
In emulators.
How to do it.
Now you're going to give them nightmares.
Yeah, I can see the migraine starting already.
I'll get rid of the VIC 20 and I'll bring up the two Apple IIgs ROM 3s.
All right, enough of that swearing on our show here, Slippy.
6502.
This is why we can't have nice things.
Hey, you can't help it that a lot of us have multiple areas we're interested in. I'm actually the Apple guy. I've had Apples longer than anything else.
Yes.
Except for the Sinclair.
He's the
and we've apologized on your behalf many times for that, Mark. So that's
I know.
He's the Apple guy. He's the Atari guy. And
yeah, no, we got a fairly robust
ColecoVision
retro
guy.
community in general. So I think the CPU wars, we still do it kind of playfully now, but it's not the seriousness like it was in the playground. Like, I'll beat the snot out of you because you bought a whatever, type thing.
It's just that I would love to see them try to run the transcode versions of Joust on, the 6502.
Yeah,
Actually, that's something I wanted to ask. Actually, I should have asked during the main interview here for Chris and Brian. Have you guys seen the transcodes?
I have seen them, and and they of course they're amazing when I see these things, and then it makes me wonder, if the game was made available back in the late 80s,
Yeah, exactly.
would it how much memory does it require, and would they be able to sell it and so forth? And
512.
I think if that was available back in the day, everybody would have gone to 512 just to get those.
That would have been your killer app, 512, I think, because we have Joust, Defender, Space Invaders, Robot Pac-Man, Donkey Kong, transcoded from the actual arcade ROMs, and in some cases, translating Z80 to Z80 to 6809, and they run, they're perfect. They're running the actual ROM code from the original arcade game, so any patterns you learn still work. And that just boggles my mind. When Donkey Kong first came out, which is Sockmaster is a genius CoCo programmer. When that first came out, I remember watching the comments on YouTube. People were accusing him of lying. You just recorded this in MAME and you're pretending it's on a CoCo. He says, "Here's the binary. Download it, run it on a real CoCo."
Mm-hmm.
And no, I don't have to. I know it's fake. It's just ridiculous.
I'm right, and you cannot prove me right by giving me facts.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Donkey Kong's the reason why I got my first CoCo 3.
Yeah, that was mind boggling. Now we have half a dozen of them. There's a few others that got partially completed, not quite finished yet. There's an Asteroids that was started. There's a Tutankhamun that's started as well. So there's a transcode of the Apple II's Load Runner directly over. That's another one.
What I would like to see, and this is the ultimate challenge, because someone did this for the Commodore 64 recently. Can you put Super Mario Brothers on a CoCo? Because they put it on a Commodore 64.
There is, I don't know if you've seen it, but there's a demo by a guy that goes by the nickname Remy, and he did a kind of an engine showing it, the scrolling and doing some of the Super Mario, but he never took it past that point, unfortunately. It's on YouTube if you want to see a video of it. But
see if we can get a cease and desist from Nintendo on the CoCo.
And Pablo Scarelli actually got Prince of Persia, the VGA version, not the original Apple II version. He's got that actually up and running with sound and everything else right through the entire intro thematic part, and then he kind of stopped that, so I'm not sure if he's ever playing it.
Yeah, I've seen the demo of the Prince of Persia kind of stuff on the Atari 2600. It looks amazing.
Yeah, maybe instead of the Super Mario Brothers, we should just do Guiana Sisters on the CoCo.
I think we should just call it Cease and Desist Brothers.
Yeah, there you
That's
go.
what it come down to.
Yeah, you're always playing with fire if you're trying to duplicate a Nintendo game.
Or just call it
Nintendo is really careful about their IPs.
Yeah,
you would know.
Or Disney. If there's something Disney related, you're also asking for one there.
Yeah, that's why we have Quest for Zelda on the CoCo 3 and not Quest for Zelda.
Mm-hmm.
Totally different now.
Totally.
Well, isn't that the CoCo tradition? Change just enough of it not to get sued.
Oh, well, then we should have Super Mario Brothers.
That's why Donkey King got changed to The King. Color Berserk got changed to Color Haywire. There's numerous examples of those.
And why we have a game called PacDude.
Yeah,
There you go.
That.
Or Tetra.
Anyways,
I was waiting for Pac Mademoiselle to come out later on afterwards, but
both really good games that we're playing this week, just to kind of steer it back towards the topic.
I tried to throw a cue out there a couple times, but I was.
But yeah, we never listened to you anyway, Slippy. So.
Hey, these two guys, I wonder if do you have any comment on the MC10 and how it's come along?
What about the MC10?
Just the games and stuff that are being made for it now. And
Yeah,
good answer.
It's funny. I was looking at the schematic of the MC10 just the other day to see what I was doing wrong in my own project, possibly because it's like a scaled down version of the CoCo essentially. And so I was seeing how they did things just to compare with what I was doing. And I was kind of surprised at how similar some of the stuff was with what I was trying to do.
It doesn't have a SAM, so that would
No,
be...
it doesn't. No SAM. No PIAs either.
Just don't forget to connect that one extra address line.
yeah, for the video modes that Tandy did not.
Yep. Yeah, I've seen videos on that. Well, they only had 4K memory originally?
Yeah, with the 16K RAM expansion.
Right.
That you couldn't use for video memory. You're still stuck with the original 4K only.
Yeah, so if you try to go to in the higher res mode graphics, it only like displays.
It draws 4K and then wraps around and redraws the top half again.
Yeah.
Yeah, my CoCo DV is waiting for my my MC10.
Oh wow.
Simon is a nutball on this stuff. He's good.
Yeah. Yeah, there's also a guy named Jim that seems to be halfway decent on the MC10.
Jim Gary.
What do they call it the MC10? What does a 10 mean?
Oh, did Mark explain that? I'm trying to remember from his interview.
Yeah, I think he did. I can't remember.
What was it?
It was
talking about
how
Mark
long?
Siegel.
It was how long until you got bored with it?
It's
MC is micro color.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
binary.
I'm pretty sure he did explain it, but I just can't remember off the top of my
Yeah,
head.
he did.
10 is after 9 and before 11.
It's so 45 years after it was released, then there'd be a bunch of old guys sitting around going, what was the 10 for?
Yeah.
Is
Mark
it the
Siegel
width of
just
the
said that
computer? 10
Motorola
inches?
designed that computer.
It says right on it that it's a micro color computer. So it is a color computer.
Well, it's
Wow.
like the VIC 20. What's the 20 stand for in the VIC 20?
How many characters
it's
wide
the-
the screen is?
Yeah,
the
well,
iteration
right.
of the board or something? Who knows?
Have you
Yeah,
guys,
there's like speculation on what that 20 means, but nobody has like a
What's-
clear answer exactly what
what
it is.
have you guys ever followed our show long enough to know that we had a section called "Why Did Tandy Do That"?
Oh.
Yeah,
Kinda
we should
felt-
bring that back up. We haven't done it in a while.
Yeah,
Oh,
spoiler
kind of-
alert.
Like
It was
this.
because they were cheap.
Yeah, let's say
Yeah.
money maybe.
That's what it comes down to.
That's why we didn't get a sound card, and that's why the deluxe CoCo was never released, which had a
Yeah.
sound card in it.
Yeah, try this.
Tell me why did Tandy do that?
Because it was cheaper. Next slide, please.
There's your answer. Next.
All right. Well, Sloopy, are you ready to talk about the live show?
Oh, me?
Yep.
Well, if you're going to twist my arm, I guess so.
Okay. Well, how about I just show some footage from the live show?
Funny how we use that old language footage.
Greetings and welcome to the CoCo Nation Game On Challenge Live review, where this week we were playing Tetra and Treasure Island Defense. And we had a total of up to 5 people playing at once, and hope that next week we will have more to come join us. And oh geez, I forgot to write the rest of my note cards. So yes, we had 5 people, up to 5 people playing, and most of the people were still playing Tetris, so it seemed to be a very popular game, with the issues getting around them and such. But we still had quite a few people coming in with the Treasure Island defense, and hopefully there'll be more next week. So, any questions about the show? Okay.
For those that are new to our show, Sloopy, what day and time of the week do you guys do your challenge?
Oh yeah. We do the show on Thursday evenings, 8 p.m. Eastern time. You just join the Discord and come into the game stream channel, and we stream across there. If you have problems or need help setting up, we can help you set up your emulator, or if you want to use real hardware, you can more than welcome to do that, but we can't help as much because unless we already have the same hardware.
And I should also mention, for those of you who don't have emulators installed, XROR Online, now obviously XROR's got a few little issues that need to be fixed on the online version, as Kieran mentioned, to play all the games properly.
Yeah.
But you guys can play that too, which means you can just fire it up in a browser. You don't even have to install anything.
Yeah, you don't even have to install anything. You can just write in the browser and just share the browser here in the Discord, and you're good to go.
Ooh, you got me right in the browser.
And I'd also like to mention that it looks like Sloopy in this video clip is using the wrong mode. So for once, I can say that, and it wasn't me.
Yeah, composite versus RGB.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the bright, shiny colors. That's why I use a CoCo. Oh, I thought you were going to point out the fact that I did play and that I should have posted a score.
Oh, yeah, that too. So here's proof that we actually had 18 players.
Yeah. Yes, and it doesn't matter your skill level. You can still come join us.
Yeah, it's all for fun. I mean, we do list the scores, but it's not like...
Yeah, like I have seen actually a few people saying, I played the game, but I'm not going to post my score because it's really bad. But that doesn't matter. It's the whole idea of the Game On Challenge is to get you playing the games no matter how good or how bad you are.
And just to get you familiar with some games you may have never heard of or played before back in the day. So
yeah,
or new releases like in Treasure Island Defense's case.
And the other thing is that if you really don't like the two games we're playing, which I find it hard to believe, you don't even have to play the game on that week. Any game on the CoCo is fine to play. And if you're like that one guy that actually played the same game on a different platform, we'll shoot you just like we did him. I'm not the original Sloopy. I'm the replacement Sloopy.
And also that not just the CoCo, you could also play an MC10 game on here or fire up a dragon.
Or even a CP400.
Yep. Or a Sampo if you can find one.
Or an Alice. We accept all citizens of the CoCo Nation.
Exactly.
So, but yes, please join us Thursday where we will be playing live and on the air.
And we'll be playing Treasure Island Defense again because we're doing the 2-week rotating schedule now, and plus a new game that Ken is about to announce.
Oh, yes.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's my cue.
Not quite.
Okay.
Chris, Brian, I'll see you there Thursday. And the other Chris, I'll see you there again Thursday.
Most likely.
Good.
Especially when you see what the new game is this week. You're going to have to play it.
Yeah, because anyone that doesn't come, I will send one of my children to your house to live.
Oh, God.
Oh, God.
Oh, God.
No.
So wait a minute. If 10 of us don't play, all 10 of your kids?
I've got 4 and they can timeshare.
Oh, okay.
I might send you a kitten.
Oh, that's not a threat.
All right, well, for time sharing children, I'm gonna nice it and lower my priority, so I get less time. Thanks.
So as we mentioned, we are playing Treasure Island Defense for one more week. So you have another week to get a score in for that.
And as you mentioned, Ken, if people were querying before about playing the cartridge version that was on sale the last couple of years, yes, you can use that.
Absolutely. So we're not very picky about the versions, other than if it's a hacked version that gives you cheating abilities or something.
Yeah.
So the new game is right here. Let's see if anybody other than Curtis can name this.
Defense.
Script set.
So I recognize this one. This one is another one that the source code has been released.
Oh, it's obviously a Donkey Kong, but I don't know which.
I'll give you a clue. It was published by Intellectronics and was written by Harvey Brofman.
Yeah, that narrows it down.
Yeah, that helped.
And another clue.
Looks like he needs help too.
In the opening of this, Donkey Kong plays a piano.
True.
I'm trying to think of the Donkey Kong clones. The only one I can think of is Donkey Monkey or something.
Ding, ding, ding. Give the man a prize.
Yay.
Yeah,
By process of elimination.
Well, there's Donkey Monkey, and what's the other one?
There's Monkey Kong, Donkey Monkey, and Donkey King / The King. The Donkey Kong Transcode, Donkey Kong Remixed, and Canyon Climber is kind of Donkey Kongish.
There you go. What Curtis said. So Donkey Monkey is the game we will be playing for the next 2 weeks.
Now, can you go back to the first screenshot there, Ken?
I certainly can.
So I want to mention some differences between Donkey Monkey and any of the other clones. Okay, first of all, there's only 2 screens. There's not 4 like Donkey King. Monkey Kong also has 2. But this one you'll see, like the rivet screen is basically standard normal, but this is a combination of the barrels and the elevator at once. So you actually have one single elevator on the left-hand side. You go collect the objects, including the girl. And then on the right side, you got to jump over the barrels and go over, to get up to the top. So it's kind of combining 2 of the screens of the original arcade game into one. So it's got a bit of a difference here. And I will also mention that when you jump, you can actually steer while in midair. That's a completely different play mechanic from any of the other Donkey Kong clones. So be aware of that as well.
And this will run on CoCo 1, 2, or 3.
32K RAM and a joystick.
32K RAM joystick, yeah. So,
what's the second screen about?
That's
just a standard rivet screen.
That's the second screen. You start on the rivet screen.
Yeah.
Right.
Chris and Brian, just because you guys are happen to be here. I think Brian's still here. Did he go?
I'm here.
Yeah, Brian's here.
Sir. Have you guys played Donkey Monkey? That's an old one from late '82. So.
No, I mean I always suck at Donkey Kong, so a new way to suck was not something that appeals.
I've only ever played Donkey King, and not this one though.
I will mention there was a head-to-head review of Donkey King versus this one. I can't remember which magazine. It might have been Color Computer Magazine, Color Computer News, or Rainbow, one of those. And they actually said that Donkey King was much closer to the arcade, but was much harder. And they considered Donkey Monkey to be the children's version because it was much easier. So you might be able to redeem yourself there, Brian.
By being a child, got it.
Or having the reflexes of somebody our age.
Oh, right.
Way to insult the guests, Curtis.
That was not my intention, but what the hell?
Has anybody
Pull me back.
Has anybody thought about the new inspiration of taking down a balloon over the United States in a game?
That's part of Treasure Island Defense when those parachutes come down, isn't it?
Yeah.
It actually did. They did just shoot it down about an hour ago. So
yeah, they did.
Oh, I haven't been keeping up.
Oh, well, maybe you should be playing clowns and balloons.
There you go.
It describes a political situation at the same time. That's awesome.
Exactly.
All right. Well, that's all I have to say about the Game On Challenge. So, unless anybody else has anything to say about these games or the game we played already, Tetra?
Thanks, you're doing a fine job.
Okay. Mark, B, I'm just going to go straight into the Game On news because there's not a ton of it. And then we'll do a commercial and you can do the intro thingy for the regular news after that.
Okay.
Okay.
And please come join us Thursday when we play on the Game On Challenge.
Okay. All right. I flipped the screen.
Okay. Guys seeing that screen? Some green stuff on it?
Yep.
Okay, so Jim Gary, as we mentioned the last couple of weeks, he's been playing around with that joypad, which is basically the left and right arrows and a fire button, which I think is equivalent to space bar, and you basically plug it in and it becomes like a mini joypad. And he's upgraded 2 more games to use it. The first one here is his MC10 Scramble game. And I'll just mute the sound here because it's a little bit to talk over. But basically, it's a side-scrolling, low-res version of Scramble using text characters for the most part. And this one has also been compiled with Greg Dion's MC10 basic compiler. So it's actually running about 2 or 3 times faster than the original plain Jane basic version as well. So this gives you an opportunity. And you can't steer right to left like you can on the original Scramble. You can just go up and down or fire. So it's perfect for the pad because you got 2 buttons for moving up and down and 1 to fire. And I think if I remember correctly, it just beeps and boops. Yeah. Oh. So that's the first one he did. And then the second one he did is an update to his Lander game. Now, this one, he's not got it compiled, but he's got it running with the joypad. And it's basically a Lunar Lander style game, which I'm sure you guys are all familiar with. But basically, if you haven't played it before, it's where you basically have to try to land amongst mountains and stuff on a flat thing without hitting the mountains, without landing too fast, watching your fuel. I do like he's got this little low-res earth up in the corner. That's pretty awesome. And I'm not sure if the person that created the joypad is planning on selling them. But I mean, since Jim's been cranking out games that are modified to work with it properly, I think he should, because I think a lot of the MC10, that's one of the complaints, is trying to play things with that cramped little keyboard. And plus the keys, aren't full travel or anything. So having the actual, button keypad, I think actually would make some of the games a lot easier, more fun to play with. Next up, Esperanto Arcade did a Spanish video showcasing the CoCo using Hyperspin, which I think is a front end for some of the emulators or something, a front end for MAME or something. You guys are probably more familiar with it than I am. And he went to show a number of CoCo games in here, and they cover some CoCo 1, 2, and 3 games. I'll just play a short little mini clip of it here. But they have a pretty good variety in here. And I think they were using... sometimes they didn't have the settings right. Let's put it that way. Sometimes the artifacting was turned off when it should have been on for a certain game, or they might have had RGB and composite swapped, which is just a problem with CoCos and emulators, that we had 2 different modes. Except if you had a PAL one, then you were fine.
They didn't spell color right, did they?
But I like this interface they've got on the right here, where you can kind of spin around this wheel of the games you've got installed and just select the one you want to play. And I think Aaron, I don't know if Aaron's still in the chat, but I know he had something like this running too that he's shown in some of his streams too. So he probably knows a lot more about the front end that's being used here. But it's a nice little interface for it. And like I said, they go through a whole bunch of games. I'm not going to play it here because it's 10 minutes of like very short clips. Next up, Tim and AJ, who will be at CoCo Fest this year. And I think they're going to actually issue some personal challenges to some of us for playing certain games on the CoCo. Of course, they have their channel where they basically... How do I put this? Mildly spite each other, I guess, as they're playing type thing, as a brother and sister team. So they played this one here. I won't play in the clip here just because the show's already going pretty long, but they have the normal humor and stuff going through it here. But they're playing one of my favorite games of all time, Double Back by Dale Lear. A game that I give great credit to being designed in such a way that you can have an expert player and a beginner player playing the game as a 2-player game, so you take turns. But you're not, if you can play it in different styles that like a little child can play it, circle one thing at a time. It's nice and easy and last fairly long. And if you're going for points, you get mega points if you circle as many objects at once as you can. So you can actually have a father-son or something like that playing simultaneously with completely different skill levels, but each getting roughly about equal opportunity time playing those 2 different strategies. Now, you won't get equal quality on score, but it does mean that one person's not sitting there getting bored waiting for an hour for somebody to finish. And it's also an original game. There is an arcade game called, what the heck was it called? Quantum, I think. That is very similar, but from looking at the dates of release here, I actually think Double Back came first. So this might be one where an arcade game either came up with the same concept roughly at the same time, or they might have copied it off the CoCo, which is not something you probably hear every day. Anyway, it's a fun video. They have a lot of fun with the game. Next up, as you guys know, I've been helping a channel called Chronologically Gaming, to get as much CoCo content as I can. And their mission is to go through every single game made for arcades, home consoles, and home computers in chronological order, roughly. And he finished the ones that he had firm dates for 1981, and now he's got 800 to go on other releases in 1981. But because I've been helping him do some research on the CoCo side of things, I finally decided to update my timeline index on my games page for the first time in 5-6 years, I'm sure. And I've actually got 1980 to 81 complete. So 81 has got all these different links here for various games. I even got the month dates. These are based on the magazine ads for them for the first time, and a few I actually had firm dates. But you see some of the really early third-party stuff here going right through, and then some stuff that's a bit more broad, generalized, like summer or winter, because I didn't have any specific dates, and they didn't advertise in the CoCo magazines at that point. You had to get their catalogs, like Adventure International. And there's quite a few here that I've never seen. Like, I've seen the ads for them, but I don't have them. They're not on the archive. And this is a project we've talked about before of trying to recover some of the stuff that's been lost over the years and decades. So if you guys go to my timeline page on my main CoCo Games page, if you have any of the games that are missing, please send them to me or send them to the archive, and we'll try to get those holes filled in the collection. And then the Chronologically Gaming himself, so he did his standard. He does one episode for roughly about an hour every weekday evening, so 5 times a week. And as I said, he's going through 81. So one of the ones he did here early on the going back for the ones that you weren't sure was exact month of release is Alcatraz 2, which is Mike Huey's very first game, and it's written in BASIC. I'll just mute it a little bit because I don't think too many of you probably played this one. But Mike Huey, of course, became much more famous later on for doing Grabber and Draconian, which is 2 premier titles for the CoCo 1 and 2, with really good music. I mean, Chris Spry, I think you'd if you've played either of those 2, you'll probably be agreed too, because he actually wrote those songs himself as well.
Nice.
And Grabber was kind of fairly unique in the CoCo 1 and 2 era of actually playing multi-voice music in the background while the game played without any extra hardware. And there's no gimme timer on that, so that you have to do with software timing loops, which is pretty darn impressive.
Yeah.
Anyway, this one's a little bit slow because it's written in BASIC. Like I said, it was an early effort by Mike Huey, but the game concept, I think, if it actually got redid with faster speed, probably wouldn't be too bad. It's kind of cool.
That video is good for my epilepsy.
And then the second one they covered was the first third-party cartridge game, which I think we've covered on the Game on Challenge report, Star Blaster by Microworks, which is actually a company that was more famous for making assemblers and stuff. This is the only game they released as far as I know. And it was released near the end of 1981, but actually only in cartridge form. Wasn't sold in cassette, wasn't sold in disc, so a bit unique. Then he did a kind of a special episode this week, which is he got a copy of the scan of Electronic Games Magazine, the first issue. And I remember this one because I actually had it myself at the time because it was one of the very few cross-platform video game-oriented computer magazines that actually covered the CoCo fairly extensively, at least at the beginning. Then they kind of got out of it here because everybody was playing Ataris and C64s. But I'll play just a little bit of a clip here. There's actually an actual article specifically on the CoCo getting revealed at the same time.
So there is our holiday gift guide. If I had any of it, I'd say the satin jacket, Space Invaders satin jacket. That would be the best gift. All right, our next section is Electronic Games talking about Tandy and the color computer. Now, it's a little late. This is when the CoCo does take off. But so they're talking about the newest computer by Tandy. It's the predecessor to the TRS-80 Model 1 and 2. It's interesting they say Model 1 and 2 because the 3 is out by now. And the color computer is not just the TRS-80 with color graphics. It's a different architecture than that. See, it's using CPU keyboard case enough to provide room for integrating all the peripheral devices.
I'll let you go through it, but it's actually a pretty interesting read. And I do remember reading this article, and it wasn't too often we got to see video game magazines talk about the CoCo much at all. Most of them pretended it didn't even exist. So it was nice to see this come up again. I'd kind of forgotten about it until he did this special episode, because basically the whole episode is going through the entire magazine start to finish. And there's other CoCo mentions in there as well as a bunch of other consoles and home computers. And then this one here, he talked about the Adventure Trilogy. Now, this is done originally by Nelson Computer Systems, and it was called the Adventure 3-Pack back then. And then it became Softlaw. Now, you guys may recognize that name because they were the guys who did the VIP library. So this is their game division, and eventually split the game division into a thing called Color Quest, which you can see in the magazine ad he's got here, though that was several years later from the original game's release. But have any of you actually played Adventure Trilogy at all, or?
No.
Here we go. This.
So fast forward. You actually had the manual. I'll just get to the actual gameplay.
The lore. Fast Trilogy. Here we go. The Adventure Trilogy. World Under the Sea.
And that copyright is when they redid it as the trilogy versus the 3-pack. The 3-pack actually came out in 81.
Way to go, Kevin and Tim.
Probably about August or September. I think it's on my timeline.
If we don't know the commands, we have the manual.
But it's basically three games that are different from each other. So the first one,
there it is, ATT.
You just got to beat up these opponents here just by typing in attack or fireball, and you basically it's just a guessing game as far as I can tell. Not much gameplay there, but the actual main part when you get into the second module, which is actually going into a tower and kind of exploring around. And he didn't get too far because I mean his channel's not set up to play long play adventure games.
Oh
obviously.
no, it's going to let me move next. So I'm.
But you walk in like here's a perspective showing like down stairs from the top, and now you're down and you're taking corners and stuff. So it's actually 3D perspective being drawn.
Awesome.
You've got a distance that you can only see, kind of like diagrams, except they just cut off displaying as opposed to fading it out.
If I had to
but
say,
I mean, for 81, this is pretty advanced. I mean, compared to something like a Calibeth, some of the other things that were around at the time, I think that's actually was more advanced in some ways.
And
I haven't got far enough to get to the third module, so I don't even have a clue what's in there.
You look one direction, yeah, you can see there's.
So that's an interesting one to try if you want to try one of the earliest 3D graphic role-playing style games on the CoCo. This one here, Retro Mantra, did a comparison video. Now, we've covered a few of these before for like Frogger and Donkey Kong, and this time they did Robocop, and they actually included the CoCo version. Unfortunately, the CoCo 3 version, I don't know what emulator they were using, but it had sound problems. I mean, the sound's not awesome in Robocop to begin with, but the music and some of the sound effects in the background are not right. And plus, this gives you a chance to compare it, versus say a Spectrum and Atari ST and Amiga and PC VGA or whatever. So this pictured right here is the Atari ST version, which of course had a bit more color than we did. And then they have the Color Computer 3 version here by Greg Zumwalt. And this, of course, when we interviewed Greg Zumwalt, the author of this, he was mentioning this is one of the two super cartridges that actually had more than 32K ROM inside because it actually had built-in MMU hardware on the cartridge itself. Along with David Ladd's favorite Predator game.
Hey. I like this game, not the other one.
Yeah, this one I like too. I mean, it took a little bit of time to get used to the controls, but I've actually won it. I've actually gotten through the whole thing, and it's got enough levels in it, some digitized speech and stuff too to make it a bit more exciting. It's actually not a bad game. I mean, considering he's using a lower res mode, 160 by 192, he did pretty good with the colors and stuff too. It's actually not bad. It's not the worst of these clones. I'll definitely say that. Some of them are like quite a bit slower. The Apple II one doesn't even scroll. I mean, it's a lot to ask an Apple II to do, obviously, but pretty good comparison video. I like these comparison videos because it kind of gets you, if you were a lot more CoCo-centric like I was back in the day where I basically ignored everybody else, it's nice to see what were we actually up against at the time because I honestly had no idea. And that's it for the Game On news.
Yeah, to be honest, a lot of people had a hard time being compared to the Amiga.
Well, the VGA one kind of is a little bit better, and the arcade one, of course, too. So, Mark B, if you want to throw in a commercial, and then we'll come back with the intro for the news. And it's a longer news than I was expecting. A lot of stuff happened, even some stuff this morning I quickly added.
Hi, I'm John.
And I'm Aaron of the CoCo Show.
And you're watching or listening to the CoCo Nation, the live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer and its cousins.
All hail the CoCo Nation.
In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. CoCo3ScartCable.com.
G'day from the land down under, where toilets flush backwards and thongs are a respectable form of casual footwear. I am Nick Morentes and I have been developing games for the CoCo for over 35 years. Welcome to the CoCo Nation, the interactive live video talk show for all enthusiasts of the CoCo family of computers.
Only the bravest souls enter. Only the most cunning return. Defeat innumerable monsters to ransom the king's scepter, stolen by the evil wizard. Your sword, shield, and wits are your only allies. Pray you find a magical inn as your only respite in the forest of doom.
For the Tandy Color Computer 1, 2, and 3.
November 2017, if you dare.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins. No matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCo Nation News with L. Curtis Boyle.
You're on fire.
That is 100% real life accurate, I must say.
Rob knows how to nail it.
This is why you won't see me like Chris, building my own CoCo.
I burned myself a couple times at least.
Okay, make sure I got sound shared here. Okay, you guys are seeing that?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
That looks familiar.
Yeah, so TerraCity Retro Programming actually gave 2 video updates working on this Ghost Saga game. And this is the one where he's basically using P-copy. He figured out a way to use P-copy to kind of restore the background. So on the first video here, he's been kind of playing, changing the sound to be a little bit shorter, etc. And this is all in BASIC. There's no machine language, I think. But he hated this flickering thing where you could see it doing all the redrawing. And he actually posted a question. He said, it's too bad the BASIC doesn't have a way to get around that. Well, there is a way to get around it. You do the same technique as you do double buffering on a machine language game. You do the drawing and rendering on a page you can't see, and then you either point to it or you copy it over when it's fully rendered and just throw it on the screen. So the first one was him going through and doing some either minor tweaks, etc. He's actually doing a little scripting. I wouldn't want to try to draw that scripting by hand like he's doing, but more hats off to him. He's got more patience than I do. But basically, you can see the kind of the flickering there on his first video. And then on a second video, after he tried the P-copy thing that I'd mentioned, you can see, I mean, it's still drawing the little boxes around because of the way get put works. And there's a way around that too, but it slows it down a bit more. But here he's using it to render it on a page you can't see and then copying it back on. So the ripple effect.
But if I get cornered like this and he stays on top of me, he can hit me multiple times.
Yeah, he's also been playing with the attack mechanics here too.
So
I think you have to hit the ghost
let's
4
try
times.
this.
We can see all the flickering and watching it redraw every time is actually gone.
No, I can't. Come on. 1.
But just to show us that some of the algorithms you use to make graphics smoother on a machine language game can apply to BASIC, especially with the CoCo 1 and 2 with the P mode and the P clear and P copy commands. The fact that you actually have multiple graphics pages, which a lot of BASICs back then did not support on other computers, that was a bit unique. Unfortunately, that's something they could have done on the CoCo 3, but they didn't by default. But on OS 9, Nitrous 9, you can actually have up to 15 screens, pre-rendered and switch between if you want or copy between them. So you definitely have some opportunities to do that kind of thing, even on the CoCo 3 type stuff. Now that my work's dying down a little bit, I'm going to try to help him with the masking the background here, because Stevie demonstrated that on one of his basic tutorials. We had a little rocket ship, and you could actually see the planet behind it through the window on the spaceship. It's basically just background masking. And if you remember in Brian's interview when we were talking earlier and showing the samples of the sprites on PacDude Monster Maze, he had the sprites of the actual ghosts and the Pac-Man on the top, and then he had the background masks, and that's exactly how you do it even in BASIC. Using put with not and put with and or-ing and stuff, you can actually do that same kind of effect. And for those of you who don't want to wait until I help him get another demo here, you can actually check out Stevie's BASIC series that he did, because he actually had a couple of videos that kind of demonstrated that technique.
Yeah, I've seen those.
What's that?
I've seen those.
Yeah. Ken, I will mute these and let you explain what is part 1 and part 2 of the 2 new videos you got of a series going.
Okay, well, basically it was just Ron Delvaux had given me the idea of doing a couple of videos basically showing people that might be new to all this retro hardware how to get it working with stuff. Often people will have buy one of these computers and have trouble getting it working with a modern TV or figuring out how to use the old products and stuff that or ways to save and load stuff. And yeah, so I'm making a few videos about that for the CoCos.
So what are you exactly covering in part 1, which is what we're looking at right now?
Okay, so in part 1, I just basically give you a little tour around the outside and the inside of the computers, and start talking about how to hook them up to monitors or to television sets. And I think I get as far in this one as going to a garage sale and just buying an old CRT because they're super cheap.
And you're just covering the CoCo 1 and 2 in this series, not the CoCo 3, correct?
Right. CoCo 3 should be coming out this week.
Okay, and then here we got part 2, and this is where you get more details of different ways to hook it up to the TV.
So I'm showing
into the back of the cable box or
the way that I'm running it through a cable box, which you could also do with a VCR if you want to plug it into the composite of the TV set or possibly a capture card or something. So it's a way to capture things for the off the CoCo 1 and 2.
Okay. Are you going to be doing a video on how to video capture so you can actually stream too, like you do with the Game On Challenge stuff?
I actually did a video about that about a year ago. So,
okay,
maybe not quite a year ago.
Maybe put a link to it then, because I mean, some people if they're just starting with these might want to do that after.
I had meant to put a link to that in this video, but I don't think I did. So,
okay, well, you got a part 3 coming out, you said so.
Yeah, well, I'll put it. I'll mention the link to that in the part 3 video. So.
Oh, we should mention this. This is a screwed up TV here. That's not.
Yeah, it's a broken TV. It's fallen off the shelf a few times. Never because of any rage problems.
Hurl joysticks at the screen?
No, never. I have never done that.
I can't say I have, but I've been with people that have done it live in front of me, and one smashed his Black Beauty into complete pieces.
Actually, I think that TV particular has run into problems from me moving stuff around and accidentally clipping it and knocking it off of the table or off the shelf. Or that's why I use it as my testing TV. So I don't really care what happens to it.
Yes, folks, retro computing can be a dangerous hobby.
Yep.
Usually for your pocketbook. Okay, next up, we have a blog post from Alan Huffman. He's talking about the differences of using write and print in the CoCo's BASIC. Write is normally used with files, tape or disk files, writing out. And there is some differences. Like he tried doing it to the screen, doing a write if number 0 or even with nothing, and it defaults to the screen. And basically it looks very similar. But the way it handles commas and the way print, if you do commas, it'll actually do like the equivalent of tab positions going across. Write does not. So there is some differences on it. And basically you can use that to your advantage depending on what you're doing. And he goes into as Alan always does, he does an excellent deep detail of what exactly is happening. And he's got some other stuff he's got planned coming up in his blog soon too. So I expect there to be a lot more of these coming out in the next few weeks. But really good explanation of those two there if you want to check it. What is the exact difference between a print number -1 versus a write number -1? And Maiden Ariana here actually did an unboxing. This is dating back to Christmas, but just released the video, and she's actually in our chat. So welcome, Maiden Ariana. Thanks for giving me permission to play this. But got a CoCo 2 here, so I'll just play a little bit of the beginning of the clip, and then you guys can check out the full video on her YouTube page.
Hopefully. And make sure there's no sales things with addresses. This is going to go on this shelf right here, which is currently filled with some stuff I still have to sort through. So
I'll fast forward just a little bit.
Andy.
Oh, it's the Tandy badged one.
Yeah, it might
There you
even be a
go.
true lowercase one. I did mention
CoCo
that to her in the
2.
comments.
Looks like there is.
There was a discussion on the Discord this week because Deke and a few others, and I used to think this too, that all the Tandy ones had the T1 VDG, which has true lowercase, inverse video, full border, and a bunch of other extra options. But I can't remember who was it who said, but they've actually seen some that have a Tandy badge that do not have a T1. So the Tandy badge happened, and then within a couple months they switched to the T1. But you can get a Tandy badge that is the original VDG, and that's not a simple. They changed chips because the chip pinout on the VDG T1 is different than the original VDG. So it needs a new socket, new wiring, the whole bit. So it's a different motherboard revision, basically. But yeah, not every Tandy one has lowercase. So I told her how to check it out quickly with a couple of pokes. And I don't know if she's had a chance to try that yet or not. But she can let us know in the chat there because she's there right now.
If I recall,
Let me go check out her video. What's that?
If I recall on Techno's CoCo page on the CoCo 2, I believe he had 3 CoCo 2s, the same number. Was it whatever the last version is? 2 of them had the T1 and the other one didn't.
With the Tandy label or the
with
B
Tandy label, yeah.
suffix one,
yeah, the B suffix, yeah. So it's mix and match.
Yeah. Next up, the CoCo Crew episode 92 was released just a few days ago, actually. And this one has a spotlight on doing full screen scrolling using stack blasting, which we played the video that John had released, the one that kind of looks like Liver Raid, where he's got the kind of river scrolling down the plane laid over top of it. And Neil did a review of the game Destiny, which is a Jeopardy-like game that had been written quite a few years ago, but the author just never released it. And just released it recently and gives a good review of that one. And I don't even have that one on my site yet, so that's one of the 800 games I'm behind. I'll eventually get to it. But if you don't want to wait, you can check out Neil's review. Next up, and this one was actually relayed in our Discord as well, because he had an original version of this video he did just for a few people to look at to kind of check over. And this is by Voidstar Tech. I can't remember who that is in real life. But he did this video here on doing RS-232 stereo communications with a CoCo. And he goes through a whole bunch of different terminal programs. He goes through CoCo 1 and 2 briefly, which, of course, is quite a bit slower on the Bitbanger, et cetera. Right up until Twilight Terminal, where if you want full-blown, full-color ANSI, BBSs that actually has the full IBM enhanced character set to do all this fancier stuff that we saw in the BBS back then. And Ron, you used Roger Taylor's NetMate, which does the same thing, a bit more of a modern one. NetMate has a lot more download option stuff. It's a much more complete terminal program. So if you want to be able to do XY modem transfers, et cetera, as well as doing the ANSI graphics, that's probably the one to get. Now, Ron, I don't do any BBSing anymore, unfortunately. Does Roger still sell that, or has he released it for free now, or what's happening?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on with it currently.
Okay.
Yeah, I used Ultimate Term back in the day when I did BBSs.
Yeah, that's the one
he has a full ASCII set in his.
Because here he starts all the way back to Color Compact, which was Tandy's cassette-based, bare bones minimum. But it was enough to get online to a BBS. It was the second program I ever used. There was another one that Rainbow published, and it was really bad. It was partly written in BASIC. So it'd call a machine language chain, read one line of text in a buffer, and then you would print the line of text on the screen. But then you couldn't receive anything in the buffer at the same time, so you had to wait and would draw these little asterisks on the screen for every 32 bytes it read.
Oh no!
And you would have to wait until it stopped moving to go, okay, now display the screen of the buffer you got. It was pretty bad. Video text was better than that. But he goes through a few here, and he actually does some transfers between his pet and his CoCo talking to each other, which is kind of cool. And then he goes into later ones here, so it gets into the CoCo 3, and here he's running an older version of Ultimate Term. Now, Ultimate Term, I think I started at 3.0. I think I was using Greggy Term up until that point. And then 4.1 is the one I lived on for several years until I got into OS 9. Now, it emulates ANSI, but it doesn't emulate, there's a bit of a confusion. ANSI technically does not include the IBM character set. That's actually separate. That's a separate thing. It's more the control codes, which are very similar to VT100. So it'll do the colors and stuff, right? But it doesn't do the actual graphic display of the characters correctly. As you said, here's some, and this is using VTerm. Now, VTerm never was meant to be ANSI. VTerm is meant to be a VT100, but it runs in a graphics mode, so you can actually get some of the special VT100 stuff like double high characters and double wide characters and a bunch of things. This one here, Sockmaster, same guy did the Donkey Kong transcode. He wrote Twilight Terminal. It'll run up to 9600 baud out of the Bitbanger, which is incredible on its own.
Yeah.
And he's also got it running in an 80 by 32 screen. So he's actually using the 225 scan line, and he actually made slightly shorter characters. And he flickers between 3 different sets of palettes and 3 screens, dithered in such a way that it doesn't flicker as bad as it would normally, and actually does full color ANSI on a screen resolution higher than PCs used at the time. And he's actually running, logging online, through some of these modern BBSs that you can hit through the various modem cards and stuff that are out there.
You
can
really
see
need
that it's, what's that?
You really need a CRT though in order to get the colors. Otherwise, you get kind of a flickering because the SCART adapters just don't handle it quite well.
Yeah, the real CRT is very much less flickering. There's a very faint bit of flickering, and in certain contrast colors, it's a bit more prominent. Others you can't even tell. But this, if you wanted to log in, and this came out in 96, 97, somewhere around there. So if you wanted to log into an ANSI BBS from a CoCo, this was the way to do it. I remember playing ANSI games based on this. And then he does a little bit of Roger Taylor's NetMate, I think, a little bit later here. Like here's you're playing some online games, etc. I think this is NetMate. Does that look familiar to you, Ron?
Yes, that's NetMate. Yep.
But the IBM extended character set had all those little vertical and horizontal line bits and stuff like that, and crosshatch backgrounds of various densities and stuff, so that you can actually draw some pretty cool pictures on it.
That looks
and
good.
Twilight Terminal and NetMate both support that. And of course, you can do all kinds, like basically these new modem, quote unquote, modems here that let you go online through the internet. You can use the old AT/DT commands to dial instead of a phone number. You just give it a net address and a web address, and you just jump straight to it. And if people are running these things online, you can actually BBS like it's 1985 again. Which is awesome. And I think, Ron, you're probably one of the people on the panel who probably does this the most, even now.
I do it. Yep. It's fun.
Yep, I have to agree. And then he actually goes through and he does some stuff here where he's actually talking about, like, he actually hooks up an oscilloscope so you can watch the bits getting transmitted, so you can see how serial port communications actually work for timing, etc. How to form ASCII characters out of these bits and beeps. You can see some here. what different baud rates look like on an oscilloscope, etc. So it's a pretty cool video. I think it goes through a lot of the history of doing online communications, as well as, you know, from the hardware perspective, what's happening under the hood type thing. So it's a good, well-rounded video. I was quite impressed with it. So definitely go check that one out. Next up, AC's 8-Bit Zone, Alan, who I was hoping might be in the actual chat here, but he must be busy today. So he's released 2 videos. Actually, one he just released this morning. So the first one here is on using 28-pin ROMs to replace a 24-pin ROM. And I think David Ladd and a few other people have discussed this before, because it's a lot easier to get 28-pin ROM chips these days rather than 24s. And there's a little bit of an adapter you can hook up to it that basically will let you plug it in. But in this case, he goes a little bit further, and he fits both the Color Basic and the Extended Basic ROM onto one chip, and then fits it into the one socket. So I this is all hardware stuff beyond my scope, so I will let you guys go and watch that. You can explain to me next week what exactly he means for you hardware wizards out there. But it's a pretty good video if you want to get into, you know, replacing the ROMs. Like if you picked up a single Color Basic ROM CoCo and you can't find the 24-pin for the second socket, this is a solution to get around that using ROMs you can get today.
Yeah, he just borrows the chip select pin from the other socket to choose whether he's using the upper half or lower half of the bigger chip.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I watched the video myself as well, and it's very intriguing. The Motorola chips are extremely hard to get. There was a alternative chip that is almost pin for pin compatible. There's like 2 address lines that are slightly different that I'd like to try to get to experiment with, but yeah, this will use the more modern EEPROMs or EEPROMs nicely.
Okay.
Yeah, I watched it also, and this was actually the original way that I was going to do the internal drive wire board, but because of the different spacings in the different machines, I eventually went with a single board that just uses a fly wire for the other chip select. But yes,
Okay.
I feel it's a great idea.
And actually, that's a really good segue point that you did there, Sloopy. I don't think you did it on purpose, but his second video that he released this morning, he got one of the relocator boards that Mike Roja put out that we talked about, I think, 2 weeks ago. And basically, this was actually for AC's CoCo DV. And it was mentioning that the reason that Mike had created this thing is that on a CoCo 1, you get that plastic post in the middle. If you guys can see my cursor, it's this one here. And in order to fit that board on there with a CoCo 1, you have to actually cut that post out. And some people don't want to screw around with the case and start modifying the case itself. So this relocator board basically is just a little, you know, daughter board that basically lets you move it around, so you don't have to muck with the changing the actual post at all. You just plug it in and go. And he sent one to Alan, who of course created the CoCo DV in the first place. And you can see a little bit picture closer up here of it. And I'll just make this here. But basically, he goes through installing it and testing it and thanking Mike for sending it. So if you're interested in the CoCo DV, and I'll let you hardware guys that have actually got one of these so far explain what all is new on that. It's got, you know, alternate outputs, but it's also got some enhancements, quite a few enhancements for a CoCo 1 and 2 as well. I think hardware sprites and some other stuff are in there, aren't they? Or am I remembering the right board here, or am I getting mixed up?
No, I think it does have sprites, yeah.
You know, that center post helps for if you have a monitor sitting on top of your computer.
Yeah, I won't collapse the case.
Yeah.
So the CoCo DV, for those who have not heard of the CoCo DV before, what exactly does it do? Because I'm probably getting my mixed up with the Super Sprite board and a few others too. So,
well, it obviously does the standard conversion for doing the HDMI out. But from the documentation I remember is talking about the sprites. I don't know about any other modes because I haven't gotten that far yet, because I have to dig out my CoCo tube to install it.
Does it add more colors?
Again, you'd have to look at the documentation.
At the end of this video, there's an example of the picture you can get out of it.
Because didn't you do that Pac-Man game using this board?
Yeah.
So it has enhanced colors and stuff. So yeah, I'm not sure already sharing the screen. None of the viewers can see this, but yeah.
This is a CoCo DVI board. or DV board?
Yeah, CoCo DV.
Okay. What does it output to? Does it output to VGA or?
It actually outputs HDMI. If you look at my screen,
Here, I'll stop sharing so you can show it here, Slippy, just a sec here.
It's digital video. Hang on, I gotta rerun screens.
Mark, if you can spotlight Sloopy here so the viewers can see the board.
Can't call it DV.
But you can't call it HDMI because of licensing.
Right.
Right.
But it has an HDMI connector. It's called the DV for digital video. And
you put the 6847 on top there?
Yeah, you plug it into the 6847 socket, and then you put the 6847 in there. And what it does is it sniffs the signals and then recreates the image that the 6847 would make.
That's incredible.
Now,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I do want to mention, though, that it's the same board between the 6847 and the 6847 T1 chips. It just has a different firmware that gets burned into the EEPROM that's on the board to tell it which pins need to be sniffed for the compatibility between the two styles of chips.
And what they do, yeah. And it has you can even do there's a few settings, a few modes that you can select through right on it, so you can actually change the colors, the
artifact colors.
Yes, the artifact colors.
Yeah, so it does a simulated artifacting. So if you want to play the old CoCo 1 and 2 games that use Primo Core artifacting, it works with that on HDMI, as well as CoCo, the enhanced modes that it's got.
I may want to try something like that on my project.
Contact
Alan at AC's 8-Bit Zone. He's in our Discord. He's got his own channel on YouTube, and
there's
the video that we're just looking at.
Yes,
that's
okay.
I'll start sharing that again. So
there's also on the Discord. There's a channel called was it CoCo Digital Video? Yeah.
Okay.
So at the end of that video, he shows what kind of a picture you get out of it. Too far. There you go.
Where is it? Yeah, CoCo Digital Video.
Nice and clean.
Which category? Scrolling all the way.
Are you in the Discord?
Yeah, I'm looking right now. I'm trying to find it.
What's your
the video and display category?
What's your name on the
hardware?
Sprybug. My last name plus bug.
There you
I
are.
forgot to ask you how that came about.
What, my name?
Yeah, your nickname, the Sprybug.
Oh man, it's kind of a long story, but then again, not really. It's just a long time ago I had a different name for BBSs, and I changed it. I've always had a bug in the name just because I thought it sounded cool. So and then I decided to change. Somebody was calling me Bugster in the early days of the early days of the internet, and so I just went with it. I'll just call myself Bugster now. So I did that, and then over time on the internet, more people get on, and then that name started getting used more and more by other people. So every time I try to sign up for something, it was already taken. It's like, okay, what else can I do? So I'll just use my last name and put bug on the end of it, and that's how that happened. Not really an interesting story, but that's how it happened.
Well, you didn't find a large number of people with the name Chris, so you had to find something else.
I didn't even think about using my first name. It's like,
yeah, well, that's what
sounds pretty cool. I'll just go with that.
That's how I got Sloopy. I hung out with two people named Chris in 9th grade in high school, and so I got slapped with the Sloopy, and I've been Sloopy for 35 years.
Yeah, the school I went to, I think there might have been only like one or two other Chris's, and they were in different classes. I mean, different. Yeah, so I never had a problem with that. The only time I had a problem with multiple Chris's in the place where I'm at was like I worked in this one studio, and there was like 3 Chris's, including myself, and so we all had to talk. We used everybody's last name. So
yeah, it's sort of like here on the show where we have a large number of Marks.
Yeah, and Nix and everything else. Yeah.
Yeah.
I paused the video here because I just want to show you like all the different additions that AC's done to his CoCo 1 and 2 here, because he's got that ROM thing we just talked about in his previous video. We've got the relocator, we've got the CoCo DV. So this is one hyped up.
I was thinking this is for one of his customers.
Could be. The only thing I think he's still got a 6809 in there, and he really needs to upgrade that to 6309. Honestly,
after he's done all his modifications, is it still a CoCo? What is it? I mean, if it has the original motherboard, is that it? That makes it still a CoCo?
That depends on who you ask.
Everybody's
got different opinions on it.
Oh, it's still running the original code and it has the original CPU still in it.
Well, what if it has a 6309? Then what?
Still runs the original code.
And unless you turn native mode on the 609, it runs as a compatible 6809.
So
cooler.
Can you put CoCo VGA on top of that?
I guess like talking about the purity test of what is truly retro and what is not. That's where you start getting in. Like if you're getting it to the point where you can't get a TV, if you can't find a CRT and they're disappearing, and you can never hook it up to an old CRT monitor again, would you rather make it useless or be pure type thing? Because if you want to hook up to modern TV, you need, some of them don't even come with composite anymore, never mind RF. So, an HDMI solution like this, which solves the problem of displaying it on an HDMI modern TV, that might be outside of the purist, but it might also be the only practical thing you could do within a couple of years when you can't find them.
I wouldn't be surprised if in 30 years you've got people making their own CRTs. I mean, there's hobbyists who are making their own microchips now.
That's true. That's true.
3D printers will be printing glass. That'd be amazing.
Yeah. I'm waiting for them to print me lunch.
The vacuum tube community is going to be looking for that too.
They've already done stuff with that.
Yeah, McDonald's has already done that.
Yeah.
That's where they have that chicken puree, what do they used to call it, pink goop or whatever?
You think that's real chicken you're eating?
Yeah, they have a big vat.
Don't ruin that for me.
From the vat comes everything.
Anyway, go check out both of Alan's videos there. He always has cool hardware projects. If you go to some of his previous ones with CoCo DV, you can see some of the enhanced. He's got a Pac-Man clone he was doing that actually looks pretty incredible on it, with 16 colors, etc. So, and the CoCo VGA, of course, also has enhancements with extra colors and palettes and redefinable character sets you can do on the fly programmatically and stuff too. So, and a 64x32 true upper lowercase column mode too. So even a CoCo 1 and 2 can get pretty powerful these days.
Yeah, the CoCo VGA I used quite a bit when we were testing the OS9 level 1 stuff, and I really liked having the 64x32.
Well, the ironic thing is, 64x32 gives you more text on the screen for editing, say, in a Summer program or something, than an 80x25 does.
So what's the difference really between the CoCo VGA and this?
Well, CoCo VGA outputs to VGA instead of HDMI.
Okay.
They both have enhanced palettes. The CoCo VGA is meant to more, live in the VDG world. So it defaults to the same font, 32x16. Okay. But it also lets you run basically double wide, double high. So you get 64x32, redefinable character sets. Enhanced palette. I think the original one did 512 colors you could choose from, and I think the newest version does 32,767 or 768. Sorry.
So you're going to have programs that are specifically made for that device.
If you want to use those extra features, yes. I mean, if you just install it as is, it gives you super clear VGA output, exactly the same as a CoCo 1 or 2. And you can tell it to switch between the T1 character set and the regular character set. So if you want the old inverse video character slightly shifted so that games like Protectors 2 work properly, you can do that. Or you can flip it to T1 and run lowercase stuff like, Scriptset and whatever else that was Mikey termed had that built in and a bunch of other things too. So you can use it just as a modern video adapter to hook it up to a more modern display, but it has all those extra functions in there too if you want to get into it.
All right, cool.
I've been working on a CoCo 1 with 128K gimme chip, CoCo VGA, and all the other trimmings on it. But as soon as I turn it on, it pops the lights off.
That's something wrong there.
Sounds like Bill's Peter P when he took it home to the apartment building.
I also believe right now at this time the CoCo VGA is kind of unobtainium because the parts needed are not available.
Yeah, I was talking to Brendan about that, and I guess he's looking at an alternate, not an alternate source, but an alternate chip to use that is a bit more obtainium. And he's hoping to be able to announce something fairly soon, hopefully, if he can swing that to work. Because unfortunately, the chip shortage has definitely affected a lot of these projects, including
that would be good.
The Gimme X and others too. Next up, Hey Bird. I think I've covered his channel once or twice before. And in this case, he's doing some special stuff with pen plotter printers. And he does two different ones that he's going through here, one of which is the CGP 115, which I think was pretty popular with some CoCo people and even some MC10 people. I used to affectionately call it one of the toilet paper ones, not the official one. That was the TP10. They tell me that, Radio Shack told me that, TP stands for thermal printer. I just call it toilet paper because it looks like a toilet roll when you're printing off of it. But he goes through it here, and he actually goes through how to clean it, how to get it working. He discovers that these two different ones, the other one is the MCP 40, are actually quite similar. And he actually shows you how to get the pens and stuff working again, too. So if you have one of these and you haven't been able to get pens for it for years and you want to be able to use it again, you can. And he goes through some general refurbishments and stuff here, too. I didn't get a chance to watch the entire video through before the show today, but for any of you that have these types of printers, it might be worthwhile looking at because you might be able to get it up and running again. Next up, Adrian's Digital Basement. Ken's personal friend. He did hear about using 3D printed parts. Let's need this inflate a bit to repair a Tandon and a whole series of Tandon drives. And these are full height drives, and they were pretty popular. I'm trying to remember, did Radio Shack actually sell these as the second gen drives for the CoCo? Because I know the first ones were tech drives that had that push button thing to spring the door open, and they were kind of crappy.
Yeah, they were
track drives.
TPIs and Tandons.
Yeah,
because I think I had one of these, a full height white case 40 track single sided Tandon. I think is what I got from Tandy.
Yeah, there's some of them where they used the mechanism from TPI and did their own board. Some of them were complete from Tandon, and they used them in the 3s, 4s as well.
Yeah, because there'd be one of these left two here that I remember having. Now, apparently, I didn't have this happen at the time because I upgraded double-sided drives as soon as I could afford them. But apparently, the drive door itself, the way it's designed, will actually break fairly easy, and then you can't.
Yeah,
you can't lock it down.
The door will break.
Right.
So since you guys obviously know more about this than I do you want to explain exactly what problem he's found here and how he's solving it, or have you guys seen this video?
I haven't seen his video, but I know the door, the pins would break, the piece of the plastic that holds the pin in the slider would break.
Okay, so that makes sense because he said he's actually got 3D printed parts now to replace those, and they don't have that same weakness. So basically, they will last for a long time. Yeah, they probably beefed
it up. But I haven't seen the
original
video.
Shugart. Those drives are pretty heavy duty. They work a long time.
Except when the drive door breaks, because then you can't clamp it down to even read the heads. It becomes totally useless, which is what he's fixing here.
The thing is about that other drive over there to the right that he's showing, because right now he's showing the Apple II drive.
Oh,
but the other one, if when he brings it back over, if you look at the circuit board is actually set up for double-sided. It's just that, see, this one here that he's showing has both the head cables, but the first drive that he showed, it's the same circuit board, but only
one head. So
see up there in the top right, only one head is connected because that's all that's on it. But all the circuitry is there for double-sided. You just had to have the second head. So that was the interesting part that I just noticed, is that same circuit board, just had to add the head.
Because just looking at all these little brown connectors on the lower left of the image on the screen here, I seem to recall from the Tandy drive I had way back when, which I have not had since the mid 80s.
Well, one of those would probably be for the spindle. Another one would be for the stepper motor for the head to move it. Another one would probably be for
sensors,
the zero sensor, and
the track
the
start
optical for the
track start.
Yeah, index hole.
Pulse. Yes, the index pulse sensor.
Okay. So any of you that have these old drives and are trying to recover old discs and stuff, and your drive door broke, this sounds like a pretty easy solution for it. Actually, it doesn't just temporarily fix the problem. Like I know there's some 3D parts that basically don't last that long because they get put under a lot of stress. But it sounds like this one actually solves the original problem from the way the original drive doors mechanism was manufactured. So
it was re-engineered, basically, right?
Yeah, and 3D printed, so it's pretty easy to do, or easy to get somebody with a 3D printer to do for you. Okay, next up we have John Parker posted his PAL to NTSC conversion, which supports artifact colors, to both Facebook and his blog. This is the blog we're showing here. And this is converting a PAL. Now, if you guys know the history of PAL, it doesn't have artifact colors. So people with Dragon 32s and 64s saw Donkey King in striped black and white glory. Same with the PAL people in Australia. And so he actually went through and basically did this hardware modification to get to work. At first, he was getting like the other color set there. And then this is getting a bunch of weird rainbow stuff. And then he started fiddling around and changing things up. And he eventually got here. He had the graphics kind of working, but the text wasn't quite right. Do some more modifications. It sounds like what Chris is going through. And then he had here Blue Kong, so close yet so far. And of course, that was the phase shift. You could catch a CoCo 1, randomly, basically, and you'd hit reset, the old hit reset till the screen is orange type thing until you caught the right phase. On the CoCo 3, they finally made it predictable. So it always comes up the exact same way. If you hold down F1, turning it on, it switches to the other one. So it's a lot easier nowadays. But now he's got it with a good picture and proper colors and everything else. And he's pretty happy with it and explains exactly what he did to get it to work. So for any of you with PAL CoCos and want to see the artifact colors you've been missing these last 4 decades from all of us NTSC people, you now have a way to actually manufacture a board to do it. Now this I don't know too much about. Tony Licari in the CoCo group on Facebook, and I'll just quote what he said here. As I said, I would show you the turbo moded controllers for Crystal City Game and others. And for the audio listeners, this is basically a 2-button deluxe joystick, but it has an extra switch on it, a flip switch, and it's also got a potentiometer style control. And from reading the comments, and I haven't never seen one of these before, but it sounds like the switch is to turn auto fire on off, and the potentiometer control, the little dial looks like a paddle or something, is to adjust the speed of it. Is that kind of what you guys gathered if you've read this article before? Or?
Yeah, I'm gathering it's the same. I believe John Linville had made a board for a Turbo Fire project for the joysticks as well a while back.
I have to say, the way he's actually implemented these into the case of the deluxe joystick, it almost looks like it was designed that way. Like it doesn't look like a typical homebrew hack job. It actually looks quite good.
So if you were playing our, game section, and would you have to declare that you had one of these?
Right?
Well, if we were really serious about the scores meaning something, we were awarding people, probably. But in our case, nah.
No.
I would call that the age compensator, because my reflexes aren't fast enough to hit the fire button that often. So it's not a purist joystick, but it's an enhanced joystick.
It still would be period forever.
Right, but I would need a 6-way one to do all the possible axes in rapid fire.
Yeah, I was going to say need a second switch and a second potentiometer for the other button too.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, he's got it kind of designed for a single button there, doesn't he? Unless that's a multi-way switch, not just a 2-way.
Oh yeah, he could be really clever, and we just wave behind him.
Mind you, you'd still want a second potentiometer because you may not want to jump at the same rate that you're firing, for example, in a game. Otherwise, you're just turbo running across and jumping the screen or something.
Is this something Buck Owens has?
Ooh.
Ooh. You may have a point there.
He's quiet. He doesn't.
I will say this will not help you whatsoever with Tetra, though. Next up, this was an interesting one too. Alan Huffman, he used to be a regular on the Hayes BBS. Now, Hayes, of course, is the original Hayes modem people who created the AT command set for modems. that was duplicated by Avitex and US Robotics and a ton of other companies afterwards. It became the standard. Because at the very early days, I mean, Tandy had their own standard. It had, what was it, an asterisk to dial or something? Can't remember anymore. But anyway, they had their own BBS, and it was multi-platform for everybody. And Alan had downloaded around 1991 a list of all the files that they had on there for the CoCo section. And he posted it up on the Facebook group, and I've actually got the printout here, so you can see all this stuff. And now some of the stuff is on the archive, and some of the stuff I don't think is. So if somebody has a lot of spare time in their hands and wants to volunteer for this, if you want to go through what's on the Color Computer Archive and see what on this list is missing, make a list of that. And then we can kind of go through everybody's stuff that they've got stored off in floppies and stuff. Like I've got tons of stuff I haven't had a chance to go through yet. And maybe we can try to get the stuff that's missing onto the archive. But this is a nice, good cross section. It's pretty big. And it covers some MM1, TC70, TC9, CoCo, OS9, Disk Basic, all kinds of stuff in there. So
now, isn't this the most amazing buyer support ever? You bought our modem, so here's an archive of everything you guys got.
Look, WeFax.
WeFax.
Oh yeah, here, just for Ron.
Just delete that.
Go.
Because you bought a modem, here's a download of everything that we can get, including WeFax.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Pac OS9 that Brian was mentioning earlier. I just want to see if PacDude was on here, because if this is 1991, it might be on here already. No, I don't see it. This might be a bit earlier than Alan thought, because I was sure that would have been included. Anyway, yeah, like I said, if anybody can go through this and kind of, do a search cross-referencing with the Color Computer Archive and anything that's missing, we should make a list and then see if we can restore those.
Yeah, can't you just like select all that and try and put it in the same directory, and what goes in, and what doesn't?
Well, I'm sure somebody can programmatically do the check against the archive.
Yeah.
Right.
But you're retired, Ron, so I thought you needed a make work project.
You don't have enough going on.
I've been up for 4 days doing this thing.
Yeah. You just have to stop updating Ron's garage all the time for a week or two. Anyway, next up, Paulo Garcia, who's actually one of the people that runs the website. This is Our Vintage is the New Old, has announced this year's 2023 basic 10-liner contest. It is now on. So he announced that in the CoCo group on Facebook because he wants to see if we can get some more CoCo entries. Alan Huffman's already said he wants to do it. He was planning on entering last year, but didn't get a chance to. So the official announcement on Vintage is the New Old is right here. And there's multiple categories, as there has been in past years. Has to be an 8-bit computer system, so you can't go cheating and start running like all the modern 32-bit or 64-bit stuff. All line-oriented basic dialects are allowed. And then there's subcategories of like maximum line size, et cetera. So they got the pure 80, which is basically you can have a max of 10 lines with no more than 80 characters per line. There's a 120, which allows you up to 120. There's a 256, the extreme 256, which allows 256 characters per line. And then the SHAO, which is code of program 10 lines, max 256 abbreviations allowed, program test, dual, or demonstration program. So deadline submissions is going to be March 25th at 6 p.m. Central. Award ceremony will be at NOMAM. I'm not sure where that is, but that's on April 1st of 2023. And there's an actual official page you can get to for the contest itself. But I remember Rainbow used to have 1- and 2-liner contests where people would submit, what can you do in 1-pack basic line or 2-pack basic lines? And people were writing their own games and stuff like to fit in 1 line of basic code. So what you can do with 10 lines, oh my God, you could probably write like Donkey King with all 5 levels or something, or 4 levels. But definitely want to encourage people to give it a shot and see what they can come up with here, because everybody has basic built into their CoCo. It's not like you have to have any extra special software for it. Next up after that, Hugo DeFort actually put a little video up, and I'll just quote what he said here for the description. It says, I can't remember if it's set to 15 or 18 seconds, but here's a 2018 program I cooked up for the CoCo 3 stock 6 out of 9 to efficiently calculate Fibonacci terms of arbitrary lengths. Eventually, the numbers are just too big to fit in the screen. The code uses some optimizations such as self-modifying code and add D chains. At the end of the sequence, it displays 3262, which is the total number of terms calculated. Now, unless you're a math geek, that probably is not going to mean much to you. Just play a little bit of clip here, but basically just you get to see a bunch of numbers go across the screen.
You sure it didn't crash? That's a
I'm
crash.
trying to the Fibonacci sequence. Doesn't that do it's the previous number plus the next number creates a third, and then you just keep
Primes
repeating
or
that sliding
something,
across?
Yeah, you're
It's
adding primes or some
one,
crap. I don't know.
two,
The Anunnaki are the
five.
Yeah, because it's 1 plus 1, and then that's 2, and that's 1
Five.
plus 2
And
is
then
3, and
eight,
3 plus
then
2 is 5, etc.
Yeah.
Right? I did remember that right because I haven't touched that stuff in decades.
All you have to do is look at us. All you have to do is just look at the seeds in a sunflounflower, and then you'll see the Fibonacci sequence all over again.
Oh, that's right. It's kind of like fractals. It's a naturally occurring thing in
It's a
nature.
natural pattern. It occurs all everywhere.
Sounds like a name of a Tom Hanks movie.
The Fibonacci series.
So that's kind of cool that he posted that back up. Next up, Danny O'Connor, who's working on the new album called CoCo Music, which is actually music that is partly generated by the CoCo itself. Now you can see her massive bank of synthesizers and all kinds of stuff here, and she's shown that before. But she's actually got a clipper that's playing with a new sequencer she's using the CoCo to actually do some of this on. So I'm going to try full screening this. Hopefully you can still see it. Can you still see that? Because I know sometimes full screening kills it. And it's a CoCo 1 actually controlling the sequencer here. You can see in the middle. So those that think that just having a sound card is not purist enough, I would like to see what Brian's opinion of this setup is.
Well, is that all vintage equipment?
Yeah, she's got some Fairlights in there and all kinds of stuff. So,
Ooh, Fairlight.
which was a 689 OS9 based system, I might add. But anyway,
yeah, I like that. I don't need no stinking bed. I'll shove it in the corner so I can get my stuff laid out here.
Now, Brian, I have to unfortunately admit that the CoCo 1 that she's using to control this does have a non-CoCo 1 keyboard in it. I don't know if that qualifies or not. It's a CoCo 2 keyboard.
It's okay.
Oh, that mattress in the corner is for soundproofing.
What was that, Mark?
That mattress in the corner is for echo canceling.
Oh, I thought she was just writing songs like Old Darn Night, and I was just having
Yeah, you gotta, throw the bed out of the way and compose.
And then this is the getup I think that Brian Schubring, the music man, is planning to bring to CoCo Fest. It's kind of like this, isn't it?
No. I don't have anything so much like that. Yeah, basically what the CoCo 1 here is doing, it's feeding the audio into that little black box just to the left. That's a unisynth. It converts the tones into MIDI information and also the voltages for the analog synth.
And hopefully everybody understood that because I didn't. But anyway. But it's cool. Like she's been working on this album for quite a few months now, and it's getting closer and closer to completion here. So she's gonna have music, a CD you can actually purchase or digital download that is actually at least partly generated by a CoCo, which is why it's called CoCo Music. So
you wonder if she gets radiation burns in there.
It's kind of there's so much electronic equipment here. It's kind of its own Faraday cage, isn't it?
All of my drop screws end up in a little ball in the middle of the room.
It's awesome. We're just all jealous because there's more buttons there than we could shake a stick at. I love knobs and buttons.
So, Chris, what would you have done with this if you were writing like PacDude Monster Maze music now?
Well, if we could find a way to convert the data and the program to play it like this, that'd be great. I was just seeing if there was like a Jupiter 8 in there on the keyboards or not.
She did go through some of these when we had her on quite a while ago. I can't remember what else she had there. There's so much equipment.
She either had a Jupiter or a Juno.
Oh, okay.
I think she got rid of the Jupiter 8, but I might be wrong because she did some trading recently.
Okay. Yeah, that's a classic keyboard that's really sought after.
And if anything breaks, she can fix it because she's smart.
Yeah, she's good at doing hardware too. So I mean, that's that makes me jealous on so many levels: music writing, music playing ability, programming, hardware stuff here. And I just tackle with Nitrous 9 all the time. That's all I do. Anyway, looking forward to the album. Now, this one we've been following for a bit here. So Erico Patricio Montero has been working with some Photoshop filters he designed to simulate artifact colors And then working on not just the plain, primary artifact colors, which is basically red, blue, and then you get your standard black and white, but getting all the yellows and purples and greens and stuff to texture by doing, different vertical placements as well as horizontal placements. And this is kind of a double dragon style one that he put up that actually shows, what it should look like using the Photoshop filters that he did. So somebody, Luciano Sharp, I believe it was, actually took him up on the offer of actually showing what it looks like on a real CoCo, on a real CRT screen, which was published in the comments, but I loaded it separately here. And this is what it looks like in the real thing. So, it's not quite as crystal clear, obviously, but you are seeing a lot of the yellowish shading and stuff like that, too. So you're getting more than a standard, 4 colors type thing. And we've seen this in some other games, like, Sands of Egypt's title screen has, like, I don't know, 9 or 10 different colors on it.
Pegasus
And
and the Phantom Riders.
Can I interject? If you want all of the nice artifacting colors, you really need an analog tint control so you can shift the beam left and right just so. I've played with a whole lot of them, and if you're doing it with a button, you can't quite.
Do you have to learn to be a beam shifter?
You do. The tint control actually moves the beam left and right a little bit to change the tint. And so you can get the artifacting just so, and so like Interback Incident will give you a really vibrant multiple colors. But I never could do it on a TV like this because the tint doesn't.
The steps aren't fine enough.
Right.
Do you have to use like a Sony or something? An older
Just
one?
an old TV where you had the knob that said tint.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be honest, I used to use that in my old color TV that I had, when I still had my CoCo 1, my original CoCo 1, my D board. But that's still pretty nice. It shows that his Photoshop calculations are fairly accurate compared to the real. Obviously, they're much clearer. There's not as much, fraying around the pixels and stuff here, but the color effects that he was calculating are pretty close.
His emulation is probably better to what an old TV would do than what this TV is doing, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Plus,
Like
the camera makes a difference too.
Yeah.
The area to the left of the area to the left of the yellow boxes, that's blue here. It wouldn't be that way if you could fudge the tint just right. It would be more like the simulation you saw in the previous.
Yeah. But still, it works pretty well. I mean, he was wondering, just is his filtering, is his Photoshop filtering that he did, is it accurate compared to what real hardware would do? Because there's a lot of nuances you got to do to figure out what color is going to be displayed artifacting when you're doing this kind of stuff, not just the pure, basically doing the equivalent of PMOD 3 where you're just doing 2 bits per pixel. And it seems to be pretty good. So not sure if anybody's going to write a game based on that or not. But next up, Todd Wallace, known as Lord Dragon in our chat and the creator of the weather reporting app in Nitrous 9 with DriveWire and the CoCo's CJ font that we have in EOU 1.0 and a whole bunch of other stuff, has been filling in with another thing with a bit of hardware here. And I will just read out his description for the audio listeners here. It's alive. I finished assembling Don Barber's CoCo USB serial cartridge the other day, and it worked perfectly. It's compatible with any software that can work with a standard Radio Shack RS-232 pack, and it looks so pretty. In the pics, you can see me chatting online using CoCo IRC, another program that Todd wrote, via Nitrous 9 and Pi DriveWire, as well as connected to a BBS via Telnet using Twilight Terminal. So he's running stuff from OS 9 and from DiskBasic. He mentioned he has more boards on the way, so hit him up if you're interested, and his project info is here, and he gives the link. So I'm just going to shoot you up some of the pictures here so you can kind of see them a bit better. So some dip switch settings, there's a custom ROM, etc. there too.
Is there a case coming in the future?
I'm sure John Strong can do something like that because he seems to do a lot of the custom cases. Here is with the CoCo IRC program, which is included on EOU, and as long as you have Pi DriveWire, DriveWire 4, I think supports it. I can't remember if 3 does. But you can actually log into the actual CoCo IRC chat for real from your CoCo.
Okay, Curtis.
Yep.
So since this pack simulates the hold on. Since this pack simulates being the 6551, any software that is designed for the RS-232 pack will work with this. And since right now there is DriveWire support for the RS-232 pack, this is a great option because then you can plug the USB cable into a Raspberry Pi. PC, Mac, whatever can run the DriveWire server, it sees it as a, serial port. The CoCo sees it as the 6551, but you get the speeds of the 8-bit parallel bus with this interface. So you get the max speed that can be crammed back and forth. So this would make
I see what you mean, because it's not sending bit at a time like the real hardware would be doing at a bit level.
Right.
You're sending a byte at a time.
And this is at the fastest that you can cram, literally. So this would be, and it's got a FIFO. So the data is buffered both directions. So this is the primo solution if you want a really fast.
So what speeds
DriveWire
could you
connection.
expect, like the actual equivalent speed? Is a 115.2, 230.4? What do you think?
You could probably get up to almost hard drive speeds.
CoCo hard drive speeds.
Right. Because, like I said, this would be, you're cramming it as fast because you're not limited by a baud rate anymore. You're limited at what probably, since
The CoCo
this
can
chip
read off
is
of it.
newer than the CoCo, this chip and the interfacing chips, it should just be cramming at what you can do a load A to the port or store A to the port, whatever you can, the fastest you can cram it is what you're going to get.
I got a question here. Isn't there any possible way you can get a couple of LEDs flashing at us on this thing? I mean, you got data going in, going out.
Right.
It looked pretty.
I recall that some of the FTDI chips, I think they can get to almost a megabit per second. It's like 960 or something.
So it really comes out to what's our bus speed.
So when it's going that fast,
About 8 times the speed of 115. Well, are you toggling every bit?
Yeah, that's the
it'd
reason
be
why
at least-
I got these boards. Because
It'd be at least 30 to 50K per second, just from I remember some of the 8-bit hard drive controllers, if it's just reading raw bytes and doesn't have to worry about flow control. Actually, you could, on a 639, you could TFM it, and that can go up to, what did I figure out, 600K per second in bursts?
Yeah, I don't know. I know the DriveWire protocol has some extra interesting stuff that goes on, so I don't know if you could TFM that, but yeah, it's going to be great.
That's the David Ladd we know and love.
Here comes the creepy.
Oh, yes.
Anyways, next up. So this is a sequel to one we covered a few weeks back, the Floppy Days Vintage Computing Podcast with Randy Kindig, who was actually our guest about 2 years ago now as an interviewee. This is part 2 of an interview with Carlos Camacho, which is going over a lot of the Japanese computers, and a lot of them we didn't see here, or a few of them we did, and some of them were renamed. So he's covering the NEC PC 6001, which is actually the NEC Trek, I think it was known here, or something like that. And on the previous episode, he'd mentioned there's quite a few similarities between some of these machines and the CoCo, like they use the VDG chip, for example. And he was also mentioning stuff like Fujitsu FM7s, which had 6809s. In fact, the 77 had dual 6809s, one for the screen and one for the main computer, running OS 9. So this is the follow-up and kind of going through the collector side of things, like where do you find the hardware? How do you deal with buying stuff from the Japanese market? Because it's a little bit different than what you would do ordering in North America or Europe. So this is more on the collector side of things, but a little bit more. And there's a few mentions of the CoCo in there too, because there was some games ported from the CoCo to the PC 6001, including Canyon Climber and Megabug, with those renamed back to Tumblebugs, I believe, which was the Mark. You can correct me if I'm wrong here. It was Dung Beetles on the Apple, and then I think Tumblebugs is what they called the Atari and a few other machines.
Sounds right. Dung Beetles is what Bob Bishop called it originally.
Okay. So anyway, it's a continuation of the previous one, and then he's going to be getting back to doing Spectrum stuff. So definitely worthwhile interview. And of course, Carlos is a friend of the show. He's been on the show before too. So next up, this just happened yesterday. The new version of CMOC, the C-like compiler, for the 609, which of course works on OS 9 or on Disk Basic. It actually works on the Vectrix, Thomson, MO, TO computers, and a few others too. Works with Flex, etc. So the new version has been released, and this is version 0.18 0. And it's got some bug fixes. Oh, sorry, 1.8.1's actually been released. Is this still one?
What
There we
size?
go. I had to force refresh.
What size do you think a program like that is?
I haven't looked actually because I don't use it, so I
CMOC?
couldn't even tell you.
The Linux one, I think, is like it's huge. It's a huge executable binary.
Yeah, and this is not a native C compiler. I should mention that it's a cross compiler for the CoCo. But basically, the fixes on this particular version, it fixes bugs in memcompare, memicompare, string I compare for OS 9, fixes compilation problems when building CMOC on Cygwin, adds square root 32 to CMOC standard library, provides some optimizations and minor fixes. And it's available for download for free. So if you want to go grab it, and of course, if you want to get into that, there's a whole bunch of libraries, sample code done on CoCo 1 and 2, CoCo 3, etc. How to access graphic libraries, how to access the basic ROMs if you want some of the floating point stuff, all kinds of stuff.
Hey, Ron.
Fairly complete package.
The last CMOC I compiled is 31 megabytes, 31.34.
Wow. So they just throw all this different languages together and make it look really important, but it's just a programming language, right?
It's a C translator. It's a C compiler of sorts.
Yeah.
Turns C into basically LWASM. So it dumps out assembler, which then you run through the assembler and you get executable.
Yeah, and it's aware of multiple operating system, multiple computers that they're all we can generate for all of them.
Scott Carter, take a look at that.
Next up, this just happened this morning. So Michael Furman has released Pi DriveWire 0.6 as of today. Fixed some bugs, add some new features, and he also has the fix that was causing the weather app that Todd Wallace, who we mentioned earlier, was not working on EOU 1.0. Now it is, so you can pull in live weather for your any place on Earth. He did mention here that because of some changes that Apple's done with not allowing Python on that, that's going to be a bit of a bear. He says he should be able to get it running on the Intel Macs pretty easy, but he's not so sure about the M1 and M2 that he's going to have to do some changes around there to provide better support for those. So, but anyway, it's available for Linux at 64-bit x86, Windows 64-bit, and Raspberry Pi, and seems to be working fine on all those. So you can actually go grab those now. And he was doing all this while on holidays in, I think it was Hong Kong or something. So,
yep.
Next up, I got some MC10 stuff. So first one here, Robert Sieg has released or has posted that Darren Atkinson has released the MCX SD32 project files, which of course is the main hardware add-on now for the MC10. It has 32K of RAM, instead of the old 20K that the old Tandy ones did. Has an SD card reader built into it, and it has extended basic built into it, which actually has graphics commands, etc. So it kind of brings the MC10 up to much more modern standards, and you can load stuff off an SD card. So that's a lot easier to make backups, etc. on. And Darren has actually released the project files to make it yourself. I have talked to Frank at Retro Rewind. He's going to consider possibly manufacturing this so that for people like me that just don't have the skills to manufacture this kind of thing, they'll have an option to get it. I do know Zipster Zone has been making them and possibly will continue to make them. In fact, I think they had a recent batch that Ed actually got up, but Ed's got so many stuff going on that he has to keep doing the little batches and then they disappear for 3 months. So having a second source for this as well as a CoCo SDC, I think is a good idea. So much thanks to Darren Atkinson for actually releasing this so that people can actually do it on their own.
So he hasn't upgraded anything. He's just made it available.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if he's changed the rights where, like, I know on the CoCo SDC, he's got a limitation that if you can make it, but you can't change a darn thing in it from what he's done. Otherwise, he doesn't let you make it. I don't know if he has that same restriction on there. And then Robert posted this other one here too, and he said they're using the VMC10 emulator with the MCX 128, which is an older version that had 128K of RAM for an MC10 and an extended basic ROM, but did not have an SD card reader. And this is a little utility he did to convert C64 graphics to MC10, so you can kind of design sprites or tiles or something like that on a C64 with a whole bunch of modern tools that let you do that, and this will down convert it to a 4-color MC10 graphic. And you can use that. He's actually demonstrated before one that takes Game Boy graphics and converts it over to the MC10 too. So you can use that to design. There's a lot of modern utilities for the Game Boys that you can use to design graphics and tiles and sprites of different sizes. And we've shown that on the show before. Next up here, Brendan Donahue. Speaking of CoCo VJ, is the creator of, and of course, CoCo VJ now works in MC10 as well. So if you want a VJ output on your MC10, go for it. But he's posted this. This is his MC10 USB keyboard adapter, which now also supports the Pico and Atari style joysticks. So this is an adapter board to take a modern USB keyboard, because one of the big problems with the MC10, if you're trying to program, is that tiny little keyboard. And this will let you just hook up a modern one. And then you've also got a joystick adapter at the same time. So now you can plug this in and you've got an MC10 with joysticks and a real modern keyboard. So that's pretty cool. And you can see on the screenshot here, he's actually got his CoCo VJ running on there as well. So, and that also has 64 by 32. Or I think it has 64 by 32 mode. I think that fits in 2K. Yeah, it does. Plus the enhanced palettes and redefinable character set and all that. So you can hype up your MC10 so it's almost like a super enhanced CoCo 1 or 2 at this point to run in the SD.
I wonder if you could play VG6 images on there. Probably not the same or something.
You might have to modify that missing address line for the video, because those, I think, take 6K.
Okay.
And unless you modify the MC10 itself, you're still limited to 4K for a graphics screen. So I don't think you can do VG6. You might be able to do like a VG3 or something.
The reason I asked that is because I've got a ton of pictures already for the CoCo.
If you do that modification to enable that extra line so that you can actually like put 8K on the main MC10 motherboard and add the line so the video chip can see it, then yes, you should be able to, but it does require that modification. Check with Brendan though, because I'm hoping I'm right on that, but I'm not 100% sure.
I think it was his birthday today.
Was it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then Robert Sick has one last thing here to mention, and he said it's a bit of a milestone here on the MC10 group on Facebook. 647 members finally exceeds the amount that was on Yahoo. So those of you who have been following MC10 for a long time on the web will know that the Yahoo MC10 group was the main group for years and years until Yahoo shut all their groups down. So they created the Facebook group kind of in a hurry, and they've been trying to get people to kind of rejoin the community because most people just thought it just ended when the Yahoo group disappeared. And they've now got more members on the Facebook MC10 group than they ever had on the Yahoo group. So that's a testament to that, even the MC10's popularity is increasing, and I don't think it's gone through the extravagant price hikes that a lot of the CoCos have.
Well, that MC10's faster than the CoCo.
Yeah, it is a little bit. Mm-hmm. Their basic was a bit better optimized, and the 603 has some advantage at the same clock speed.
Yeah, that's a cute and cool factoid.
Yeah. Next up, this was kind of cool. I didn't know it had this. So now obviously he's got to fix some bugs there, as Brian has found for the X4 Online. So Kieran, people were asking him in the Dragon forums here on worldofdragon.org, is there a way to run 609 code on the online version of the emulator, the one you can run in your browser? Because X4 itself, if you run through the command line, you can tell it enable 609, etc., and run it that way. And he says, yes, you can. You just got to tag in some stuff to the URL. Now, unfortunately, when I'm looking at it in the actual form here, it's actually cutting off the middle, which is kind of crucial. But if you go to our show notes on our Discord, you actually get the full URL there. I'm not going to read the whole thing out. But basically, yes, you can. Now, there's nothing to indicate when you do this that you're running in 609 modes. You have to know you're doing it. He's talking about adding an interface thing onto there. Like he's got those little click buttons where you can load in disk images and stuff like that on the online version of XROR. He's planning on adding something there so you can actually enable 639 or 689 if you want to test code on the online emulator. Mind you, he's got a few bug fixes to do, as Brian has pointed out, on timing of keyboard and joystick stuff. So hopefully we'll get all that done in one shot, and we'll have a really nice updated XROR Online.
If you click on that link, it'll still take you there, though, right?
Yeah, but it fires up. It just looks like a regular CoCo or Dragon, so you can't really tell the difference. But it is running with 609 mode enabled. And that's it for the news. For those of you that are still awake.
Now, Curtis, everybody here is still awake.
Yeah, that's why everybody shut off their icons here, like Sloopy and you and Can. So I can't see them snoring.
And I had to go feed some cats.
Oh,
and I gotta go.
I heard my name.
It's cool that you're still here, Chris.
Oh, wait.
And
me?
Brian, thanks both.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't expecting you both to stick around this long, but thank you.
Brian's here too.
And they're never coming back again.
Oh, they may be addicted. We'll have
thank
to
you.
get them an icon for their their part on the show
Yeah.
every week.
Yeah, you guys are free to pop by anytime you want. Don't feel obligated to, but anytime you just want to pop by if there's something interesting happening. You can even just pop in the middle of a show if you want to comment on something. Like, feel free.
Yeah.
Comment in
Yeah,
the
if I
chat
have
too
a-
if you want.
Yeah, like I have a major update on like my project or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
Sweet.
Why
And Brian, when you finish that Tron game, just feel free to come on and promote the hell out of it.
Well, I wasn't going to call it Tron. Oops. I wasn't going to call it Tron because I was afraid that Disney folks would, be after me. I called it Jet Bike.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jet Bike. I like that better,
Clever.
actually.
Or Trough.
Trough.
Well, the project hasn't been running for a long time, so yeah, maybe
Actually,
Trough makes sense.
Can they copyright Tron? Because Tron as a tracing command for BASIC was around years before they made the movie.
Well, that's not what it
Prior
stood
art.
for, though. He was an electronic man. That was the Tron.
Yeah, but you don't have to play it that way. You can just call it.
Oh, no, it's a
tracing
tracing
on.
tool.
I'm tracing the beam going across this little bike thing.
But it's also who has the better.
Not a lawyer,
lawyers.
not legal advice.
Right. Who has the better lawyers? Yeah.
Right.
So hey, let's skip project updates because my kitties are telling me it's long past dinner time.
Okay.
I'm being
Anybody have any
nibbled on.
project updates or acquisitions? I don't.
Should we even?
I was saying we should skip
No.
them.
He says skip.
Yeah,
them.
let's wait till next week. Next week's the 300th anniversary episode too, so that's going to be a big one. But we don't have any special interviews. It'll just be kind of reminiscing over the last 300 episodes. Maybe pick some favorites.
That'd be cool.
Okay.
To have someone blow up a motherboard or something.
Let me find our new
Magic
outro.
slick out.
All right, here's the outro.
This concludes another episode of the CoCo Nation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCo Nation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCo Nation Show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCo Nation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCo Nation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server.
CoCo forever.
That's all I can say.
So yeah, I don't know if you saw it, Chris, as you went across the screen, your hair lit on fire because you had a soldering iron in your hand.
Yeah, I should have been running faster in more of a panic state, though.
Right.
All right. Till
All
next
right.
week.
Okay.
Bye, everybody.
All right,
See you all next week for the
Bye.
300th
Bye.
episode.
Next weekend.
Episode 300.
We got to figure out what we're going to do that for next week too.
Oh, we're gonna start that now.